Hello and welcome to the stream that answers the question why will need get arrested. Today we are doing something special. This is an extremely long stream. And we are going to be raising voices against the Trans Amendment Bill 2026. We are also doing a space on the side. So if you want to speak up, you can join there. So if you want to speak up, you can join there. This is a dual streaming space. You're welcome to join wherever and however you can. We will be continuing the video as per.
Me. So you're going to close your eyes just for 5 seconds, not much. And you're going to take deep breaths. You're going to inhale, you're going to exhale, and you're going to remember Diana Diaz. You're going to remember her face. You're going to remember her voice if you've seen her in news channels. You're going to draw from her power that she had when she was going in the streets of Goa, erupting from Vajood, which was erupting from her Vajood, which was powerful, and she drawed from something unique. We are all drawing from that power today. The power of action, power of change, power of belief, these three words that she stood for. And I think till her dying breath, as a trans sister, I feel that she also stood for these, even while she was breathing her last breath. You know, what will happen to my people? What will I do? Right. And with this backdrop,
Hey Hassan, how are you doing?
I stand here today, drawing from the same power. Standing here, I feel more azad
We
because
are
of
doing
her.
a
I
big
feel
thing.
like I'm channeling
this is a
something
very
that
long
existed
stream.
before me. Something that moved through her when she stepped into the streets of Goa. Hello everyone, my name is Zina. I'm a Dalit woman of trans experience, and I want to begin with simple statement that B.R. Ambedkar made
Started
long
early,
back.
yes.
Educate,
We are doing a
educate,
long thing
and
today.
organize.
We are going to keep
And this
on
is
this
why we
as
are
long
here.
as possible.
For a long time, I found myself questioning my womanhood. I had a difficult relationship with life for as long as I can remember. I came out when I was 27 and I'm 30 now. So it's been 3 years. I was born in Jaipur. I left everything behind and moved to Calcutta to start
Exorcist,
an
can you
entirely
check?
new journey in media.
Someone
I
check
was a cost
on
accountant before, then
the
I came into
Twitter. Is
media,
it you? Can you hear
then I
it on
had to
Twitter?
work my
I
through
cannot
it.
check it myself. I
I
need
was
someone over there
part
to
of this
manage.
institution called Satyajit Ray Film and Television Institute, where I was the first one apparently, and I had to go through so much because I was denied hostel there. Then I had to write to ministry letters, just give me my right, give me my dignity, and say all these words again. By the way, it was all coming from 2014 judgment, so go figures, right? So that's how it began. And since then, since 3 years have been continuous battle of discovery, challenges, explorations. But here we are. Here we are, standing here, still breathing, just like you all did right now. And we are drawing from the same breath again. We are remembering that we are alive and we are here to thrive. I also saw people like me stepping out into the world and creating. I saw people like loving each other openly. I saw women holding hands and not calling it friendship. I saw individuals choosing to live as they had imagined themselves to be. And slowly, something shifted inside me while I was there.
I'll try and
Now,
fix it.
I'm
Give me
going
a
to switch
second.
to, which is not a speech that I prepared, but I'm going to speak from my heart because I think this is where it is coming from. I had to file a case in Calcutta High Court while I was in Calcutta, where they said that even though I have a trans ID, I should not get the F binary marker. Why? Because I have not had surgery. Because I have not undergone certain changes that the law requires for me to go. It was already there, by the way, it's a new thing. It's not a new thing, it already, always existed in the law itself. And I've been fighting that case for 2 years now. It has not moved anywhere. And now with this new inception of Transgender Bill 2026 amendment, such a beautiful, precarious, technical name that they have created again, we have again found ourselves going back to the 1872 Criminal Tribes Act, which Britishers created long back to encircle us, to capture us, to make us our own prisoners, so that our cultures and histories can't be created, so that we face extinction from the South Asian continent as human beings. We don't exist yet. Even after that, even after so many years, we exist and we are here. And this is a testament to that. While saying this, I wanted to boost our morals also, because I think we know that the bill is bad. And we also know that the bill has certain technical changes that you can all read from against the bill page that we have created. But I want to speak from my heart and say that there's a possibility that bill might go through. There's a possibility. What happens then? I'm saying. What happens then? We are not going to give up. We are going to keep continuing our fight. We are going to keep continuing our rights, asking for our rights. We are going to keep saying what we are saying right now. We are going to amplify our voices as louder as possible. We are going to say no, and we are going to write to our MPs saying that we do not want this bill, because 15,000 people have already written. That means India is listening. You know how many people are? 15,000 people. We are merely, I think, 300 people here. Imagine this whole Maidan getting filled, and even the whole Panjim market. That many people we have. Who has supported
That's fine,
us?
Bliss. Don't worry
And
about it.
that's amazing. More are writing. There's public hearing taking place right now in Delhi.
Do whatever you can to finish up your work. Get to me when you're done.
With member of parliaments, where people are representing their views, they are putting forth statements. And all of us are trying to gather this movement to create some sort of chain. A chain that says that we fully, as people of this country, as people of one of the largest democratic republic in South Asia, which stands at 140 CR in population, right? We single-handedly reject this bill. And even in this, not in its partiality, but in its entirety, as its existence. I think it is a great disaster if country does not follow its own democratic processes. Like how National Council of Transgender Persons were not consulted before while drafting this bill. And it is a great travesty that we are seeing this right now. And I think it is also in some ways how Library of Alexandria was burned and the knowledge was completely lost from the face of the earth. We created institutions to help ourselves live better lives, but we stand at a juncture where we cannot even articulate our thought, where we have to define our genders from our ID cards, where I have to say that, I take hormones, that's why I'm a woman. So please give me F. But I reject it, because my gender is my heart. It's within me. No paper can say, no paper can tell me who I am. Nobody can tell me who I am, what I want. Whom should I love? I am also a proud lesbian. With this, some serious considerations of medical access and HRT, because I think it's very important that we also discuss it. Those who are planning to transition or going to avail transition in future, or by any chance considering HRT, please do not panic. There will be things available for you. It's not end of the world. I've been hearing because I have been running a group of 900 people strong. We have a community of 4,000 followers, 20 lakh reach, 2 lakh accounts reach right now, who are constantly messaging us for various things. So I'm hearing this again and again. Zina, what will happen to us? What will happen to us? Right? You will remain, you will exist. We are here with you, all of us. We are all fighting. We are not dead. And we won't be. Because Diana is still alive within me. And Diana is still. That's, I think, where I'm coming from. And with this, I think this bill also. It's not only undemocratic, it's completely casteist as well. You know? What you see here is 1% of 1%. And rest of it is in rural Indias, where we do not go, where we do not speak their languages, the languages that we do not understand also. They're living there, they do not have any access, they're not part of any institution. They're also not part of any system right now. Not at all. And they will not be having any chance of getting included in the system if this bill passes, which is getting tabled on Tuesday or Monday, I've been told, or Wednesday. But there's going to be a lot of support. It's going to be a long fight. We will probably have to look for Supreme Court. It is what it is. But I just wanted to say this one last thing. I think it's very important. Emily Dickinson once wrote that hope is a thing with feathers. Right? But I say that each of you is a feather. And feather together creates a wing. And there are many wings in this country now that are taking the bird towards its eventuality. Right? And this eventuality will be our liberation. Will be our liberation of ourselves, of loving us, of loving them. And with this, I conclude. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Zina, for your extremely powerful words. So we're going to continue with speeches, but at this moment I would also like to thank each one of you here for showing your solidarity and support. And I'd also like to thank a few people in particular. Cecil Rodriguez, Fernando Velo, Rita Pandit, Reem De Cruz, Pooja Mitra, Tanya Devaya, Amreen Sheikh, Gauri Devan, Sudeep, as well as friends and activists from the Armchair Maule movement and Heritage First Goa. Thank you all for your support and for your solidarity. We have coffee and tea on this stage. Please help yourself at any moment that you like. We also have restrooms here. And if you need any support and help, there are some folks with pink ribbons. You can approach them for help. Next, we have a dear friend, lawyer and activist, Albertina Almeida.
Thank you. As I stand in front of you today, I remember two people. Dinah, of course, you all have spoken about, but one person who committed suicide at somewhere around the beginning of this century. I think it was in 2001, if I'm not mistaken. She was. Yes. She was an intersex athlete, and she went through the violence of this sex verification regime, and there was some issue with the coach, and the coach used it as a way to blackmail her, and got it all out splashed in the media, and then she couldn't take it anymore, and she jumped into a well. Her name was Pratima Gaonkar. She jumped into a well and committed suicide. So. The reason I'm talking about this is because this bill is going to drive everybody to go through these sex verification regimes. And we understand what these sex verification regimes are like in a scenario where, and I'm speaking of Goa, we have had a chief minister in Goa saying transgenders are God's mistake. Okay? So So if we have this kind of a setting, you can understand what it will mean if the definition of transgender is narrowed in the way it is. This is one thing. The second thing is, as far as Dinah is concerned, uh, apart from the various aspects that people spoke of, and there was the whole question when she, somewhere during COVID, she contracted some illnesses, and then the state hasn't, despite the NALSA judgment, the state hasn't really provided and made effective provisions for homes, etc. So, and facilities really for transgender persons. So what it meant is that when she was ill, she had to turn to her family because the systems only know these things. And when she turned to her family, the family was always opposed to her coming out as a transgender person. And since they were opposed to her coming out as a transgender person, they wanted them to retain the male identity and the male name that they had been given at the time of birth. Now, she was not allowed access to the phone, and I'm saying this because I know this. I can say this personally because I was coordinating a group called COVID-19 Goa People's Responses, and all of a sudden she was out of the group, and I knew that something was amiss, and then I realized that she's denied access by the family. Now that is when the question arose as to what can we do. Now, even despite, now these laws are going to criminalize anybody who helps. But here, where the family is saying they are male, and then we try to go in and say, look, they're not male, and we will like to help them get out and get into a space that's better. Do we have the space for that? No. So if it was like that before this bill is being passed, what will it be after this bill is passed, where people who are trying to help will get penalized? So this is what the lived experiences must count. And this is what brings me to another issue, that if we are talking of laws anywhere, any laws have to come through consultative processes based on the lived experiences of the people that are the stakeholders in that. This has not happened. As someone just narrated, the experience of the meeting, the recent meeting, I think about 2 or 3 days ago, which was supposed to be with the minister. The minister didn't show up, saying he was unwell, at the Government of India level I'm talking of. And they sent somebody else, and they said, we've decided what we want to do. Now, let me say for a minute that these provisions are, are debatable. But if these provisions are debatable, they have to be debated with all the people who are seen as the stakeholders in that community, and generally stakeholders on various issues concerning this. But that process has not happened. That's the process that activists all over the country have been speaking about, that any legislation has to be coming through consultative processes. And then we also have the 73rd and 74th Amendments, where people have insisted that laws have to be enacted, that our zoning, the space uses, etc., have to be through democratic processes of consultation. So now, in the face of all this, this is happening. But let me tell you, this is not an isolated law. This law is part of a continuum of several legislations happening in the country, and several legislations of those types in other parts of the country which are going to come into Goa. And I will give you 2 recent examples of legislation. One is the anti-conversion legislation. The anti-conversion legislation talks of allurement. And it gives such a broad definition of allurement that if you, I mean, if someone is hungry, you're going to offer that person something to eat. And that person still chooses to convert. But because you offered that person something to eat, that means that person, you have allured that person into conversion. That is as how broad the definition of the word allurement is. And this is there in several of the anti-conversion laws that have been that have come up in the rest of the country. पूण आमी कितें सगळीं म्हणटा म्हाका कित्याक पडलां हें ट्रान्सजेंडराक लागता थिंगा आनी कोणाक लागता हांव काय हें न्हू सो माय पॉयंट इज that when it comes to all kinds of minorities, all kinds of marginalized sections of people, these are the issues that are rising. So when it comes to conversion, our constitution guarantees a right to freedom of religion, a right to convert also. It includes the right to convert. Ambedkar, who is the founding father of our constitution, has converted. What more do you want? But the thing is that they are trying to curtail our fundamental rights. Okay, and the chief minister is talking about getting anti-conversion laws in this, and they keep on trying to flash some things in the news about some conversions taking place and forced conversions, etc. The point is, there's nothing that warrants the anti-conversion laws today, and in Goa. That's one law. Another law that has come, you see, they talk of uniform civil code, and it sounds quite interesting, you know. Oh, you know, they keep saying, oh, you know, you won't have Muslims with 4 wives, like Muslims with a man who can marry 4 wives, etc. But let me tell you, uniform civil code is not something by itself, you know, which is a great thing. There's no value in uniformity or diversity. The value is in the justice in those laws. And when it comes to uniformity, now Gujarat has come up with a uniform civil code bill. So this is what I'm trying to say. They're infantilizing people. They think they don't have the capacity to take their decisions about whether they're transgender or not. They don't have the capacity to do anything. Poor things, you know, we need to help them. So to help them, to help people, now the Gujarat marriage registration amendment bill, you know what does it say? It says that you have to, they have to say, the couple has to say when they go to register their marriage that they have informed their parents. I'm not talking of children getting married here. Huh? I'm talking of adults getting married. They have informed their parents. Not only that, they have to give their Aadhaar numbers and mobile numbers of their parents.
Welcome, Creation Liquor. We will get to a discussion soon enough, but that would be after the live because we need to hear these stories.
Now, if this is what, and together with it, they are also talking of some uniform civil code there. Now, this marriage registration thing will be uniformly applicable, okay, to everyone. So, if this is the kind of uniformity, let us not forget that in the name of, because here also they say in their statements of objects and reasons, this is to be able to streamline and enable people to properly access. But that is the language. They are appropriating the language and saying that for this, you know, uniformity so that women don't suffer, you see, and all that. Therefore, you know, they have to take permission of their parents basically. You see, it's so everybody is being infantilized at all levels, whether it's through anti-conversion laws, whether it's through marriage registration laws. So what I want to say, and not only at these levels, I shouldn't say not only, but not at these levels alone, but at also other levels. You have section 39A of the Town and Country Planning Act. What is it saying? You know, you people know. You don't know how to decide what zone, which should be the zone under which this property comes, or that area comes. You can't decide that, you know. You're like you don't have understandings. They're forgetting our innate knowledges, our local knowledges, our professional knowledges. So we, the government, shall decide for you. So you see, this is a pattern of laws that are taking place all over the country and also in Goa and also coming to Goa, coming soon to Goa. That is why we all need to join hands across movements. And I am not ashamed to say or not frightened to say that I am speaking against the government. It is against the government because this government is coming out with these laws. If it was another government that was in, or some other party that was in power and was coming out with these laws, I would say yes, I am speaking against this government which is of this particular party. But just now it is a particular political party. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is ruling and it is they who are in power. So I am speaking against the BJP ruled government. So therefore in all this, I would say it is my call to everyone to join hands across movements because they are infantilizing us as individuals, as communities and as people. They say we don't have the ability to take our decisions. We have to stand up and say we have the ability, we have our knowledges and we will take decisions. And processes have to be consultative before any legislation is enacted.
Thank you, Advocate Albertina Almeida. We really appreciate the wisdom that you share with us. And yes, we need to really come together across identities, across movements, across who we are to be able to show up for each other. This is so heartwarming to be able to see so many people show up over here. Thank you, we really appreciate it. Next, we have Megha, who's going to sing. We are going to sing with Megha. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi. Okay. So I have some announcements from the care team. So for folks who have just come in, just so you know, there's a group of people there whose only job is to make sure that you are well hydrated, well chaired up, and comfortable. Gee. For those of you who have echo it back at me. I am the person standing at the edge of the mountain and you are the mountain, so you have to echo it back at me. Otherwise, I'm just some lonesome person standing at the edge and the mountain isn't singing something back at me. So highly encourage you to do that. Okay. Yes. कैसे पूछे बिना ये बना डाला दिल, कैसे पूछे बिना ये बना डाला दिल, कौन है हम ये हमको बताएंगे फिर, मेरी पहचान मेरे ही अंदर छुपी, डॉक्टर साहिब की हमको जरूरत नहीं, सब्जी नहीं है भाजी नहीं है, इस बिल से बिल्कुल राजी नहीं है, हक अपना हक ऐसे अपनाना छोड़ेंगे जी, बिल तो कच्चा है जी, पूरा कच्चा है जी, बिल तो कच्चा है जी, पूरा कच्चा है जी. And then we'll end with a bill to and screaming कच्चा है जी. Okay? So let's do this together now, okay? पूछे बिना ये बना डाला बिल. Again, the mountains say back to me. कैसे पूछे बिना ये बना डाला बिल. कौन है ये, कौन है हम, ये हमको बताएंगे. कौन है हम, ये हमको बताएंगे. मेरी पहचान मेरे ही अंदर छुपी. मेरे पहचान मेरे ही अंदर छुपी. डॉक्टर साहिब की हमको जरूरत नहीं. डॉक्टर साहिब की हमको जरूरत नहीं. सब्जी नहीं है, भाजी नहीं है. सब्जी नहीं है, भाजी नहीं है. इस बिल से बिल्कुल राजी नहीं है. इस बिल से बिल्कुल राजी नहीं है. हक ऐसे अपनाना छोड़ेंगे जी. अपनाना छोड़ेंगे जी. दिल तो कच्चा है जी. पूरा कच्चा है जी. दिल तो कच्चा है जी. पूरा कच्चा है जी. दिल तो कच्चा है जी. दिल तो कच्चा है जी. This last one has to be a little bit better, yeah. So I'll go. दिल तो कच्चा है. Yeah, we'll do one more. Just try and get this last part right. Okay, so the last part is Bil to kacha hai ji. Okay, Bil to kacha hai ji. I think we can do better. Okay, once last. Bil to kacha hai ji. Yes. Okay, now we'll sing this all together. It's your call and response. You're with me. I am with you. The mountains are singing with me. Okay. कैसे पूछे बिना ये बना डाला बिल. कौन है हम, ये हमको बताएंगे फिर. मेरी पहचान मेरे ही अंदर छुपी. डॉक्टर साहिब की हमको जरूरत नहीं. सब्जी नहीं है, भाजी नहीं है. इस बिल से बिल्कुल राजी नहीं है. ऐसा अपनाना छोड़ेंगे जी. बिल तो कच्चा है जी. पूरा कच्चा है जी. बिल तो कच्चा है जी. पूरा कच्चा है जी. बिल तो कच्चा है जी.
Thank you so much, Megha. Next we have Juliana Lohar, a human rights activist and a fellow global and a Ford Global Fellow, as well as the founder of Anyay Rahit Zindagi, an organization working with commercially exploited cis and transgender sex workers in Goa. Welcome, Juliana.
After the melodious singing, okay, I'm going to be talking more about the ground reality. First, I would begin by asking who has asked for the amendment of this bill? And why do we have to gather here seeking for not to amend the bill? As already said, my name is Juliana Lohar. I work in an NGO called URS, where we work with victims of sex trafficking, sexual violence, and the transgender community. When we had the Transgender Act in 2019, things became much, much easier for us to work. Why do I say so? Because Goa is the only state where we had transgender community who voted as transgender. How was this possible? This was possible because we had the Transgender Act. The collector found it mandatory to issue certificate. Was it easy
for the transgender community to get the certificate? No. How did they get it? We had a sensitive officer, an IAS officer who understood the issue. And we had the transgender community like Madhu who's here, and a lot of the transgender community who are on the streets, who are begging in the railway station, who are victims of commercial sexual exploitation. In Goa, they managed to get their transgender certificate, get their voters' identity, and cast their vote as transgender and not as male or female. They got their own identity. This was easy because we helped them, went to the collector, they got the certificates. अब internet में करने का था, मिलके वो IAS officer बैठा कर लिया. If there is an amendment, what is going to happen today? Do you think it's going to be possible for them to get the certificate? Doctor certificate चाहिए, किधर से लेकर आएगा उन लोग doctor certificate? We are talking about these persons who have been disowned by family. Family has put them out. Family has not accepted them. They have been on the street. They have lived away in groups. Do you think they're going to trust the state? Do you think they have the capacity to go and get a doctor's certificate to prove their identity? Who has asked for this amendment? And is this amendment necessary? I think it's important we need to hear the voices of the transgender community and give them what they want. Include them in all aspects of the society. Madhu, I think, will be speaking. She has been appointed by the state. Today she has an identity. She's living like any one of us because she's proud of her own identity through a simple certificate of the transgender certificate. So I think it's important, if you're asking for amendment, we need to hear the voices of the transgender community. Are we looking at the amendment? We have the Transgender Act. Has anyone reviewed it? Is there audit done on that act? Have we looked at what about the youngsters? The youngsters who have an identity crisis. They don't know what to do. They are teased in school. They are ragged in school. They are disowned by the family. Is there any services for them apart from what is in the Act of Vocational Training? Nahi, Baba. The Act needs to have services for these youngsters, a space where they can speak, a space where they can know about themselves. So I think it is important we need to see how that provision is in the Act too. And the last point that I would like to add is we've had a lot of the transgender community that we work with, as I've said. They have come and they have said is people are taking their identity, especially those who are begging, especially those who are at the bus stop, those who are in the railway station. They have been saying that there are some male who wears sari, goes and begs, and what happens? अगर कोई बच्चा का चोरी हुआ, कुछ बच्चा का चोरी हुआ तो ये ट्रांसजेंडर्स को पकड़ते हैं, वो आदमी लोग सारी बदल के एक आदमी बन जाता है. So I think it's important that somewhere we look at this community also and letting the transgender have their identity, including them in the society like any one of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juliana. Next we have Nishi.
Nishi of Inshallah Waves fame.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nishi. I have been working in mutual aid and community care. When trans people are abandoned by institutions, healthcare institutions, educational institutions, they often turn into informal systems of care. And because trans people are abandoned by families, relatives, institutions, informality is the place they make their own. I want to talk briefly about informal systems of care that trans people rely on. Trans people rely on community not just in times of crisis, but for day-to-day care and survivability. If under this bill, any form of deviation from binary gender is suspect, then the freedom that mobility affords trans people collapses. What I mean by that is, if I go to a friend's place to try on a dress because I can't wear one at home, the bill makes it its business to know this. It can call it allurement and coercion. If I wear lipstick in public, the bill makes it its business. It threatens the private and public ways in which one expresses their gender. If you affirm a friend by calling them by their chosen name, you can go to prison for affirming their gender identity. If a kind stranger from the internet gives refuge to a trans person who is being abused and raped at home, the bill calls it kidnapping, even if the refuge is consensual. Again, consent is immaterial to the bill. My friend, Jay, a trans woman who escaped forced sex work last year, has been living in the refuge of a cis person's family. I need to mention it's a cis person's family because a lot of people, including healthcare professionals, where trans persons unexpectedly find kindness, are often cis. And it is also this sociality of care that is threatened. Anyway, while my friend was out on a walk in her neighborhood, she was traced and kidnapped by the police and pushed into sex work again. She somehow managed to escape a second time. In a country where the state is the one doing the kidnapping, what does it mean to give it further legitimacy under law? This is not a rhetorical question. In my friend's case, the police stalked her till they found a time and place to kidnap her into the car, harass her, and return her to forced sex work. If this bill is implemented, they don't need stealth. They have the authority to tear down the door of your apartments and do that. With the threat of police looming, options for refuge will vanish. I want to mention Mahira, a trans woman and activist, a friend who we lost in the beginning of this year to familial violence and medical neglect. She died of multiple health complications, of which the fatal one was tuberculosis meningitis that precipitated from AIDS. The day after she died, her brother called me, demanding to know why we called her Mahira and why her health degenerated so drastically. I told him she was called Mahira because that's what she wished to be called. It's the name she chose for herself. It was as simple as that. He couldn't accept that. He kept referring to her by her dead name and kept asking, how can you call a boy by a girl's name? As to why her health degenerated so drastically, it was because he thrashed her a few months ago before she passed, and her health went to shit after that. She could barely walk. When he heard that, he shifted the blame to the friends that cared for her all these years she was escaping family. He said it was AIDS that killed her, and it is because of us that she got AIDS. He said this for two reasons. Firstly and foremostly, to delude his own conscience of his complicity in his sister's murder. Secondly, more direct to this bill, to construct a narrative around shifting the responsibility of her death from himself to the friends that she found love and care in. Under this bill, his blame would find legal legitimacy. Instead of living with his damned soul, he can outsource and clear his conscience in the court of law. To summarize, this bill is giving legislation to maintain trans people's destitution. The bill, much like Native families, calls policing care. As Albertina said earlier, it is appropriating language. It calls medical care forced conversion. It calls saving life kidnapping. It wants trans people to die in their natal houses, in the streets. It takes away the one thing that we are left with, our right to expression. Trans people abandon the world to be trans. This bill takes away that also.
Thank you so much, Nishi. Next, we have San, who is also an educator.
Hi everyone, my name is San and I'm an educator. A couple of years ago, I had the privilege to meet a mother of two transgender teenagers, and this mother supports her children, and which is such a rare thing, as many people have addressed already. A lot of trans people, trans children are thrown out into the streets if they are not beaten up or worse in their natal families. So we need to understand how rare it is to even have a parent like this who is supporting her two children. And I'm here to read out a letter that this mother has written, an open letter to the government of India, and let's see what she has to say. I am a cisgender mom to two non-binary teenagers who are Indian and live in India. I'm calling for the Indian government to urgently do everything in its power to promote and protect the civil rights of all persons in India by calling for the rejection of the Transgender Person Protection of Rights Amendment Bill 2026. This bill will subject trans and non-binary people to immeasurable trauma, hardship, harassment, and public denouncement of their identities, while also informing the general public through law that the trans community cannot be trusted and encourage crimes with impunity against a marginalized and increasingly vulnerable community. I appeal to the government to reject this bill and instead focus on much needed programs that support the full inclusion and protection of transgender and non-binary people through educational programs and awareness campaigns within medical and legal institutions and civil society that helps safeguard our trans and non-binary children. Needless to say, these awareness initiatives should always be overseen and guided by members of the trans community and to ensure the accuracy of its content. My children are regular children who do regular things and they lead regular lives. Their only crime, if this bill is passed, is that they know who they are and want to lead an honest life that's true to themselves. Nobody has the right to take away their autonomy, dictate their gender identity and how they should lead their lives. It's personal and nobody's business, no different from what a parent with a cisgender child would expect or tolerate. Additionally, this bill criminalizes primary caregivers and support groups, which includes parents. My kids and I are terrified at the possibility that my children, whom I love more than life itself, will be taken from me because I chose to do the right thing and provide a happy, wholesome life for them. The care given to children and youth with gender dysphoria is tailored to their specific needs by a team of highly trained healthcare providers, including pediatricians, mental health specialists, and endocrinologists. We care for our kids deeply and should be supported, not criminalized for being good parents. Transgender kids all across the country are listening to what you say and watching what you do. The act of writing bills like this, holding hearings and casting votes sends a direct message to them. You aren't real to us. We don't believe you when you tell us who you are. Your existence is dangerous to the other kids around you. For shame! We are okay if you feel lonely, isolated, and unwelcome. We are willing to take away even the smallest concessions that have been made for you because we have power and you don't. Research shows that gender-affirming care and a climate of inclusivity provides long-term mental health benefits for transgender people, including a reduction in suicidal ideation. We've lost so many precious lives to suicide because of our hatefulness and bigotry. Shame on those who have and are enabling this, and shame on those who witness in silence. You are enablers. This bill blatantly denies protection to the trans community. Instead, government officials are given the right to traumatize you by requiring for trans and non-binary people to explain and justify their genders in a public setting in front of government-appointed medical committees and bigoted officials. I am infuriated with this bill, and you should be too, because this is an attempt for politics to infringe on a person's freedom of self-determination. If this bill is passed, it will empower corrupt entities to target everyone's right to freedom eventually. Nobody is safe with these policies. This bill also alarmingly attempts to punish persons within and outside the transgender community who help destitute trans and non-binary people access care and support when they have nowhere else to go, and seeks to punish them and harm a population of people already marginalized by stigma, bullying, and harassment. Can you believe that? It takes away from someone who has nowhere to go, whose birth family has thrown them out, often when they are minors on the streets whose life is now at great risk from being raped, trafficked, and killed. This bill ensures that this person is left alone and defeated. How can anyone be okay with this? Another reason this bill should be viewed with skepticism is that it was drafted with no meaningful consultation with transgender communities, the stakeholders whose lives will be directly and adversely impacted. There are clauses in this bill that require for a trans person to prove their gender based on a set of criteria that is not a reality within the trans community. Many transgender people experience gender dysphoria and some seek medical treatments such as hormone replacement therapy, gender affirming surgeries, or psychotherapy. Not all transgender people desire these treatments and some cannot undergo them for financial or medical reasons. Will these people then be denied their gender identity? Trans people just want to exist. Why is that so hard for the cisgender community to accept? Where is the inclusivity, the compassion, the humanity? What has happened to our empathy? It is important to note that those who support the subjugation and atrocities on another human are perpetuating a climate of violence that will surely come straight back to their own loved ones in some form or the other. We are never safe and we will never be at peace while creating unsafe environments for others. I call on government policymakers to immediately reject this bill that creates a heartbreakingly unsafe and degrading life for an already struggling, marginalized community and instead commit to meaningfully advancing policies that equally support all citizens. Please stop abusing our kids by creating legislations that target them. Please listen to us. Our kids' lives are at stake. Signed, a concerned mother.
This is done, so we are moving on to the coverage of the bill itself. We are going to start off with the print's coverage. For people who do not know, we have been covering it for quite a while. But the print has the best form of coverage, if I am not wrong.
Introduced in Parliament on Friday could fundamentally A bill introduced in Parliament on Friday could fundamentally change who the Indian state recognizes as transgender and who it doesn't. The Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Amendment Bill 2026 was tabled in the Lok Sabha by Social Justice Minister Virendra Kumar. And while the government says it's about bringing clarity to a vague law, critics say it could quietly dismantle right that took years of struggle to win. I'm Vrinda Tulsian and you're watching The Print. To understand what's changed and why it matters, we need to go back to where this all began. It's 2014. The Supreme Court delivers what becomes known as the Nalsa Judgment, a landmark ruling that recognizes transgender persons as a third gender, directs the government to provide reservations and welfare measures,
Hey,
and crucially holds that a person
cool.
has the right to self-identify their gender. No surgery required, no medical certificate, no government approval. The court said the Constitution guarantees it. That judgment set the stage for legislation, but getting a law passed took 5 more years, and they weren't smooth years. A 2016 version of the bill was met with protest from the transgender communities across the country. The core objection: it required a district magistrate to certify whether someone was transgender. Activists said that handed a bureaucrat the power to decide something the Supreme Court had said was a fundamental right. After sustained pressure, the bill was revised. The Transgender Persons Protections of Right Act was finally passed in 2019. It was imperfect. Many in the community still had reservations, but it represented a floor, a legal baseline. It defined transgender persons broadly. Anyone whose gender doesn't match the gender assigned at birth, including trans men, trans women, genderqueer individuals, those with intersex variations, and those with socio-cultural identities like Hijra, Kinnar, Aravani, and Jogta. And it explicitly said under Section 4, Part 2, that a recognized transgender person has a right to a self perceived gender identity. That section is now proposed to be deleted. So, what exactly does the 2026 amendment propose? There are three major changes worth unpacking: the definition, the procedures, and the penalties. Under the new bill, the term transgender
I will do it after all of this, not before. This is more important right now.
person would be restricted to two categories. First, people with specific socio-cultural identities, Hijra, Kinnar, Aravani, Jogta, eunuch, or people born with medically recognized intersex variations. Variations in chromosomes, genitalia, hormones, gonadal development, biological markers, in other words. Second, and this is the part that's unusual, the bill also defines as a transgender person anyone who has been forcibly made to assume a transgender identity. Someone abducted, mutilated, castrated, subjected to hormonal procedures against their will. This is clearly aimed at a documented pattern of trafficking and coercion, particularly involving the Hijra community. But here's what falls outside the new definition: trans men, trans women, genderqueer individuals, and anyone whose identity is self perceived rather than biologically or culturally determined. The bill's statement of objects and reasons puts it plainly. Protection under this act is for those
Good, goddamn, that's like privacy policy. Imagine someone wants to live by themselves, go through. Yes, exactly. Plus, also, because of this bill, if you are someone who's trying to help a trans person, you can be charged with 2 years of jail. I am not joking.
facing exclusion due to biological reasons for no fault and no choice of their own. And it goes further. The definition shall not include, and it says, shall never have been so included, persons with different sexual orientations or self perceived sexual identities. That last phrase is significant. It's not just prospective, it's retrospective. The government is not just changing the law going forward, it's saying this is what the law
Are you talking to
always
Twitch chat?
meant.
Yes.
That raises an
I was
immediate
talking to
legal
Twitch chat. I was talking to the Twitch chat as well. Like I'm talking to Twitch chat. That is true. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter this time, making sure it goes everywhere.
question.
Also, Faustin, if you want to discuss this, you can come on the stream. Also, Willow. Request to speak. I anyway need a moderator.
Hundreds of people have already obtained identity certificates under the 2019 Act on the basis of self identification. What happens to them? The bill doesn't say. And constitutional law experts are already asking whether a retrospective redefinition of this kind can survive judicial scrutiny, particularly given that the
Yes, I know.
Supreme Court's Nalsa judgment, which has never been overturned, explicitly recognized self perceived gender identity as a constitutional right. Now to the procedural changes, and here too there's a gatekeeping concern. Under the existing law, a person applies to a district
Not to be too mean about this, but you change your PFP so many times. I had to make sure that I know who this person is.
magistrate for an identity
Like
certificate.
I had to be like,
The
no, that
2026
is
bill
E
inserts
that's
a new
Faustin.
step, a
That is
medical board headed by a
Einar
chief medical
on
officer or deputy chief medical
Discord.
officer whose recommendation the district magistrate must examine before issuing the certificate. The magistrate can also bring in additional
Willow,
medical
it's not
experts if
compulsory,
they
don't
deem it
worry.
necessary. Transgender rights lawyers point out that this is almost precisely the kind of medical gatekeeping the Supreme Court warned
Yeah.
against in Nalsa. The court said gender identity is a matter of self determination, not medical diagnosis. On the other side of the ledger, there is one procedural gain in the bill. A person issued an identity certificate will now have the explicit right to change their first name in their birth certificate and all official documents. That's a practical fix to a gap that had caused real problems. People caught in administrative limbo with mismatched documents. The third major area is penalties, and here the government has a stronger case to make. The 2019 Act prescribed a maximum of 2 years in prison for offenses against transgender persons, forced labor, denial of access to public spaces, physical abuse, sexual abuse, economic abuse. 2 years across the board, regardless of the severity of the act. The 2026 amendment retains a 2-year ceiling for those existing offences but builds an entirely new layer of serious crimes on top. If someone kidnaps an adult and causes grievous bodily harm through mutilation, castration, surgery, or hormonal procedures with the intent of forcing them to assume a transgender identity, the minimum sentence is 10 years. The maximum is life. The minimum fine is 2 lakh rupees. For the same offense against a child, the sentence is life imprisonment, mandatory. The minimum fine is 5 lakh rupees. Compelling anyone through force or deception to present as transgender and then exploiting them through begging or servitude, 5 to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. For children, 10 to 14 years. The government's reasoning is that existing law, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, the Juvenile Justice Act, addresses bits and pieces of these wrongs separately, but no provision treats the full combination of abduction, bodily harm, and forced identity assumption as a single unified offense. The amendment creates that unified offense. But there is a tension that legal observers have noted. The bill creates life imprisonment for forcing someone into transgender identity. It still caps punishment at 2 years for physically or sexually abusing an actual transgender person. That disparity is likely to face hard questions in the parliament. Here's where things stand. The bill has been introduced, it hasn't been passed, it will now go through the
Hey Slayer, how are you doing?
legislative process, committee, scrutiny, debate, and a vote. What's already clear is that this amendment is not a minor technical fix. It touches the definitional core of the 2019 Act, removes the right the Supreme Court said was constitutionally guaranteed, adds a layer of medical authority over identity recognition, and creates a new criminal framework with punishments ranging from 6 months to life. The government says it is targeting benefits more precisely and building stronger protections against coercion. Its critics say it is using the language of protection to narrow who deserves it. 7 years ago, the Nalsa judgment told the Indian state that every person has the right to define themselves. The question this bill puts before Parliament is whether that right still stands.
We are just going through everyone who has spoken about it. This is the wire next. This is going to be an extremely long stream. We are going to be here as long as possible today, or as long as my back gives out. I'm already on like a lot of paracetamol. Anyway.
A new bill was tabled to amend the 2019 Act and to redefine the meaning of what it means to be a transgender person. It leaves out trans men, trans women, non-binary, and gender fluid individuals. And it also goes back on the right to self-determination.
They are like changing the definition. So the definition, when we look at it the broader level, they are saying like Hijra, Kinner, Aravani. This all the identities like Hindutva mythology. Tell name. Like Aravani in Tamil Nadu, we are not using the Aravani term. They want to impose their Hindutva ideology on us. Our identity is our rights. They don't have a rights to define our identity. Erase our identity, it erases our history, it erases our, whatever the rights we want. They don't talk about our education rights. They're not talking about our employment rights. They're not talking about our reservation rights. They're not talking about how to protect trans kids from their family. So we completely and strongly oppose this bill. We don't want this Hindutva patriarchy bill.
Hi, welcome to The Wire. This is Sharmita Kaur. It has been 12 years since the Supreme Court recognized the transgender identity and laid down that self-determination of gender is an integral part of personal autonomy and self-expression. And it's also been over half a decade since a law was enacted, the Transgender Persons Protection of Right Act in 2019, for the legal recognition of transgender individuals. This had drawn some criticism over its requirement for a mandatory medical certificate but it was still considered an important milestone. However, now on March 13th, a new bill was tabled to amend the 2019 Act and to redefine the meaning of what it means to be a transgender person. This bill proposes to describe them under select socio-cultural identities, such as Kinnar, Hijra, Aravane, and Jogta, or eunuch, or people with intersex variations and people who have congenital variations. However, it leaves out trans men, trans women, non-binary, and gender fluid individuals. And it also goes back on the right to self-determination. I have Grace Banu with me today, who has worked for many years on the rights of transgender individuals, and also played a central role in the enactment of the 2019 Act. So Grace, welcome to The Wire.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much.
So the government has tabled this new amendment bill, and it changes the definition and makes it very restrictive. So, and they have also said that it is being done for the benefit of what they call genuine oppressed persons. So, what are your views on this bill?
This so from the beginning onwards, when the 2020 the 19 Transgender Act was passed, so that bill also has a lot of definition issues because in the beginning, and they said the transgender means partially male nor partially female, wholly male nor wholly female. So this kind of definition they had. So after we fought a lot, finally they changed. They came up with the NALSA judgment. This bill again they are like changing the definition. So the definition, when we look at it the broader level, they are saying like Hijra, Kinner, Aravani, those this all the identities like Hindutva mythology. Tell name. Like Aravani in Tamil Nadu, we are not using the Aravani term. We are using the Tirunangai and Tirunambi term. That is like self-respectful word, and it's on the government record also. So why they are not using that words? They are using only Aravani. The Aravani means it's a Hindu mythological name.
Right.
So again, it shows like they want to impose their Hindutva ideology on us. Our identity is our rights. They don't have a rights to define our identity.
Right.
So we completely and strongly oppose this bill. We don't want this Hindutva patriarchy bill.
Right. Similar protests were also seen in 2019 before the passage of the act over the same issues. Even in that act, there was the scope of self-identification was limited.
Sorry, the mic was muted. So this is only for one person because I just remembered. E. Dot or Faustin on YouTube. Did you check Discord? Please check Discord. I send you something.
But it was still passed in the parliament. Now that, they're again seeking an amendment to it, do you think that, over the years, so many activists who have worked so hard to have these laws implemented on ground to for the rights of transgender people, do you think it erases that?
Yeah, definitely. It's erase our identity. It's erases our history. It's erases our, whatever the rights we want. They don't talk about our education rights. They're not talking about our employment rights. They're not talking about our reservation rights. They're not talking about how to protect trans kids from their family, because within our own family we are facing domestic violence, domestic abuses, but they're not amendment those kind of issues. They're not focusing on that. They're always focusing on our identity. So definitely it's gonna be a race or entire thing. We had fight a lot, so many years.
Yes.
So many years we fought a lot, and after they came up with the small changes, even though we agreed that okay, whatever the changes they made it, and it was in the, it was implemented in the various states. But now, super, you know, super, our dignity is gone. They are going to erase our dignity. They are going to erase our livelihood. They are going to erase our identity. They are going to erase, they are going to criminalize my community. So again, we have to fight. This has been like more than a decade. This part started, but now we have to do it again.
Right. So you've already said.
So every day our life is going to be like fight.
Yes. You've already said that even in the definition that the government is providing in the amendment, you've said that it stems from a Hindutva ideology. Do you think it's also coming from a place of transphobia or even misogyny for that matter?
Yeah, obviously, definitely they have the transphobia, but and also mostly the Brahmanical patriarchal ideology. So that's they are having. That's why this kind of deficits came.
So the bill also has a very vague definition in terms of the protection against abuse. And it
Yeah.
introduces some penalties and some stricter penalties also in terms of the ones that were already there in the act. But the new introductions involve, so what they have called it are acts involving coercion, deception, or inducement in relation to gender affirming procedures. I mean, I want to know, like, this is a very broad definition. So, do you think this will actually help transgender persons, I mean, the community, or can it be
No,
misused?
it's not going to be help anyway, and it's going to be criminalize all the trans persons who are supporting a fellow trans persons, because we don't have a family, we have our own natural family. So this is gonna be like, I mean, our chosen family, sorry, our chosen family. So this is going to be affect our chosen family members. If anybody have a issue with other fellow trans persons, so definitely they are going to be misuse this act. And the offenses and penalty, persons who are abused against me, that person, it's like 6 months to 2 years it's present. But when the same community, within our own community, when we have the issues, that is like 6 months to 12 years, 14 years, up to, and with penalty. So this is like obviously showing like they wants to criminalize the trans person, trans community, and it's completely injustice for us.
Right. So what do you mean by they want to criminalize the transgender community?
Means, so for example, we have a chosen family. If a guru or chela, I mean, mother and daughter, they have an issue. They wants to file a complaint against guru, the mother. So definitely they can misuse this act.
Right. Okay. So the bill is also going to be taken up in the parliament next week.
Yeah.
What do you expect is going to happen? Is it going to be the same as
In front of
So there is an addendum over here. The bill, this is a week back, a day back. The why did this? Maybe the record this is a week back. The problem here is that the bill is going to be presented on the 23rd. So it's tomorrow. That's a problem. We have seen the people who wrote the bill are not budging. They are absolutely horrendous. They are fucking assholes, if I say so myself. We'll get to it eventually, but let's continue this.
in front of all the humans, great human rights violation is going to be happen. So the people, all other fellow humans, they are always keeping silence is their solidarity to us. So we are like super sad because we have a fear with the Brahmanical patriarchy persons who are in the power. So still we are fighting. Still we are fighting. Till last minute we are going to be fight because we are strongly believe the constitution, Baba Sahib Ambedkar constitution. So definitely our fight is not going to be end, but there again, a cis community are going to be choose our identity. So this is like very hard. I mean, very. Yeah, I'm saying like very upset. So super upset of this. This is gonna be happen because yeah, we saw a lot of bills like CAA, like all other bills are all other anti-humanized bill. This people are passed in the parliament. So again, fascism is going to be happen in the name of love. So till last breath, we are going to be fight.
Right. Okay. And so if the bill is passed, what do you think will be the next steps in this?
As I said, we are believing the constitution. So we are going to move the court. We are going to knock the court. We are fight with the Baba Sahib Ambedkar constitutions with the articles, and yeah, our fight is going to be very like all other different ways.
Right. Anything else that you would like to say about this? Anything else that you would like to add?
Yes, thank you. Dear civil society people, in front of you, a great human rights violence is going to be happen. Break your silence, open your mouth, open your voice to give the solidarity to trans persons.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you.
Next is News Laundry.
Thanks from every week I tell you all.
If you want to come up here and speak okay, maybe no, I'm not mute. If you want to come up here and speak your mind, you can. The discussion is open on Twitter. Just join the space. You will be given a mic. There are certain rules around it that you can't go away from the discussion. But that is about it.
That subscription per month is just 500 rupees. Let's start with Kerala this week. Kerala Assembly Elections 2026 update. We will be bringing lots of news from the ground. The Transgender Persons Amendment Bill, which was introduced in the Lok Sabha on the 13th of March. So we'll directly jump into the discussion because we have got two guests in the studio. Arvind Naren. Arvind is the founder of the Alternate Law Forum in Bengaluru. He was part of the team of lawyers who challenged Section 377 of the IPC. He was part of the challenge right from the High Court in 2009 to the Supreme Court in 2018. Welcome, Arvind, to South Central. And joining Arvind is Rumi Harish. Rumi Harish is a musician, a queer, trans, masculine and social justice activist based in Bengaluru and also a consultant with the Alternate Law Forum. So this is like a surrogate ad for ALF. Everybody come and work at ALF. Yeah. So Arvind, quickly, the protests are happening across the country, but I think a lot of people are also a little confused as to what is the problem, right? Because the government is presenting this amendment as protecting rights. Tell us, what are the problems with the amendment?
Right. You have to begin from 2014 when the Supreme Court passed the judgment Nalsa versus Union of India. And the judgment recognized the right of the transgender community to self-identification. So, for example, when you say the Indian Constitution has the right to freedom of speech and expression, they read the right to expression as including the right to express one's gender. And of course, the understanding is that expressing one's gender is a part of the freedom of expression. It's also closely connected to dignity and selfhood and autonomy. That's the framework which we had. Following that judgment, we had the introduction of a bill, Private Member's Bill by Tiruchi Shiva, on the protection of transgender persons' rights, which is a very expansive bill, which unfortunately didn't get passed. Finally, what got passed is the 2018 law, which is the Protection of Transgender Persons' Rights Act. And while at that time, there was a lot of opposition from the community to the bill because it did not fully capture the right to self-determination of gender identity. It did not fully capture that particular right. But what it did is encompass the idea of a transgender as a very broad identity. It included traditional identities like Jogta, Kinnar, Hijra, and Aravani. It also included trans man, trans woman, and included the intersex community as well. So very expansive understanding and a definition. So what this 2026 amendment does is narrows the definition down. It says transgender today means only traditional social identities such as Hijra, Aravani, Kinnar, and Jogta. And they specifically say it does not include trans man and trans woman. So if what we see as the diversity of the transgender community is sought to be narrowed down, put within this frame of being a traditional identity. That's the fundamental problem. Because if you say rights flow from the law, and you're defining the beneficiaries so very narrowly, then it's a huge problem. As my friend Rumi often makes the point, that if you look at the trans male community, they don't have a traditional identity. The trans women identity, trans women have some traditional identities. So the trans male community falls entirely outside the law. Again, the point is this, right? You recognize rights for a certain period of time, since 2014 onwards. Now you're taking those rights back. And rights once granted or recognized should not be allowed to be taken back. That's the fundamental problem we have. Again, think of it as younger people coming to the fore. Suddenly you're told that you're not a transgender person anymore because the law doesn't recognize you, because the only transgender people are traditional conventional identities. Again, there's two more problems I have, but do you want me to go into that, or do we?
No, I want to ask first, I know you want to talk about the self-identification process itself. Rumi, I want to ask you, from what Arvind was saying, that the rights were given and then they're being taken away. Basically, they're trying to erase a lot of people, right? But how did self-identification work in the last few years?
See, we have a constitution which actually supports self-identification either way. But it was officially recognized through the NALSA judgment. And we needed that kind of official recognition. Until then, we used to have a lot. So the thing is, it was very interesting that while we were talking about the rights of transgenders, we were also evolving the rights of transgenders in terms of creatively thinking how it has to be like any other people's rights. And so when the NALSA judgment came and the NALSA, the Trans Act came, we actually, with experience and research and things like this, especially the work on ground, we had gone quite far. Even certain things that the court could not think or the other people could not imagine. Like in 2009, I remember clearly from ALF, two very important people, Gautam and Ranganathan and Sunil Mohan, drafted the first name and gender change procedure, the process and
Yes, India Motherland. Yes, that is true. Qatar investment.
everything, which started off like that it could be done in this manner. So this is like as abysmally going back.
Nah, fuck Israel.
A lot of research gone like lost types.
Arvind, if I could focus on the self-identification part of it. Again, we're going to talk about gays in our next conversation, but here the gays is medical, biological, legal, rather than how one views themselves. How would that work, and why is that so problematic? Because the amendment lays down certain rules in which the self-identification has to happen. Yeah. Identification, no longer self, has to happen.
Yeah, one point to clarify before that is the range of protections what I've indicated is already narrowed down. So the only people who are entitled to protection under this law are the 4 traditional identities, as well as the intersex, people who identify as intersex, as well as those who are coerced or forced to being transgender. These are the 3 categories which are there. Referring to the point of self-identification, you note that it only applies to these groupings. It does not apply to trans man, trans woman who are outside the framework. So the only people referring to in terms of self-identification, Hijra, Kinnar, Jokta and Aravani.
No, so you're saying even those slabs of, go to the doctor, go to this, that also will apply only to the social cultural identities.
Yeah. That is the very, very important point to note. So again, when the argument is made that it's for these communities, I'm like, no, it's against these communities. These communities, if you're saying they're traditional communities, why on earth do they need to get a certificate from a doctor saying that they've gone through a surgical intervention, etc., etc. As community members will share, not all traditional identities go through a surgical intervention. And again, the language is really offensive. Language is not surgical intervention.
The BJP MP support this. Obviously, everyone else is in opposition. The guy who's the social worker turned Minister of Social Justice, the fucking fuckturd, is the one who's supporting this. He's a coward who couldn't even show his face to the community when he drafted this. Rather, he sent this random person over there.
I mean, I'm putting it. They're saying amputation, they're saying mutilation, they're saying eunuch. This is language which the act is actually utilizing. So again, going back to the point, these traditional, firstly, the transgender community from this broad spectrum is narrowed down. It includes intersex, includes the 4 traditional identities, includes those who are coerced into being transgender. These are the three groupings involved. Among these three groups,
Against who? Against what happened to the FIR against him? I don't think he has an FIR against him. I checked affidavits. The minister doesn't have anything. There is a FIR of graping by his appointment. The person he appointed to lead instead of him within the region where he's supposed to be the MLA from, because he was head of the ministry. That person has a rape allegation against him for graping a 7-year-old. This is not me making shit up. You can check this out. The appointment by Virendra Kumar Kharki, if I'm getting his name right, his appointment is accused of raping a 7-year-old.
groupings. Now you're saying, if you say, I want now a certificate as a transgender person, you first go and get a certificate from this board. The board includes both medical officials as well as government officials. So you get a certificate, whatever difficulty, you get a certificate from this board. Your job is not done. You got that certificate, you take that certificate and then go present it before the district magistrate. District magistrate now has the power. He can say, maybe I'll recognize it, maybe I won't. So the two levels which apply to these traditional identities to get that certificate finally. So as far as the act does a service to nobody, to whom it does a greater disservice, is the only question I'd really debate.
No, so let's say somebody from a traditional community, they will also get the certificate only if they have gone through a medical procedure.
Absolutely. That's the important point to recognize.
The government in the bill, the stated intent, as it has been reported, is they've said that they're trying to protect us, those who are facing severe social exclusion due to biological reasons. So there is, of course, everybody, like you said, will be targeted in different ways, but does it also create an artificial hierarchy within the community? Biological reason, non-biological reason, like they're just trying to create these slabs.
See, the thing is, the government understanding of biological reason means that they think every transgender is because of a biological reason. They have collapsed the difference between transgender and the intersex. So that's where this whole word, the usage of the word ubhayalingi comes. What do you mean ubhayalingi? We can't live in two genders. We shift from one to another, or other to another, or you are somewhere in the journey. How do you so ubhayalingi is very clearly an intersex term. Why are you using the term intersex to every transgender? So that is where the idea comes from, and that is why the grouping is also thought of in that manner.
What the other problem is, of course, how it talks about coercion, right? It almost reminded me of the anti-conversion law, where anybody can oppose if somebody wants to convert, even if it's for marriage, a family member or anybody can come and oppose. Even here, they're saying that coercion, if somebody is coerced to become a trans person, which actually opens up the possibility of any person just coming and complaining, especially the biological family, saying that they're being coerced. One thing that we often deal with as journalists, the calls that I get the most are, like when young people have left their houses because they are in these relationships and the police are not helping them. That's when I normally get calls from some of the groups working with them saying that, can you call the police and talk to them, right? So it is the biological family which is against them. And the law is going to give them a weapon to complain against any of the others who help them, right?
It's also the myth, of it's perpetrating or it's like doing more of propaganda for the myth of like how it is understood that hijras kidnap people and castrate. It's just the same.
It's a great analogy. I hadn't thought of it quite that way, because you look at the language here. It's force, allurement, inducement, deceit, undue influence.
Same thing, same language.
This is the anti-conversion law uses. And during the debates in the anti-conversion law, we always ask the question, what do you mean by the question of inducement? If I promise you a place in heaven, is that inducement? Right? What is inducement? What is undue influence? Right? If somebody is an older person, somebody is a younger person, is that undue influence? Right? So all of these questions, as you put your finger on the point, right? That is the point. if you're a trans person and you want to go through a conversion and you want to go through to a transition, you want to go to a transition and your parents oppose it, your parents now have a law which is going to help them to file a case or to against anybody who dares to help you go through this transition. So it's a great analogy. So I think you also got to the heart of it, because the heart of the law is a deep discomfort with the question of, again, the slogan of the trans movement, my body, my right. The idea that your body is your right, they have a great discomfort with. The point is, your body is a biological entity, you're born with it. What do you mean by my body, my right? You have no right to change it. You have no right to move from one position to the other. There's no question of choice. The moment choice comes in, rights goes out of the window. That's what this law in effect is telling you. If you are there in the traditional identity, then to an extent, again, as I described, to an extent, your rights will be recognized because we have pity for you. Once you start asserting the question of rights, once you say my body, as Rumi often tells me, my body, my right, come, you have no rights because it's undue influence.
Yeah. No, and also this, I think if you look at the amendment, it also comes out very clearly that it is built upon a popular myth about the concept of transgenders rather than a well-researched academic paper or well-researched work or judgments or any such thing. It is built on popular myth. Otherwise, how will you have such words?
I want to supplement that point because it's a very important point Rumi is making. Because see, the question again, the questions you're asking is a fair question, right? I mean, this is what the government is saying. The government is saying it's meant to protect. Is that so? What Rumi's point is, where's your research? Where's your evidence? Where's your consultation? How do we know where this is coming from? You've given us no evidence that there's a misuse of the law. You've given us no evidence that the large majority of transgender people are those who are coerced into becoming transgender. That's your assumption, that's in your head, and you dare apply that on the entire community. So that's, I think, the core of the problem. The lack of transparency, lack of integrity, lack of any kind of honesty as far as the bill is concerned.
Now, I have maintained this all the time, that this government is the biggest liar on record. When the digital media rules were brought in a few years ago, there were 2 or 3 union ministers who had a press conference and they said the reason why digital media rules are being brought in is because there's a lot of child pornography and women being harassed and assaulted, and those visuals are being used everywhere. That's not the reason why they brought digital media rules. The veneer of protection is just a lie that they use to actually do something entirely different. They want to target a section of people. It was the digital media in that case. It is the trans people in this case. But I don't understand the politics. What is it? Are we going the MAGA way? Because this is something very out of the blue, right? This is not something too expected also.
But there's another thing from what you guys were talking about, how this resembles the anti-conversion law. It looks like, while we were wondering what could be the political motivation behind this even, it looks like on the surface just consolidation of power, right? Because your district administration now has the power over your life. Your medical superintendent, again belonging to the government, has more power. So anybody else has power over you except yourself. So it's in that same direction.
No, the earlier rules, Trans Act rules, had just created the same thing. Like the power was in the hands of district magistrate.
If you like to talk something, discuss something, get on the mic.
And the medical fraternity and all that. So even me to get my TGID card, I had to go through this process. But now it is like directly in their hands.
And you've erased a lot of people from even getting that card.
My initial affidavit of saying I am this is gone. I'm not even saying that. There's no space for me to say that.
What could the political motivation be for this?
There's a certain, your point of consolidation, a certain kind of identity, certain way of thinking seems to be at the heart of this. The government is deeply discomfortable or uncomfortable with the notion of rights. That's what we gather from this. They don't want to recognize the rights of particularly grouping seen as, within quotes, Western, within quotes, non-traditional. So they're okay with the transgender community to the extent that it has a traditional rooting. If you're outside tradition, you have no rights. If you draw your inspiration, as Rumi just indicated, from the Constitution, you have no rights. If you draw your inspiration from the Ramayana or the Mahabharata, you may have some rights.
Yeah. So what happens to everyone very technical question. I mean, this is still not it's not passed, but it will be because they have the brute numbers unless there is a large protest and, like the farmers' law, they had to go back on it. But let us say, God forbid, this does become the law. What happens to everybody who's gotten their identification till now?
That's the great question. That's the great question. Then I'll keep on.
None of us don't know because I got into this surgery and transition very late in life at 47. After having worked for it 20 years, then I did my surgery. Within 5 years, it is changing. So it's like, it's really giving me the jitters in terms of what will happen to my identity, what will happen to my bank accounts, what will happen to my existence, what will happen to my voting powers, what will happen to my... So will all my civil rights be taken away? Will all my fundamental rights be taken away? What will happen? Fundamental rights might not be touched, right?
Yes, you don't know. Technical way of answering this would be that this law, there is no retrospective application.
Doesn't have.
It doesn't state that, that we will reopen the question of identities and identities or cards which have been granted in the past. It will apply from the date it comes into force, technically.
But I think some of the states will oppose, like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, who all have, much more progressive laws when it comes to this. I think they will also oppose, right, in court. But I was talking to someone yesterday from the community, and she was saying that she was sounding very dejected, obviously, and she was saying that I don't know if there will be any relief from the court, because if you go back to the Nalsa judgment, the court did give the government power to come up with the law, right? So the court can say that this is...
The clarification is the court laid down certain fundamental principles.
So you're saying there is hope?
Yeah, of course. The principles are very clear. That is self-recognition of gender identity is the principle. The problem we had with the 2019 Act is been fully recognized that principle. And the problem we'll have with this amendment is does away the principle completely. Not only do you have the Nalsa judgment of 2014, you have the Jane Kaushik judgment of 2025 by Justice Padriwala, which again recognizes the rights of the transgender community. So there's a strong strand in the Supreme Court jurisprudence, which is rights recognizing or recognizing rights of transgender community. And there's no doubt that this completely takes away the rights which have been recognized till now. So I would think that, if it goes to court, then there is an obligation that the court has to look at this particular law in the light of its own jurisprudence and say that does this or does this not violate the rights of all persons to express the gender of their choice.
No, I think the government has played it very well, right? Keeping I'm just thinking politically, let's say the BJP supporters themselves at some point feel that this law should not have come. They are being told that, look, we are not touching the traditional communities. So if you look at what will a person say, oh, but they are there in Ramayana, they are there in Mahabharata, why are we taking away their rights? Ramayana, Mahabharata people are still covered by the law. It's for the others, right? That's why I said, are we going to inspiration from America, perhaps, where we are also seeing the same thing happening, right? Same thing playing out.
But if you actually look at Ramayana Mahabharata a little more closely, there is a lot of self-identification there too. So if people do, I am just saying for the sake of argument. But I really can't make out what the motivation was, like we've seen, because I understand they have these mega projects that they want to finish, the Hindu Rashtra projects and all of that, and most of the things fall in that ambit. This, I don't know where, except for the fact that they don't like individual rights. That is the only thing I can see.
No, I think there is one more thing. So a lot of people had started using this term called third gender.
The thing here is that when it comes to a fascist ideology, they start with transgender rights when they're starting because they're easiest to subjugate. This thing is going to get blown up into other people's rights as well. They are testing the waters on how much can we push the law. How many people can we make illegal within this? So we can apply the same to Dalits. So we can apply the same to Muslims. It is not hard to say that for them to say you are only a Dalit if you fall under a certain category of Dalits, and other than that you are not Dalit whatsoever. It's not hard to say for them now, like if this passes, that you are only Muslim if you are part of a certain categories of Muslim and everyone else is just, cosplaying. There is no self-determination. after if this law passes. Like, this law is going to be used to oppress the trans, but this law is also going to be used as a pamphlet, as a guidebook to oppressing other communities. What are we going to do if tomorrow, if someone is Dalit or someone is whatever, they say like, oh, these are the only categories of Dalit. Either you're here traditionally in this category, then fine, then you are, if not, then you are not a Dalit. What happens to Dalits who convert to Buddhism? Are they still not Dalits? They are. But if this law is used as a pamphlet, they wouldn't be. That's why they're doing this. They're testing the waters.
First, they were like very fine with two genders. They didn't want to see any other genders apart from two. When suddenly the question of transgenders came, they immediately grouped us all together as third gender. And when we did not group together, come together as third gender and said we are multiple genders, that's when that whole system got toppled. They didn't know how to deal with it. And one of the main reasons, and that is all in the name of sanskar, in the name of, again, this whole very, very being dharmic and all that. So if you are not fitting into their boxes, then you have to be eliminated. No. So now they have very clearly built a third box. Only a few, they will decide who will get into that box.
Conformity.
Yeah. Earlier they said, we'll build third box for you. When we said, no, there will be 10,000 boxes, multiple boxes, or no boxes at all. They couldn't take it. So now they are deciding who is going to be in the box. So it's a very clear strategy.
So I was reading an article in The Wire today. I don't know if you've seen it. It's about what has been happening in the national law colleges. Okay. So the article basically says that the premise of the law, the new law that they were trying to bring, is by saying that the previous law had become unenforceable because self-identification was itself a problem. So because that law became unenforceable, people who needed protection were not getting it. Therefore, we are sort of funneling down the law to just a few people.
So again, if you go to the national law schools or the institutions of higher education, a large number of the transgender community folks who identify as trans man, trans woman, gender fluid, a range of these more what would be called, I think, modern identities. Very few or very rarely your traditional identities who are there in institutions of higher education. So the only question we're discussing is, how do you ensure the protection of the rights of these groupings or these individuals from discrimination? Are they not entitled to protection as well from discrimination? And the law should recognize the right to protection from discrimination, which is what the current 2019 law does. So now we are saying all of these people who are now in colleges are entitled to no protection anymore.
And also when they don't know something that does not exist. Like, for example, they have no sense of the existence of trans men. So they don't exist. What do you mean trans men? Whenever I go to the police stations, almost every time I have to keep explaining what a trans man is. And they will ask, really? Women also become men? This kind of stupidity is what you have to keep addressing. And obviously, this kind of rules will come out of that kind of stupidity only. What else do you expect? Because if you look at the kind of wordings, what is the other one? They don't allow for the words like freedom, choice, or any such thing. And adopt outwardly present transgender identity by mutilation, emasculation, castration, amputation, surgical, chemical. What do you mean chemical? Hormonal procedure. We're also doing hormonal procedures, right?
What is chemical procedure? I don't think they understand the difference between chemicals and hormones, so they probably...
Yeah, so...
They'll just add everything in case it is somewhere there.
So, if you look at the way it is done, it is, like again I'm saying, no research, no study, no understanding. Even and it was the MSJE who sent people for studying about transgenders. Now MSJE comes up with this. I'm surprised how those two documents don't link in their heads.
How shocked is the community now, and is there hope that we can fight this legally?
First thing is we have to figure out how many community people actually know it. It's the ones who have, easy access to information are knowing it. We are really finding it very difficult to take this across to all the communities. A lot of people don't even know something like this happened. So, some of us are like, very shocked, and some of us don't even know. It's like that.
Today, actually, I just came back from a protest at the town hall against a particular bill, and it's really fascinating. The range of communities represented. I could see from my own eyes the Hijra community members, the members of trans men, trans women, gender fluid people. The entire grouping was represented, both cutting across lines of class as well. So really fascinating to see that coalition of people really coming together. And again, for me, I felt the moment was something like 2014, 2013, when we had a reversal of the Delhi High Court judgment, which decriminalized Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code. The same energy was there, as far as I could say, as far as people were concerned. So I think the momentum is really building up in terms of the fact that, this is unacceptable, that this kind of a bill which takes away rights is not something we're going to tolerate. And again, you see that energy coming from a range of sources.
But, Arvind, when you use the word energy also, I'm actually feeling, I feel dejected that this was not a complication we needed now.
No.
We have so many other battles, and why?
You spoke about how farm laws were repealed. Many of us have reported on that the pressure came from external pressures, right, for the government to take such a drastic step, because this is the government that doesn't like admitting they were wrong or looking quote unquote weak. I wonder where the pressure for this will come from, because the way the world is going.
Yeah,
it has to be internal pressure. It has to be pressure which comes from the bottom up.
What can people do? I mean, other than spread information, what do you think? How can people contribute?
I think it's beginning, because the sense I got the energy from this, again, going back to my word energy, from the protest, is you begin by raising your voice against this bill. As many people as possible raising their voice against the bill, reaching out to our political parties. One of the demands which came up is we want the Congress party to take a position on this bill. We want all the opposition parties to take a position on this bill. We want to push the BJP as well, say you take a position on this bill as well. So we have to start that process of lobbying and mobilizing. Again, the reason why I think this community is different is because this community is used to this form of oppression. I mean, how many years
shouldn't
Section
be,
377 be? You tell me how many years was 377 there? 1860. 2009, right? And at that time when we fought it, what did we say? We said, this law will go, but maybe not in our lifetime. That's what we said.
Yeah.
It went in our lifetime. And so now we have to fight again.
No, but we are reintroducing a problem. That's what, there we were solving an issue, right?
Yeah, but he's saying it's a cycle. It'll go.
No, I'm just tired of this freaking cycle.
So I'm saying that we have to, right? We have to, in a sense, mobilize. We have to inspire people to say, you have to fight this law. That's very, very important. If we give in to that sense of tiredness, it can't be the way forward. You have to communicate that undying will to say, we'll fight this law. And that's very, very important,
Actually, I'm feeling very tired. I'm like very exhausted. I don't have any energy, any strength anymore to go ahead, stand in the protest again and again and again. Where is life going on? One thing we managed to take, it's not, and everything is connected. It's also not like, everything is not, gender is not connected with education or something else and something else and something else. But I do have one idea where I'm like seriously urging all the non-BJP states to oppose the law.
Yeah,
and
start with that, yeah.
Oppose the law, because we have a policy.
Yep.
We already have a policy. Is there a way to negotiate that and say that I will not use this law in my state? If something like that can happen.
The only problem is the three major states are going to elections, West Bengal, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
After the elections, I'm sure they will take a stand, and the Congress should be pushed to take a stand. Like at the News Minute, we had a discussion on Monday, and I was saying that we can't just write articles and nobody's going to read a lot of these articles, right? So we are now putting out these small 3-minute Insta videos because that is what a lot of young people connect to. So we have from the community lots of people just opposing the bill. And as a media organization, whatever we can do, right, to just encapsule, because I feel like people want everything in capsules now, encapsule, tell people what is wrong with the bill, reject it. Because in our lifetime, I mean, I don't think this we should allow for.
I agree.
Yeah.
Now, I want to go back to this point of energy since all you guys are thinking on one side, I'm on the other side on this point.
No, I have energy. I just feel like, can I use it for other things?
I want to go back because I came back. My energy is not my energy alone. I came out from the protest. That's the difference between me and you guys, right?
Yeah.
And the protest had precisely what you described, a range of younger people who said passionately saying that this bill we cannot accept. So I think that's the energy one needs to build on. So I think more, again, my point is this, right? A lot of the time, energy comes from a collective process.
Yeah.
The more you are in your own isolated silos, the more you feel depressed, the more you feel vulnerable. The more you're a part of a group, the more the energy really comes in. So I think we have to really build that sense of saying that, this law we have to fight. That's the energy we have to really build. Going back to energy.
Yeah. No, you should have a lot of energy. All of us should have.
No, I think all of us also will. It's just that we go through it in cycles. But
like why now like that, No, but I'm saying from the farm laws, what we also know is that physical protest is also something, I mean, it can't be in silos. And I hope that, somebody's going to cut this portion of South Central and say that Danya is instigating people to protest. Yes, of course.
Yeah,
we should come on the roads and protest. Absolutely no doubt.
No, but also this is a red herring, right? If you think when we say right wing, if they'll only go out after religious minorities or certain, they'll go after everybody who's in any way not a part of the boxes that you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
So this is a cautionary tale that way.
Okay, so thank you, Arvind. Okay, so after that very serious discussion, we first thought we will do some political subject today, but then Pooja and me decided that after that heavy first discussion, we should have something lighter in the second section. I don't know whether it's going to become any lighter because we have joining us with Rumi, Shivani Kawa, our reporter from Bengaluru, and from Kochi, Sukanya Shaji is joining us. Hi, Sukanya.
Hi. Happy to be back.
Okay, so what we're going to discuss is this song, which has now been removed from YouTube and all other platforms.
Just the Hindi version.
Just the Hindi
Yes.
version. It's from this movie called KD Devil. And the song in Hindi is called...
Okay, I'm going to stop here. I don't want to listen to that discussion. This is this is just 4 minutes. This is just an explainer. Whatever. I'm not really sure if there any going to be a new information overall as such here. So again, if you are here, if you're new here, and if you haven't signed the reject trans bill plea that has been there, the link can be found right here. Hey Willow, thanks that you're back. You can sign it over there. It's available. We are going to be online as long as possible. Short videos. All of it is a short video. I need a long one.
The Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Bill 2026 was tabled in Lok Sabha on Friday, 13th March. The bill aims to amend the 2019 Transgender Persons Act. Now, while the government claims that the bill is meant to make the definition more precise and legally clear so that the benefits reach genuine oppressed persons, critics and the LGBTQ community have come out strongly against the bill, calling it regressive and a direct rollback of hard-won rights, warning that it undermines the 2014 NALSA judgment and threatens to erase legal recognition for many transgender people. On 16th March, a press conference was organized against the bill, while a parallel protest took place at Jantar Mantar. News Laundry reached both the spots to understand the matter further. But before we get into the details, here's how the bill changes the 2019 law in 4 key ways. First, it removes the right to self-identify one's gender, a principle that was recognized by the Supreme Court in the NALSA judgment in 2014 and later even included in the 2019 law. Second, it introduces a screening process where a transgender identity certificate can only be issued by the district magistrate after verification by a medical board, something that was aggressively protested against before. Third, it narrows the definition of who qualifies as transgender, focusing on certain socio-cultural identities and specific biological variations, while removing categories like trans men and trans women from the definition. And fourth, it expands the list of offences, including penalising anyone who forces a person to assume a transgender identity through coercion, threat, or inducement. When we went to the ground, this is what people had to say.
Government taking the power from us to define ourselves. We are as the identity of a human being, we are individuals who have our own. हमारे ऊपर ही सिर्फ हक है, हम वो भी हमसे छीना जा रहा है अभी।
कुछ साल पहले नालसा के हिस्टोरिक जजमेंट में एक बहुत बेसिक बात को रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया था कि जेंडर आइडेंटिटी इंसान की सेल्फ परसेप्शन पर बेस्ड होती है। आप खुद को जिस तरीके से देख रहे हो, आपका हक है वो देखना, हर सिटीजन का हक है वो देखना।
Apart from the definition being changed, where trans men, trans women are being excluded, there is also this process of including the medical board.
I need to ask if someone knows the time slot. At what time is this bill going to be discussed on the 23rd? Drop me a text on Discord.
Which was earlier during 2016 when the act was being discussed.
Yeah.
The whole community had protested against a medical board being included, and now that has been added in the this process again in the certification process.
Yes.
So can you just tell me how the certification process exists right now, and how tedious it is, or how lengthy it is, and what changes are they trying to implement to it?
So right now you're required to fill a form to then identify as transgender, TG. Now if you fill that form and then you get clearance on that form, you will get your TG certificate. Now after you getting a TG certificate, then you have to fill another form, and in that form then you have to indicate some kind of a medical intervention, which again came in the rules of the Trans Act post the act itself. So the medical intervention can be something like you go to see a psychiatrist, or if you want to get a laser on your body or your own hormones, anything. So any kind of a medical intervention, you can show that okay, I've gone through some medical intervention, and then you will get a ID card that reflects your gender. So let's say female, so F will come. So that's the process. But again, this process itself right now, it sounds simple, but it's not, because the moment you go to a district magistrate or an office to say that I want to fill the first form itself, they don't understand what you're saying. So a whole lot of work goes into explaining to them what it is. And in doing this work, one thing that everybody has been doing is that they take the Gazette with them.
And now can you tell me what the bill proposes to change in the certification process?
So first of all, definition itself, right? So earlier, let's say, not only trans women, trans men, but also non-binary people, gender non-conforming people, people whose gender identity doesn't necessarily, coincide with other people's ideas of what their gender is, but they self-identify as something. So they could also go and get a TG certificate, and then if they choose to go ahead and get a binary gender certificate, they could do that as well. But now you can't, because only either if you're a Hijra, Kinnar, Aravani or Jogappa, can you go ahead and maybe, ask for this certification in the first place, because the rules aren't come, so I can't really say what the exact procedure will look like. But A is that, but after that also I think you will have to go to a medical board, and then that medical board, if you're getting any gender affirming care done, has to share the information with district authorities. So there's a lot of back and forth between district authorities and medical board on the information of your body. If you look at the penalization again, in the current existing act also, the penalization for any sexual abuse or other kind of harassments to trans persons is from 6 months to 2 years. But cisgendered women is a completely different thing, 2 years to lifetime imprisonment and so on and so forth. The amendment bill, what it does is that it says that okay, now if I am helping a trans person realize their identity or expression or transition, then I can be penalized up to 5 years and fined.
We all help each other because we don't have support from our natal families. And this bill clearly has provisions to criminalize this support structure also. 2014 के बाद और 2019 के बाद भी, नालसा के जजमेंट के बाद खास करके, बहुत सारा इंडिया ने एज अ कंट्री ट्रांस और क्वेयर राइट्स के ऊपर आगे प्रोग्रेस किया है अभी तक, और गवर्नमेंट ने भी गरिमा गृह जैसे अच्छे कदम उठाए हैं, और बहुत सारी सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, एनजीओज, इंडिविजुअल्स गवर्नमेंट के साथ अभी तक ये काम करते आ रहे हैं। इस बिल के वजह से वो पूरा काम और आइडेंटिटीज इरेज होने का बहुत बड़ा धोखा है। इसके लिए हम एक साथ जुड़ के इसके अगेंस्ट प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हेल्पलाइन जो हम चलाते हैं, ये 3 दिन से इंडिया से लोगों के, मुझे भी पर्सनली, हम लोगों को, जो भी लोग हैं सबको कॉल्स आ रहे हैं, लोग पैनिक में हैं। कोई लोगों ने जॉब के जगह पे अपना डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का एप्लीकेशन किया, अभी ये बिल के वजह से लोग डरे हुए, उसका क्या होगा। लोगों के सर्जरीज अगले महीने प्लान्ड है, उन सर्जरीज के साथ क्या होगा। तो किसी भी चीज़ का क्लियरली बात कभी भी इस बिल के बाद और बिल के पहले और बिल इंट्रोड्यूस करने के टाइम पे भी कंसल्टेशन भी नहीं हुआ है। नेशनल ट्रांसजेंडर बोर्ड है, स्टेट ट्रांसजेंडर वेलफेयर बोर्ड से लोगों को कंसल्ट भी नहीं किया है।
To be like a devil's advocate, what if somebody just says, for example, that I'm trans? Okay, like I know that's not how it works, but what if somebody just wakes up one day and says that I'm trans for whatever reason? So, like, how do you justify or defend that or explain that?
No, it's not about justification. The thing is, that is what was held in the Nalsa judgment also, that if you are telling someone, you need to, the thing is that it's not something that anyone will come out of anywhere and be like, I'm trans. You need to understand what are the repercussions of someone claiming to be trans. If I'm trans, I have missed out on a lot of opportunities. Like if you will look at for example women, if you look at women in law or women in any profession, so much they have to sacrifice. Similarly, a trans person's identity also comes with its own sacrifices. You face violence in your family, you face violence in society, your access to healthcare, your access to employment, all that is hampered. So no one out of nowhere wakes up and says that I'm trans. You need to understand that. And second thing is that then who decides? Who decides? Will the medical board strip us down and say ki, oh, what is your body like, and then we will give you a certificate. So these changes, these proposed changes are going to have far-reaching consequences. It is going to create a situation where you will have a whole lot of trans people nowhere to go.
For now, the bill has only been tabled in Lok Sabha, but for many, the fight against it has already begun with one clear message, that they are not going back.
Journalism at News Laundry is powered by the public, because when the public pays, the public is served. Visit newslaundry.com/.
This then is just a continuation of the same. This talks about what is happening in the background. I'm still checking when is the discussion table.
Hello and welcome to South First. This is Anisha Reddy. On March 13th, the Union Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment, Virendra Kumar, introduced the Transgender Persons Amendment Bill 2026. Among other changes, the bill takes away transgender people's right to self-perceived gender identity and alters the definition of a transgender person. Today, we have with us Rads, who is a trans mask freelance language tutor and a queer writer. They will be explaining some of the major concerns of the bill and why it is drawing criticism from the community across the country. Thank you so much for joining us today. So just starting off, one of the major contentions with the Transgender Persons Amendment Bill that was introduced in the Lok Sabha recently was that it narrows down the definition of a transgender person. Could you walk us through what the definition was under the 2019 Transgender Persons Act and the 2014 Nalsa judgment, and what has changed now with the new bill?
So yes, the Nalsa verdict was announced or formed by the Supreme Court in 2014, as you know, and it defined transgender people as those whose identity did not match their sex, which is their identified identity doesn't match their what do you call assigned sex. So that was the definition of trans people. So by that logic, the definition was the categories of people it included was endless. The number of identities that it could allow for was rather inexhaustive, you could say. It had a lot more people that were involved: trans men, trans mask spectrum, trans women. Then you had gender queer, non-binary, and gender fluid and other identities. And you also had people with intersex variations included, which has, if I'm not wrong, been contested by Gopi Shankar Madurai, because having intersex variations in this category is not accurate. Okay, it is preferable not to have it in this category, because people don't know that there are about 40 to 50 intersex characteristics, and they need a treatment of their own, and which includes no forced surgeries done on them at infancy or later, and parental safety in their natal house and not being abandoned and things like that. That their bodily autonomy should be preserved, essentially. Then you had gender queer, non-binary, gender fluid, etc., and you had a lot more socio-cultural identities. There was not just Kinnar, Hijra, Aravani, and Jogati. You had other identities included, like the Nupi Manba in Assam. The labels Tirnar included Tirnar and Tirnagai and Tirnambi were included in this. Tirnar means gender trans. It means trans, okay. And Tirnangai is a term of self-respect accorded to us in by the late M. Karnanidhi, and it was from a slur-based language. This was a far more dignified word. So a lot of trans women readily accepted that word for themselves also, and which effectively made the term Aravani actually a little outdated to say. I mean, there are people who use that at themselves, but it's like transsexual. Okay, so there are a lot of small nuances in this. Okay, transsexual is an outdated term, but there are still people who use it if that's what affirms them. The term that's commonly used is the transgender umbrella, and within that you still have people who use the label transsexual. Okay, so there are internal politics with respect to that. Same thing, Aravani has become a more or less outdated label, but I can't say that on behalf of everybody. Again, there are people who use it, and one must respect that. Again, there were many other categories like Koti. Koti is a effeminate gay person who may play the role of a bottom in a relationship, who is also effeminate presenting. So that is an indigenous label, and that has not been featured. There are other labels like Mangal Mukhi which are not featured. So there are many of these small trans communities which have not been featured into the list of people. Now, if you see, there are many queer identities like tomboy, okay, which was a term which may have been thrown in jest or derogatorily at some point, but there are still people, if you see, have reclaimed the word butch or tomboy. So now people had the freedom to choose their labels. Now that is entirely gone, and there are only four socio-cultural identities that are recognized: Kinnar, Hijra, Aravani, and Jogati. Trans mask is completely erased, and a trans woman who does not come in under any of these four categories is not even recognized. Intersex is recognized, but that's also seen through a very bodily gaze. There are only about 4 or 5 conditions recognized, when there are many. There's Klinefelters, there's Turners, there's like some 40 conditions. See, if you have X and Y, there's a single YSRY condition, then there is XXY, then the XXYY. There are many conditions. We can't freeze them into one. There's so many permutations and combinations, which proves that biological sex is bimodal. In a sense, it's formed on a more or less like a spectrum. It's not found in rigid two binaries. And there are no protections given to intersex infants or adolescents from forced surgeries. There is no clause that explicitly states that intersex infants will be protected in their natal house and not be forced to undergo all kinds of binarizing kind of treatments. So another very problematic thing is that it snatches chosen community from trans people. Now, if you look at the insidious seventh point in that bill, it says that abduction of trans people will be forcing to castrate them, mutilate them, all kinds of chemically alter them, etc., will be met with severe punishment. Now, I'll ask you this question, okay? Let's just say, I don't know if you remember the Vix ad that we used to watch when we were kids, okay? It featured Gauri Sawant, who is also one of the instrumental voices in Nalsa Verdict. If you see her biopic played by Sushmita Sen, and if you ask her personally, she'll tell you she has mothered so many children, okay? And especially those who were abandoned, and she got them to school. And I know, so cis children, she didn't do perfectly cis the gender children, she looked after them very well. In today's times, she could be accused by, if the parent is found, she could be accused by the parent of, even if she hasn't done anything, of kidnapping and altering the child, and she could be put behind bars, and this is 10 years of punishment to lifetime imprisonment. Can you actually believe that on the mere accusation of doing this, a trans individual, not just from a gharana or a jamaat, but even an NGO or a CBO, who is responsible for letting marginalized or home fled queer children into their safe spaces, or even a chosen family. Let's just say you leave your home and then you have 2 or 3 even for that matter, a trans woman and 2 gay men, or a trans man, trans woman and a gay man, multiple combinations of queer people in general living, and you can go to that house. The parent can come knocking at your doorstep, even if you're a major, and say that my child has been brainwashed and abducted. And you should understand that this is a country where the concept of a major is not even recognized. Okay, Gujarat, you need to get a letter from your parents to marry the person you like. So people do not understand boundaries and consent even after the child has turned 18. So it can be any age. Even a 23-year-old's parent can come knocking at the doorstep tomorrow and say, this person has brainwashed my child and abducted them and has put them through all kinds of treatment. Knowing the law, they will not give the trans person a fair trial and to explain themselves. 10 years to lifetime. If the charge sheet is filed, the trans person will spend all their life in litigation and being punished. This is like a replica of the Criminal Trials Act passed by the British. On one hand, it is penalizing people who are offering safe spaces to others. On the other, it is prohibiting young people to access safe spaces. Now, why is all of this happening in the first place? Because there is no natal acceptance. And I made an entire cause in effect reel on this, because I've been involved in this case for a very long time now, 5 years. I've been a part of the whole process when the first NCRT bill, transgender manual was released by V Queerum in 2021 November. It came on my birthday, and I remember the furor on it was so wild. The language was so filthy that they're promoting trans ideology, gender ideology. The person was mocked. Their private pictures that they took on their private portfolio, not even there on Instagram, was somehow retrieved, and they were mocked for what they do outside their private choices. And that whole NCRT manual was scrapped. In 2023, early 2023, in that year, they appointed Aparna Langikar or Lingikar. I'm not too bothered about her surname at this point. She's a cishet woman, and she was appointed as the representative, as our representative in the trans committee board, welfare board, formed by the Ministry of Justice of Government of India, MJSE Government of India. Yeah. So she claimed that she publicly accepted or admitted that she did not understand anything about LGBTQ until 7 hours before she had to read it up as a part of her DEI for, I think, the G20 summit. She thinks that transgenderism is Soros funded and abroad. The same right wing trash she's regurgitating. She thinks that someone who is doing gender studies in TIS has no right from Assam. An indigenous tribal community does not have the choice to wear event appropriate but queer coded clothes at a certain event. I think the Starbucks ad was also something that she created a lot of ruckus over. So as you can see, there is systemic stonewalling. If you see the status of conversion therapy in all of this, it is still not banned formally by the Supreme Court. It is just on paper by the National Medical Commission. There are no stringent fines imposed. Okay, so there is no natal acceptance. There's no protection from forced marriage, and when there are communities stepping in to help, they are also criminalized. So what does this mean?
Right.
If this is not erasure, what is it?
Right.
And people still want us to think it's an oversight in a part of the government. No, I'm sorry, it's not an oversight. We've lived long enough on this planet to see hatred. We know when it is hate, and we know when there are the walls closing on us from both ends, and we know when we're being erased. It's not, you can't make it up and say, how, and the audacity of forming a bill without keeping any of us included. What is it? How can cis people decide what relationship we
Okay, sorry, this was on mute. Gender studies in India is a big topic, and a lot of NGOs hire them. A lot of like even governments hire gender studies to understand like how a law is tabled. Within this scenario, none of that was done. None of that was done. They didn't talk to anyone. They didn't talk to an NGO. They didn't talk to literally no one, and they just tabled it down.
have with our body.
Of course, and again, yeah, coming like back to the bill, there was another change that I wanted to get your inputs on. So the right to self-perceived gender identity has been deleted entirely. So could you explain like what this right actually meant, and now how removing it will affect the process of gender recognition and access to rights?
See, when we said that we had the right to self-identification, it's not that NALSA did a very good job, but the process was hassle-free compared to now. That I will say, okay? As in, there was a psychological test done, and the process of applying to the DM and getting a card was, in comparison to now, easier. Okay, then what happened in the 2019 act is they kind of diluted it by putting like a 2-point system of verification of sorts, where they said that there would be a little bit of little dilution in the sense there was slight medicalization of identity.
In India, the government looks back and forth just to pay off an office signature flex board. No, okay. Yes, sure, at a local level, this is at the parliament level. They do their research. That's where they are hired.
Certificate of identity that was needed, and this sort of diluted, a little bit of bureaucratical intervention was involved. Okay, so now while NALSA was a little easier,
Yeah, I'm not saying everything is decent, everything is good, everything is fine, but like end of the day, they still do, yeah, by party members basically. Like end of the day, they are still doing it for, like end of the day, they still do it in the sense that what like gets them most votes or like party favors or whatever, but they still get higher people, because even if you are doing something like this, you can't exactly do anything without the knowledge to do it. That's the point.
Was a mandatory 2-step bureaucratic process that kind of dilutes the absolute self-identification.
By the way, on that note, like when we are talking about like political parties and political members who are in the background doing all the writing of the bills, they are not stupid. Like a lot of us think like, oh, political parties are fucking stupid. How can they introduce a bill like this and all that's nonsense. The issue there is that they are actually not that stupid. What they are is cunning. They'll have people represented like on the face of it who are like good with the talking, good with the everything. But at the back, they'll have like the smart people who are actually trying to harm someone. And they'll use the people in the front to sell that.
Freedom that NALSA gave, albeit with some psychological tests, but the process was nothing compared to what it is going to be now. You need to apply to the DM, district magistrate, to be recognized as trans. So this is based on self-perceived identity, but still the district magistrate has misbehaved on occasions. There are articles where trans people have complained of misbehavior from the district magistrate's end. So that they are putting someone with arbitrary
So this has happened multiple times. If you go watch the interview we did recently, the district magistrate is a big issue. Now they're just trying to make it so that the district magistrate has like the entire control of whether or not you're trans. Earlier, at least they didn't really needed to ask for like proof, like, hey, have like show me that you're actually trans. But that still has happened. Earlier, that wasn't the case. But that still has happened since the Nalsa, that district magistrates and like political, like whoever is responsible for giving the ID card has been like, no, come meet me before. Prove it to me that you are actually trans when it was not required. And now they're just like, oh, now it's going to be required by law. The harassment is required by law, apparently.
Power on a chair to decide again. It is not as bad as now what it's going to be, but it's still a dilution of the original Nalsa verdict. Another thing is to legally change.
They are introducing the verification by like, okay, so someone like on Twitch people are saying, why does the district why does the district manager need to verify? It's not like they are getting any benefits. Yes, that is true, but this is just done to oppress people. Like the idea is to oppress someone, so they are putting in a lot of barriers. Like even the medical board has like, who is like doing the procedure, has to send like notification that the procedure is done to the district magistrate. Then you have to write an application as well. This is done to oppress someone through bureaucracy. That is the case. And even through that, they are limiting how much and what a trans person is and what can it be characterized as, to even remove more people. Like they're creating a minority within a minority and making it hard for even that intra minority to get their papers. It's absolutely horrendous. That's why, by the way, if you are here and if you haven't still signed the email to the MLA, please do. It is extremely important to do it. The link is up here. I hope maybe I can get the link for you as well. Copy it. Like, no, they didn't copy. Maybe I can. What is this? Yeah, it did. It literally just copy. Oh, it did copy. So if you go to the link, if you send email like based on who you are, it is very easy.
With your gender specifically in the binaries, okay, male or female, M or F card. The act originally required an SRS, which is the crude form of saying gender affirming surgery. But the 2020 rules altered this or softened this by saying that you need a medical certificate, medical intervention certificate, like a gender dysphoria form or something, which can include non-surgical things like hormone therapy. And at least it was like, now that's what we're thinking of. I mean, can we at least bring it back to dysphoria certificate, because dysphoria alleviation includes a lot of things, even social transitioning. So it doesn't put us on a pressure of getting a medical form. See, till now I did not need to undergo hormone therapy to get my M certificate. Now I'm wondering if I should start testosterone. People at home will go crazy if I start it. Firstly, and secondly, my very trans affirming doctor told me that unfortunately you cannot have it. It's not, your body will not receive it because you were born without a thyroid gland. So my body will not react to tea the way someone with a thyroid gland, someone born with a gland has. Everybody is not the same. Okay, like if someone is intersex and is androgen insensitive, we don't know the mechanisms of testosterone. So there are a whole lot of things here. It's not like tea works the same way on two trans bodies. I mean, we're all unique that way. So now I'm like, do I have to undergo? Earlier, my plan was to undergo a reduction, a top surgery reduction. Now I'm like, should I undergo removal so that because a reduction, even cis women undergo if they have a back pain or something of that sort, even they undergo a reduction. if it's called a cosmetic enhancement, because now if you look at the PMJ scheme, a reduction is not even covered by insurance. So I don't want him to call it a cosmetic enhancement and say, oh, we can't give you a male identity card based on that. Even if I need to immigrate, I need to have at least a provisional kind of an M certificate so that I can go abroad there and trade it. This is making things infinitesimally hard for me. See, because I don't want to undergo a full removal because of my personal circumstances. My sister will have to look after me. I need to conjure more money for it. I need to stay in the hospital longer. I'm dependent on my friend for longer to look after me. All of these things, right? So I thought I'll go undergo reduction, which is hassle-free compared to removal. So all my plans are going to change. The money I need is going to change. The pressure on me is going to change. How I deal with scars is also one thing. That's why I kept with, again, that's going to change. I had my apprehensions about a complete removal. That is going to change. A lot of things are going to change. Who knows? I might have to fit into a very into a process I'm not even entirely convinced about just for the ID card. And that's the case with many of us, trans feminine people included. I mean, the level of they cannot afford to maintain fluidity about themselves. They'll have to very rigidly try to pass. That is a very unfair expectation on trans women, especially. See, everybody cannot, like, you do have trans influencers on the internet who do enjoy that passing privilege, and I'm very happy for them. I'm not saying it in a snarky way. I'm happy, but I'm just saying everybody, it's not kind of practically possible for everyone to achieve that, because we don't know how hormones react in each body. If they give it, great, then we don't know. Some people take longer. That's all I'm trying to say. It is not an instant thing. So NALSA allowed you the right to self-identification. Now there is a 5-step process. The 5-step process is, first you have to undergo some form of intervention, hormones, surgery, or nirvana. Nirvana is the socio-cultural process they follow in a Jamaat or a government. Then you have to go to a district collector, and then you have to apply for your certificates. Then you have to go through medical board verification. Then you have to go to a district magistrate. If the district magistrate is not happy, you're tossed back to the medical board. Then if they approve, you go back. Again, if they disapprove, you're basically a ping pong ball. And it is so dehumanizing for my district manager and my magistrate and a medical board to know what I've done with myself. This is like, they'll know what parts I have, and it's very scary, because I broke down. It might even happen now. A few days ago, recalling that trans woman having to, it came down to the point of disrobing to show what she had. This was in Guwahati, if I'm not wrong, and this article came sometime in 2020, 21. I'll have to check my archives, but it is, I couldn't sleep after that. And this makes it worse. Like, if I was scared then after the 2019 bill, this is like a horror show for me. I don't know how it's going to end up. So this makes it infinitesimally worse. And now think of those who are under the PMJ scheme. I've heard a lot of who needed Ayushman Bharat, whatever insurance to go through their top surgery. They need proof of being trans for that first. So this is like, what came first, the egg or the hen? To go through that proof, they need a 5-step process. And then the medical board will be like, what have you already done? They're like, I want to get something done, and that's why I need the card. This is like round and round. I mean, they know. When the government brought the PMJ scheme and the Ayushman Bharat insurance scheme, and everyone was congratulating them, especially conservative trans women, I kept telling them, even at the cost of getting abused, like I told them, if he's bringing this, he will snatch something else. And keep one more thing in mind. When a doctor knows that you've come through subsidized surgical fees, will he take your surgery seriously and do it with commitment? In every free thing, like if you buy something on Bare Anatomy at this point, or any other brand, the free product that they give you is more or less expired. Anything free in India means substandard. And when it comes to your health, you'd rather pay that money and get it done. Don't compromise in terms of your health. Like if it is costly, it's not like abroad where even if it's, I don't know how it is abroad. Again, I will not comment. But in India, if something is free, it's bad, or it is expired. So I'm like, keep that in mind also. If he's bringing this, then somewhere else he'll pull the plug, knowing this government. And he's pulled a plug. Now he'll put you on an infinite loop. For the surgery, you'll need a trans ID card. For a trans ID card, you'll have to go through a 5-step process. So you don't know what comes first, the surgery or the ID card. You'll be caught in that.
Right.
You're not getting anything done. So that is one more thing. So now that they've brought this process of removing self-identification, my thing is, this is not the USA. This has obviously happened after the meeting that they've had, Trump and what do you call Modi. This is also due to right ideologues like Rajiv Malhotra, Vijaya Vishwanathan, who've written books like Who is Raising Your Child and Snakes in the Ganges, who are literally importing American. I don't know how it is in the USA, but even in the USA, I have enough leftist transparents to tell me that this fear mongering that is happening is nonsense. Everywhere they have a unisex test room. In addition to a lot of major buildings, at least they have a unisex test room. In addition to a male and a female one. So it's not the way they portray to be. People entering locker rooms creepily, or sports and all. It's not the way people make it out to be in India. So they've basically made an American concern, which is not even ours, into an Indian concern. But very smartly, they've retained 4 forms of categories. Now, why? We all know that the Kinnar Akhada is a religious Akhada, right? And they supported all of the homo nationalist policies of the ruling government, including the Ram Mandir, right? So, okay. Then Hijra, again, is the oldest socio-cultural group, and everyone knows about it. Cancelling it will get you into big trouble. Then the third one, Aravani. So Aravani, again, the what do you call, mythology behind it is actually very Hindu. Like they wear effeminate clothes on one of the days, and they mourn for a god, person, Irevan, who has died. And Irevan is the son of Arjuna, who was made to be effeminate for 1 year. For that matter, even Arjuna was asked to be effeminate for 1 year. So there's a lot of Hindu mythology involved behind the Aravani communities, ceremonies and all of that. The Kuvagam festival is also based on Hinduized identity. And fourth, Jogappa. We all know 2021, when Manjama Jogati won the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, I was extremely thrilled for her, and I also knew how this will be weaponized. So if indigenous is the question, why are you ignoring the ones in Assam? Nupi Munba and all of these, Nupi Munbi and Nupi Munba, why are you ignoring them? Why are you ignoring Koti? Why are you ignoring Mangalmukhi? Because they are not as saffron as you think they are. Or, I mean, so if indigenous is the question, then why will you zero on to only these 4?
Right.
So that is one more thing.
Who in the community would be the most affected by this redefinition and by all these changes?
So all of these non-mentioned communities, trans people who don't have an intersex condition, or who don't want to fit into a socio-cultural group, all your other identities, non-binary, gender queer, people who don't want to rigidly assimilate into, who like androgyny basically,
Right.
who don't want to be pressurized to fit into a certain binary. And the fourth group is trans masculine people.
There's an important point to mention. The most affected people after this bill is the people who are trans, but they do not have the support of their parents. Those are the most affected people. Because their parents can go to the cops and just be like, this person has been affected by this other person, and this other person goes to jail. That is the most affected people, yeah. If people, like, they are giving all of the power to parents. There's also amendment here. If your parents beat you up, harass you, even kill you, a trans bill amendment cannot be used against them. That is a problem. If your parents beat you up, and if you are straight, you're cis, then like the jail is like what, 5-6 years, whatever. If you're trans, max 2 years, and it is not even enforceable.
Trans fats are not even mentioned in any of this.
Mhm.
They're completely invisible.
Right.
Already things are bad. Like I have, the thing is, when as a trans masculine person, I've written so much about medical misogyny. So I have endometriosis, and I can tell you plenty of other trans masks who have endometriosis, and we've not done anything to it because they look at us like cis women and give us the same treatment.
Mhm.
I told my doctor I will stand on one leg, I will even lose my uterus, but I'm not going to have estrogen or progesterone.
Mhm.
You either give me testosterone or I'm fine with no hormones even. I will not have estrogen. I might lose my uterus to hysterectomy. I don't care. I will not have estrogen until I'm alive.
Mhm.
But I should get rid of endometriosis for gender dysphoria, trade it for gender dysphoria.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
stupid. The easier thing is honestly to give tea. It doesn't harm anyone. It doesn't harm as much as okay. They're
Mhm.
against hormones, but they're like heavy. I mean, because that's apparently the right hormone for you in your body. So it's not like they're anti
Right.
HRT.
Mhm.
Indian parents are not against HRT. They are
Mhm.
against the hormones that make you feel better about yourself. If the other hormone, the wrong hormone for you, were guaranteed to make you straight, or that's what they believe, then they would
Mhm.
gladly make you have it.
Right.
If they believe that the other hormone which your body is supposed to have by
Mhm.
biological binary conventions, and if that fixes your sexuality and gender, and it makes you their ladla regular cishet bacha, then they would push you to have it.
Right.
They're not against HIV, they're against the hormone of your choice. So
Mhm.
this is what,
Right.
and this entire process becomes bureaucratically much harder.
Right. I was going to ask about this ID cards now. Are there concerns that existing ID cards, that will they be valid, or are there concerns about that?
Most likely. As per the live that I attended with Anish Gawande, where he spoke about, addressed all these concerns, he
Mhm.
said, yes, there's a high chance that existing ID cards could go invalid and you may have to go through the whole process to get one again.
Mhm.
Under the new
Hey Prince, how are you doing?
screening possible.
Mhm.
If they don't do that, at least some people are happy and I'm happy for them.
Mhm.
But chances look bleak. I mean, this bill needs tooth and nail kind of intervention.
But I do want to ask you if there's any other concern that I need to highlight, like we've spoken, if there's anything else that I need to highlight regarding the bill.
Yes, the sixth question that the community was not consulted
Not at all.
before
Yeah.
making any of this is my biggest concern. It is like a parent telling a child, "This is what is right for you. Shut up and do it."
Right.
And I've always said this: the toxic authoritarian structures that are
If you haven't signed the letter to Parliament, please do it now. It is extremely important for everyone to do it. The link is up there. It is 5 minutes, not even 2 minutes max. They write you the email, everything. You just have to put in if you're an ally, queer, or transgender. That's it.
followed in a family are what magnifies themselves into the national level. That's what is happening. I'm big, you're small. I'm right, you're wrong. Matilda logic. They've just applied. I don't know if you watch the movie, you would know Matilda. Same logic, cut, copy, paste. So yeah, that is my biggest concern, that our bodies are toyed with. It's my gender, but it's your choice. Body autonomy down the drain, hassles included, and lack of safe spaces. This entire bill, why did you pass it, is my biggest concern. We were doing very well in our lives. We were fine. I don't even see the point of this bill. People need cylinders at this point, and you brought this bill. Like, anyone who can tell their head apart from their elbow knows this is a distraction.
Right.
This is a distraction from your ethical.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Don't try to convince me otherwise. That's all. Look
Right.
at point number 7. You talk to a child across a road tomorrow, and that mother says, "You're harassing my child."
Right.
10 years you're in prison. Right then and there, the police will arrest you.
Mhm.
The police arrest cases now itself are brutal.
Mhm.
I've seen. I was in a train and a trans woman was quietly eating a brownie beside me, which I gave her. She was tired. and the police came to lathi charge her for that. I said, before you hit her, you'll have to hit me. I'm also queer, hit me. And he was taken aback and he followed me home for 1 week, that police officer. So this is the law and order system in our country. This was 2023. So if that can happen in front of so-called decent women, well-dressed, presented women, like I'm talking to you in the policeman's voice, okay? Then imagine if the trans woman is alone at night.
Right.
Anything can happen. And there's a child, God forbid that child even asks her for a time or something, that even that can be used against them.
Right.
I've seen it live, a trans woman, the child was on his phone and he's crossing the road, okay? And very coolly, he could have been hit by a vehicle or something. And a trans woman grabs his hand and pulls him out. And the police, instead of thanking her, they're after her. They're like, get her arrested. She's kidnapping my child. I'm like, she's protecting your child from getting hit. I saw all of that. So I was in my friend's car. I got out of we were in the middle of the traffic, which means the traffic can end and we can go anytime.
That's bliss. That's her.
I'm like, I don't care. I got out of the car and I yelled at her. I'm like, she protected her. Your child is alive because of her. Otherwise, she'd been on a wheelchair a few months later. Who knows? Now think of the situation after this bill.
Thank you so much for joining me today. It was lovely to speak to you.
Lovely talking to you.
Okay, next thing we are getting into is still the discussion. So if you have any questions, come on the speaker. There are people here to answer your questions. There are people here to talk to you. Your questions are recorded. Let me get this clear. Not just on Twitter, but also on YouTube and Twitch. So request speaker if you have questions. If you haven't signed the mail, please do immediately. We are moving on to a talk with Arpana Banerjee.
The bill clearly states that only hijra, kinder, Aravani and Jogata and intersex people are transgender.
What's up? Prince, I gave you the mic.
Others are not.
What's up? Do you have a question? Do you want to speak? Still waiting, my friend. Prince, you saying something or no? Okay.
The central government on Friday introduced a bill to amend the 2019 Transgender Persons Protection Bill. Now, we are here in Kolkata at a protest meet against this very proposed bill. I have with me Aparna Banerjee, who will tell me, she's a trans activist, and she will tell me 4 major issues with this amendment in the trans amendment bill. Aparna, if you could tell me, what is the most glaring problem with this bill? Well, the first and the foremost thing, the primary thing I would say, that it has a major exclusion of the whole trans masculine community in the bill that is stated, and the new definition which states that only hijra, kinder, jogata and aravanis are and the intersex people are the transgenders. That is totally a very bad thing for the whole transgender community, because there are so many people, and the bill is stating that there can be no more self-perceived gender determination, which is again putting the whole trans community in a big danger.
Now the medical board that is going to be done by the government to define who is a transgender by a rigorous, I don't know how, but a rigorous screening process by the medical board and then through the DM, that is also against the violation of the.
So you are saying that the fact that it will require doctors
yes
to certify whether
yes
you are a trans person
yes.
or not. Why is that a problem, Aparna? If you could, through your experience, tell us why is that a problem?
Because when a person calls himself or herself a transgender, then it's a big mental, psychological process. And doctors who are on the physiological ground who don't even know the definition now, and as the definition has changed in this bill, is not the right person, is not the right authority to define who is a transgender person. Because then a person has to go through a horror process of surgeries and psychometric tests, which is a not done thing.
If you could tell us, is there what kind of humiliation a trans person is made to go through when they have to go through this inspection process? Is it psychological, physical humiliation for a trans person?
Well, a transgender at first faces the body dysphoria, and then this medical process actually will ask the person to strip off her or his clothes in front of the medical board to see if the person is physically fit to be called a transgender or not. So that is a big issue. Stripping off the clothes in front of a medical board, which is, I believe, it's a criminal offense in itself.
Also, there's something about coercion of when it comes to trans persons, whether if they are coerced to be trans person. Now, one would think as a lay person that this is a good thing, right? But why is that a problem?
Well, the medical legal experts who are since a long time helping the transgender community in their transition process may be prosecuted because they are going to guide the transgender community after if this bill comes in act. So the persons, they can get into prosecution, the people, the psychiatrists, then the CBOs, all of them, because of guiding the transgenders into a process, may get prosecuted because of this bill.
Because the bill is not very clear about this particular amendment.
Looks like stripping is a non-issue. No, stripping is an issue. If you are someone who has been humiliated their entire life for who they are, stripping is an issue. I'll come to you, Prince. There's also some people chatting. I understand you went through your army recruitment stripping. This is not about army recruitment. This is about one sleazy guy, the director, speaking like, hey, if you want this card, you have to show me your genitals. That is what it's happening here. Initially, through the NALSA judgment, you did not need to strip. Now they're trying to basically force you into it. And even then, even when they're legally speaking, they weren't they weren't allowed to make you strip. They would still call people like, hey, if you want this card, you have to prove it to me. Something like this. And now they're just making it legal. Stripping is a problem. Anyway, Prince, go on. Ask your question. I can't hear you. Maybe it's something on my side. Hold on. Let me just check. Slayer, can you hear him? Because I can't. No, I can't hear anyone. Maybe it's the... Okay, hold on. Okay. So hold on. Then maybe it's me. Hold on, I need to do something here. Give me a second, okay? Slayer, if you can, just answer him directly. Where's this? Where is this? Okay. There's a problem. Can you say something again, please? Because I'm getting nothing here. I'm not even. I can't even hear your voice module move. This is next level idiotic. I understand. Okay, so maybe what I can do is, can you speak now? Still nothing. Maybe it's a problem with maybe it's this problem somewhere here. Anyway, let me just fix it quickly. I'm gonna give me a second. Give me a second. I'll fix it quickly and I'll come back to you.
And finally, you also said that, this bill is exclusionary for a lot of people who are self-perceived. In what way? For us, a transgender person is someone who identifies as himself or
Can you
herself as a
speak now?
transgender. But
Can you please speak now? Sorry, Slayer, can you say something, please? I need to check this. Still nothing. Still nothing on my end. Let me just quickly reload this. Okay, can you hear me now? Perfect, I can hear something. Okay, I can hear something. The Cuban government is doing it to themselves, my mom. Jesus fucking Christ, Elaine. That is a bit too much. Oh my god. I missed you too. I missed you too. Prince, you can ask your question. I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me, Nirmal?
Yes, I can hear you. Just
Okay. So I want to ask you some question. Many right wingers in India and in abroad, they says that the LGBT community is don't target the Muslims for their homophobia. Like they support Palestine, but the Palestinian, the Hamas, they throw the trans and the LGBTQ people from the buildings and they kill them. So. And there is a country in Africa named Senegal. They bring a homophobic bill where they death penalty for the LGBTQ people. So why the LGBTQ community is not very vocal about the homophobia in Islam?
They are.
See,
that is just wrong.
This is the argument of the right wingers.
I mean, it's a right-winger argument. Right-winger arguments are idiotic. To be completely honest with you, it is not based in truth. The LGBT community, especially internationally, has organized multiple funding campaigns, multiple buses to get people out of Senegal. They have been vocal about transphobia, like homophobia, etc. within Islam, within Hindutva, within Christianity, within everything. It is not just because, like, they are going to use, you have to understand, they are going to use every means possible, even lies, to make and break this movement. So,
Neil bhai, I want to ask.
Yeah.
There are so many Zionist people in Israel and in US also. They says that the Muslims and the Hamas, they throw the people off the building.
That is just
So
not true.
they should support the Zionist people so that they can live freely in the.
No, you know what is the biggest killer of people in like people like LGBTQ people in Palestine? Israeli bombs. Like, come on, like 50,000 people. It is. See, you have to understand that all of these people are doing their very fucking best to make their case, saying, look, the other person is killing you while they're actively killing LGBTQ people themselves. It is like compare like Israel to any other country. It is absolutely worse for LGBTQ people over there as well. So you can't.
Neil bhai, the LGBTQ people are also very supportive of the Black Lives Matter movement
Yes.
in US and in the Western countries. But there are so many African nations, Muslim and non-Muslims also, like the
Does Black
Christians
Lives
also.
Matter movement is in African countries or is it in America?
Is it in a Western means in
So do you
Western
think that all black
nations and-
people are from Africa, or all black people can't be from America?
No, they live everywhere in the world, but they are majority in the African continent.
Yes, but Black Lives Matter movement is an
Sub-Saharan-
American movement. It is not an Senegali movement or a Nigerian movement. There, if you go there and call someone black, they'll look at you and be like, huh? Why are you calling me
no,
black?
I want to ask. I want to ask you that many of the LGBTQ people in 1992 they are against the apartheid in South Africa.
Yeah.
So, but now I see so many sub-Saharan African countries. They have the homophobic bills like Senegal. Means the Ghana also have the bill like it.
Yeah.
The Central African Republic also have the homophobic bills
Yes.
where they imprisoned the LGBTQ. So why are the sub-Saharan Africa and in Asia they are very homophobic?
It's part religion, it is part oppression, because see, just because LGBTQ people have supported the freedom movements, anti-apartheid, you can't say that the other person is going to show the same thing. Like, plus the question is not towards the trans community. The question is towards the Senegali people, like, hey, if they are supporting, why aren't you? So ask them that. I'm not knowledgeable within sub-Saharan African communities and what their views are about LGBTQ and why wouldn't they support them. And this is not even about like, let's talk about like African LGBTQ community. This is about India and what is happening. They are doing a genocide. Yeah, and as Willow said on Twitch, they are doing a genocide right now. What they're basically doing is, especially in India as well, they're erasing trans identities. You cannot get your trans ID card. If you don't get a trans ID card, you don't have access to help in medicals, like hospitals. They're basically saying that if you are not from like 4 communities, you cannot be trans. If you help a trans person, you can be jailed just for helping if their parents complain.
Yeah, I want to ask you one question also. That according to you, what will be what is the minimum age? What would be a minimum age to have a reassignment surgery?
Reassignment surgery right now, minimum age is dependent on law. Reassignment surgery itself happens, I think, after the age of 18. I don't think it
I've
happens
seen
before.
in US there are the children who are under 5 and under 6.
Prince,
they are
that
going
is all
through
fake.
the gender
Prince, that is all fake. There is no gender reassignment surgery at the age of 5 or before. It is literally not a thing. That is fake. That is a fake narrative that they're trying to spread. I don't know where you heard
Neil,
that.
do you know that? Do you know that what is the gender reassignment hub of Asia? It is Iran, the most conservative nation in Asia.
What about Iraq? I didn't hear you properly.
Iran is the gender reassignment hub of Asia. the
Sure.
highest number of gender reassignment
Okay.
surgeries have happened in
Yes,
Iran.
there's a very.
But
It's
they
yeah.
but they are also very homophobic. Means they
Yes.
don't support the gay rights and
highest gender reassignment is because of homophobia over there, is because they don't want to be like, oh, this person is a gay or a person is a lesbian. So they are like, oh, we are just going to be like switch your genders forcefully. If you want to be gay, you have to turn into a woman. That is the kind of a thing, even if they aren't. That is the problem over there.
My question is that why in India some LGBTQ people support the right wingers like Abhijit Iyer Mitra?
Who supports Abhijit Iyer Mitra?
No,
Like,
he's
okay,
a
let me just
gay.
be clear with you. Like, not like the whole community is not a monolith, right? There
Yeah,
are idiots in the community as well. Like, there are queer Sanatanis. Like, come on. Those are the biggest idiots out there.
Yeah, I've seen one poster that where one LGBTQ people is justice for 1984 and I am against Sanatani.
That was
Yeah,
absolutely idiotic. That person is probably very happy that their rights are being taken away. But ignore that guy for a while. It is absolutely horrendously annoying. For people who don't know, we are doing like a co-discussion kind of a stream where people can come up and just ask questions if they are on Twitter. Just join the space. That's what we are doing. This is like an extremely long stream today. We are here for 3 hours. We are going like a few more hours from now. Huh?
Nearby, I am your YouTube subscriber, so I have heard one of your stream where you are saying that you are bisexual. So and you are married to a girl. Yeah, what?
I'm pansexual. It's a difference without it's a distinction without a difference for right now for this explanation. But go on.
Yeah. So and you are married also. So is your wife okay
Yeah, she's fine
with your gender identity?
It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. Gender identity is okay. Prince, I'll explain to you as I explain to other people. What is your biggest worry of marrying someone of a different gender, like who is not heterosexual, like very solid in heterosexual part?
I don't understand.
Okay, if you're married to a woman tomorrow, because
Yeah.
isn't pan a sexual?
I am heterosexual.
Yes. I am saying pan is a sexual orientation. I am pan. That is what I'm saying. Just for this discussion, because I don't want to explain exactly what pan is because it's very hard to explain. So let's just say bisexual, pansexual. Doesn't matter. Same thing. For this discussion only. So okay. Prince, if you get married, hold on. I have someone at the door.
I assume is asking you, telling you that this is not the case.
The bill clearly states that only Hijra, Kinder, Aravani, and Jogata and intersex people are transgenders, others are not. Like the people from the queer community, the people from the non-binary, the trans-masculine people, they are not transgender anymore if this bill gets into an act.
So these are the 5 major issues with this trans bill, according to a trans activist.
Okay, I'm back. What is your biggest issue when it comes to identity? Like getting married to someone who's not strictly heterosexual?
See, I want my partner to be very honest. If she's a pansexual or she's straight, she should tell me that I'm pansexual.
Obviously.
She should honest.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, at what age you discovered that you are not straight and you are a pansexual?
I think I was watching The Mummy.
Means?
Like I was like what? 5 years old?
Only 5 years old?
I mean, you kind of have a feeling.
No, when I was 5 years old, I watched Shin-chan and
Did you not like that's? I think that's the reason why you're straight. You didn't watch The Mummy 1999. That's the problem. Everyone should watch The Mummy. That is bisexual awakening for everyone.
So is it okay to be to let your kids to watch the homo content
Homosexual
when they
content.
are
What is
5 years old
homosexual
or
content?
means where they are matlab not promoting but where they are telling that it is okay to be matlab they are
So why isn't it
confusing
okay
the
to be?
children.
Why isn't it okay to be gay or homosexual? Why do you think that's a bad thing?
No, it is okay, but there is a certain age where like after matlab there are warnings like in movies also there are warning that it is only for 16 plus and 13 plus.
Hold on, give me a second.
So,
I'm gonna put on my headphones because I can barely hear you. Just give me a second, my friend. Can you say something now?
Yeah. So yeah, in hello.
Hi, hello. Can you say something now?
Hi. So I'm asking that. Yeah. So in the movies also there is warning that it is only for 16 plus or 13 plus or 18 plus.
Yeah, but that is
So
about gore.
these part.
That is about murder and killing and all of that sort. It is not for like pansexuality.
Yeah, but I want to ask you that is there any medical test for to know that we are straight or we are pansexual?
No. Why would there be a medical test for any of this?
If we want to confirm, like
no, there's what do you think you're gay?
No,
So
see,
if you're
I
then you're
attract
not.
to my opposite
It's your choice.
gender, so
See, it is something you're born with. It is something you cannot deny. If you are born straight, you are straight. If you are born gay, you're gay. If you are born a lesbian, you're a lesbian. Like, who told you that you are straight, by the way? For example, let me ask you that. Why do you think you're straight?
I'm straight because I get attracted to the opposite gender. I never
Exactly.
attracted to the same gender.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why should you need a test to say that you're gay or lesbian or whatever?
No,
They
sometimes
just know.
the person can get confused that
That confusion is probably because they're bisexual. That confusion comes from not knowing what is LGBTQ in the first place. It is not
so are you
about
born
what they're feeling. Huh?
So are you born and brought up in India or in
I was
abroad?
born and brought up in India.
So are you from a tier 1 town like Mumbai, Pune, like
I am
Delhi,
from Pune, yeah.
or are you from a tier 3?
I am from
As-
Pune.
so I
Yeah. But
yeah,
I
most
grew
of
up
the
in a very
tier 1
regressive place. It doesn't like in India, it doesn't matter like where you're growing up in. Like in India, it is
Yeah,
so
but-
regressive. You can be tier 1, it doesn't matter. You can be tier 2, it doesn't matter. I grew up in Pune in the like late 90s and early 200s. It was like worse than what you can imagine. I used to hate the LGBTQ, just to be clear with you, as growing up, while being part of it. I was a Sangi, my friend.
you hate. So you hate transgenders or matlab you hate all the
I used to.
because in India there are the abusive words like chatta gay. So
Yeah.
for the
I
trans
would
people,
like you to not repeat them right now because you're live.
okay, sorry.
The thing is that because of my conditioning, though I was part of the rainbow, I hated the rainbow. The conditioning that we need to avoid with people is not like pro LGBTQ content. It's the anti LGBTQ content that is prevalent within this space. Like Indians cannot.
In the 90s.
Mhm.
In the 90s, there are so many homophobic and movies where they show the
There
transgender
still
people
are.
as a very funny and no, now there is a certain awareness. I think but
Yes, there
back then
is more awareness now.
there-
Okay, hold on, Prince. Give me a second, okay? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm saying that at that time there are the movies of Kantilal Shah I watched where they have the so many uh, regressive transgender characters where they are abusive words on their face and the funny part is the directors are not apologized after making the films.
Exactly.
They do not issue an apology letter. Means in the Hollywood, so many directors are apologize their anti-black content or anti-LGBTQ content, but
Yes.
in India there is no apologies given by the directors
Yes.
of that movies of those
Yes.
movies.
Yes. Because India is still a few years back. In America, that used to happen in the 90s and 80s and before. It
Yeah,
will
in
happen
60s and
eventually.
70s there are
Yeah,
so many
I mean,
anti-black.
even still, there are multiple.
There are, yeah,
The
in
first
the movies they
yeah.
use the N word for the black people in the
Yes.
60s movies of US.
Up
50s
until
movies of
up
USA.
until very recently, the first kiss between a black man and a white woman was in the early 200s. That recently, because it was just not allowed for a black man to kiss a white woman on screen.
Which movie?
I think this was a child TV series. Something, I forgot the name of it. But it was in the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I know. It is
the LGBTQ
horrendous.
support the black people in their tough times.
You always support people in their tough times. There is no option there. I'm sorry. Like, there is no choice here. Oh, why am I moving everything around? Am I stupid? I'm stupid. Anyway, go on. Hold on. I need to. Hold on. Give me a second. I need to grab a video quickly. It is the interview we did with Muskan. It is very informative and I would like people to hear it. Go watch these videos, guys.
For the DM to say, come meet me, and then I will decide whether I give you the ID card or not. Problematic part of this was that you're treating transgender persons in like unequally, right? You're saying if a
Yes.
cis person is victim, then the punishment is like 15, 20 years, but if the trans person, it's 2 years.
Saying this government is fucking authoritarian. Guys, wake the fuck up. Hello and welcome to the stream that answers the question. If you have any question, just raise your hand. Why will need get arrested? Thank you for coming today. Today we are going to have a special interview. With Muskan. She's a lawyer. She'll be explaining to us the changes in the bill that has happened. She'll be educating us on how things are going with respect to the bill. What can we do against it? Because again, this is an extremely discriminatory bill that redefines what it means to be transgender in India. Are you okay? Perfect.
Hi.
Hey. So we have a few people. We expect a few more to join, but we are starting anyway because again, this will be a recorded video later. So please don't worry too much about the people here right now. People are saying, I don't know if you're on the stream on the side, but people are sending you dog hellos.
Oh,
Yeah, it just
hi.
yeah. Currently, we have Hassan, who I initially thought was Hassan Abi, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? But no, this is a completely different Hassan.
Okay.
We have Radhika from Twitter. I think you would know her. I'm not sure. I'm sorry if you don't.
Feel like I know too many people from Twitter this time
No,
at this point.
I mean, everyone here is just like everyone from Twitter is here at this point. Everyone
Whoa,
not
hi,
that many
everyone.
people, not that many. It's like 10 people max. Growing, but 10 people.
That's basically everyone.
Yeah, that's basically what Twitter is right now. For especially
Yeah.
with the left. Oh shit! Hold on. Okay, what's up? You had a question.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. So I want to ask you that in the 2024 Olympics, I think there was a sportsman. There was a boxer from Algeria who was a man, but he identified as a woman, and she also defeated her female opponent. Now there are the voices are raising that if he's a man, then the medal should be returned. So, what your
Yes,
opinion
but they
about
are
this?
not a man. Also, they came second. They didn't come first. A quote end quote biological woman still defeated them. Like, just not see how stupid that is. Like, do you know that? Like, a biological woman defeated them?
Yeah, yeah, maybe. I don't know about this, but there is a certain controversy where Trump also raises the so many
I mean,
right
they
wing
have
people.
a anti-trans
Child,
agenda. Like, their agenda is anti-trans. They are going to raise it
Charlie
anyway.
Kirk also raised that. Yeah.
Obviously, Charlie Kirk also. Is this about hold? Okay, Jesus. Imane Khalif?
Charlie
Yes,
Kirk
this is
was
about Imane
pro gun
Khalif.
right also. Yeah, but
Yes,
Charlie
yes.
Kirk was also the
Okay,
very
can you please
pro gun
hold on? Stop.
activist.
Everyone stop. Everyone stop. Okay, go on. Sorry.
No, I was saying that Charlie Kirk was also a very
Charlie
pro-gun
Kirk was an
activist, but
asshole.
he got gunned by he got gunned shoot down at the university.
Sure.
Now he
And
no, I was saying that so many people like the why the right see the right wingers are also when uh, Elon Musk daughter goes to the gender reassignment surgery. So he becomes the right winger. So do you think
she.
that who?
No, you're talking about Elon Musk. No, Elon Musk was
Yeah,
always a
Elon
right
Musk.
winger.
No, he was a Democrat in
He was a Democrat
2014
as
and
long as no. He was a
15.
Democrat as long as the Democrats supported his hold on, I'm getting to it. He was a Democrat as long as the what's the fucking word for it? As long as the Democrats supported subsidies. But seriously, we should come back to the point for the LGBTQ right now. This is going to randomly everywhere. Focus on LGBTQ issues. If you have a question about that, ask.
No. Yeah. I was saying that in one interview, Elon Musk says that when my daughter decided to change her gender, then he becomes a right winger.
That he's lying.
So, do you think?
He uses his children
How
as
do you know
props,
that?
by the way. He uses his children as props. Also, that is still not the point, Prince. This is about India. This is not. Is this about America?
No, it is not.
So
No,
this is about India.
so many people are abusing also the Bangar, the Sanjay Bangar and his daughter because she goes to the gender reassignment surgery.
Yes, that is
So
called being hateful little prick. Those are not us. Did you sign the mail that is up there?
Which mail?
Check the link that is there on top. Click on it. Send the email to your nearest MLA because here we are trying to protect the rights of trans people in India. Okay, thank you. We are going to continue with. We just got the permission to post it on Liberando. Hold on. Thanks. The person who actually contacted you, Naina, she is the one who told about Abigail. I would never have been able to even begin because as just trying to change some permissions, I have broken Discord 3 times in 3 separate occasions doing the same exact thing. I never learned the technology.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah. Vivian had said
Nazi
Elon was always a Nazi.
And I
Abhi YouTube channel.
Yes. Also, Prince, you have a lot of background static. Could you please keep your mic off if you're not speaking? Because all I can hear is static.
feel like people who know how to do it, it's like magic. It's like
I
you're creating these
know.
bots and
Oh my
channels, and this is
God.
how are you doing this?
Yes.
Like, crazy.
I know. Jesus Christ. Every time Bliss changes something, I send her this one gif of saying, "Woman, you're magic, black magic." For people on Twitter, Bliss is Slayer of all gods. She is black magic. That's like a constant gif I have to keep sending her. She's fucking amazing.
I love the many ways behind
Yeah,
this.
they're amazing. They're amazing. Hold on, let me just post it. Do you have a question? Prince, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have one question that do you is the first lesbian member of Rajya Sabha will be from the TMC party.
Yes.
So do you think that it is a wind of change in Indian politics, or it is just a gimmick?
We will have to wait and see actually, because people are a bit two-sided on this issue. She really hasn't done anything yet that is that can be seen as like, oh, it is pro LGBTQ against individual. She was like, as a member of the Rajya Sabha, she was part of the earlier decision that decriminalized being gay in India, or being LGBTQ in India, so which is an amazing thing. I think she was also part of the equal right to marriage whole procedure that was happening. So overall, it's a very nice person. I would say I do not know, or how, like, I cannot say if she's going to be the same, because how the Rajya Sabha works. Hopefully we get like a better representation overall, but we will have to come to it when we come to it.
So, Neil, bhai, do you think that she will raise the issues in the parliament?
I don't know. I cannot speak for her.
Okay. Yeah, but I want to say that there is the transgender wing of RSS also.
Yeah, there's a
Do you know that?
there is a Muslim wing of RSS as well. It doesn't stop them from killing them. It's pointless to even go to the RSS right now.
Yeah. The
RSS is
full
not
form
going to
of
help
RSS
anyone.
is no. The other full form of RSS is Rashtriya Samlaingik Sanghvi.
What? I have no idea what you're talking. Anyway, I guess. Introduce yourself, your background, and then we can start talking about this.
Yes. So hi, my name is Muskan. I go by the pronouns he, she, they. I'm a lawyer. And I've been working on human rights like all through law school and after. I did litigation in the Supreme Court for a while, where I got to work on some really fantastic cases, including the marriage equality case, the marital rape case, the COVID-19 judicial review petitions, and a bunch of others. Then I shifted to doing more sort of policy research work for a bit, because I wanted to do more focused work on LGBT rights and gender, and also do it from more of a critical lens. So I worked at this amazing center called the Center for Justice, Law and Society, which also does great work in this area. And then I went for my master's, and now I have a fellowship to work with this organization called Women's Link Worldwide, and they are phenomenal. They're lawyers in the global south who do particularly like litigation and advocacy for women in the global south. So it's been amazing.
It's been, oh my God.
They follow a lot of like decolonial and like actual decolonial. I
Mhm.
don't mean what the Indian government calls decolonial.
Oh, thank you for saying
Actual
that. I have
decolonial
been screaming my head off
approaches.
over that topic.
It is so frustrating
Oh,
to see.
Jesus,
Like,
yes.
I think this has been something common, like in this like era of authoritarianism in the US and here, just to see this like co-opting of a lot of like leftist terms.
Thank you.
It's been very
Please come here
frustrating.
every week. It is very cathartic to hear it from someone else.
Hello.
Hold on. What? Hold on. But my God, like, Twitch chat is 10 seconds delayed. Yeah, we are using so much internet right now. It is horrendous. Everything is going to be a bit delayed. So if it's delayed, it's fine. I'm still getting it. So don't worry. And Prince, go on.
Yeah, there is one politician from Indian National Congress, Karthi Chidambaram from Tamil Nadu. He is raising the issue of the transgender bill.
Said it's maybe where is he doing it?
On Twitter,
Karthi?
Karthi Chidambaram. He's the son of the P. Chidambaram, the former Home Minister.
Oh, okay. Good for him. Hopefully he does more within the parliament as well and not just default to whatever is being said. He is a member of the parliament for Shivaganga, member All India Congress Committee, VP Tennis Association. Okay, random. I can't see anything. I can't see anything with respect to the... Oh, okay. Karthi Chirand... Okay. Saw it, yeah. Cool. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Karthi Chirandram, that's nice. Check Discord. Okay, I'll check Discord. By the way, is Elaine still here? Oh my God. And you are... I mean, am I allowed to say your age?
Yeah.
And oh my
of
God, you
course.
are 27.
Yeah, I've been very lucky.
Oh, very smart. You want to say something? Oh, Jesus, my beeper is going off.
Yeah, I want to ask you something. Do you ever read any the Hindu holy book about and what this say about the transgenders?
Hindus don't really have a holy book technically. Hindu culture has been historically verbal. They didn't write anything for a longest time. All of there are written stories that have been written like later in life. So I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
like,
so many. Yeah. I tell you that so many the LGBT so many right wingers says that the Shiva, the Lord Shiva,
yes,
is
it
a
was
is a
non-binary.
transgender. Yeah, non-binary. Shikhandi. There is a story of he's a
I understand.
the one avatar of Lord Shiva was a transgender. So
yes.
Do you think that
You know what's the funny
Hinduism,
part? You know what's the funny part? If Shiva existed today, he wouldn't get any rights from the bill because the bill completely excludes non-binary people. The bill basically says there's no such thing. Funny, right?
To getting jobs, from getting
anything. Like legally, they wouldn't be non-binary. Shiva wouldn't be non-binary legally if Shiva was alive today. You see the problem? None of these gods from the texts, holy texts, would end up being recognized within the bill because of their non-binary status.
No. So many right wingers in India says that after the Britishers and the Mughals came to India, the Indians
hold on, Prince. Shiva is a mythology, I would argue. Elite.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if he killed his. Also, he did kill his own son, but he also brought him back. So it's like it's a mythology. Like, do you say like Adam is? Sorry, no, God is evil because he asked Adam to kill his son. I think something like on those lines. Like Christianity is also fucked up. Yeah, no. I think there was something like God asked Moses to kill his own children or something like that, just to prove that they are.
It is. It is. No, I want to say that so many right wingers in India says that before the Britishers and the Mughals arrived in India, India was very uh, supportive of the homosexual
That
people.
is not true.
After
That
they
is not
came,
true.
the Indians become homophobic.
That is not true.
They bring death penalty to the homophobic,
That is
the
true.
LGBTQ people in
See,
India.
in India has
the
always been
Britishers.
oppressive, and India has always been oppressive and exclusionary towards the trans and generally LGBTQ. It's not that the British brought this whole shit in, but it is that the death penalty came from the British sensibilities, quote end quote.
Yeah, the Victorian sensibilities are against the homo people.
Against everything.
So many right
They are
wingers
against
say
life.
that-
They were against Indians as well, but we don't bring this shit up, so doesn't matter. Anyway, let's continue with this. If you have a question, let me know about the matter at hand. And
No, so many people, so many right wingers in India, matlab in West, sorry, says that the white people are the first people on the planet who gave legal rights to the trans
Again,
people
not
and the LGBT.
that is kind of not relevant right now. Plus, that is also wrong. So, give me a second. Me, one of us in chat right now.
That's no, absolutely. I could never do any of this. It's amazing. I think creating a community in this like sort of late capitalist times, like this sort of community in India is insane. And I'm so happy to know that it exists.
Oh yeah, thank you very much as well. The share of the work for the community goes to the community. I don't do shit. I break a lot of Discord a lot more. I create more problems. Anyway, let's focus because okay, let me just begin with this. I have, and people already know here, I have ADHD. I get medicated. If I get distracted, it is normally up to Bliss to keep me on track. So if I do get distracted here, and if you feel that I'm getting too distracted, just be like, Neil, shut the fuck up.
All
It
right,
would be
I'll keep
perfect.
in mind. Okay.
Yeah. So let's
It's
be.
nice to get permission to say shut the fuck up to someone.
Yeah. No, like
Like
especially
I'm
with
getting
me,
permission, not food.
Nay, I get so much hate on like internet on the daily basis. Like shut the fuck up is just normal. Like my father was worse than this. Okay.
Fair
So,
enough.
anyway, so let's just get the bill is trending on X at the 27th position. Let's get it up. Let's get it up from there then. To the discussion of the main. So the bill was recently amended, if I'm not wrong. This is not a new bill. I'm asking.
No, the 2019 Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act has not, it's not been amended yet. There's a proposal to amend it in the Lok
Okay.
Sabha. And
Yeah.
that's the
So it's been
2026
tabled.
bill that we're not talking about. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just clearing this out. Please don't think I'm stupid or something. I understand this. Okay, people are asking me to shut the fuck up, so I'm going to shut the fuck up. See, this is what I tell you. Like, the community is more harming to me than anyone else.
It's not harm.
I know. They're free, which I like. They don't do like they're always killing me over this. Anyway, so if you are around areas that are doing an effort to stop the bill from being passing, please to join. Collective work is the only thing that will get us through. We can't do this alone. Even though how amazing Muskan is, she can't find this alone. Even our community needs like a billion more members. So please aim for 1 billion. Yo, who you rooting for in the latest war, US, Israel or Iran? I am currently rooting for the American imperialism within the Middle East to end. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Not Prince. I'm talking to a chatter in on Twitch. I'll hit you up if you raise your hand, because I'm currently, yeah, root for Iran. Fuck it. Like, let Iran win, then let the Iranian regime go down. Iran has the right to defend itself, exactly. Prince, the thing is, just for people, we are live on Twitter, we are live on Twitch, we are live on YouTube. That is the thing. I am talking to everyone right now while also I am eating. Let's get, because this is an extremely long stream. I'm going to be live for more like next 3 hours, next 4 hours. I don't fucking know. So give me the what do you say? The nicety of being whatever. Don't worry. Also, Jack Boy, if you're new here, we are currently trying to spread a bit more awareness about the transgender bill amendment that is going on, that is happening in India, which means that we are going to be here for a very long time. We have already been here for a very long time before. Are you reacting your own video? More or less, because we were the first ones to actually start talking about this. This was literally a few hours in when the bill was tabled. I am more like putting this on so people have something to hear as well, because it's been like what, 3 hours 40 minutes since we have been live. The bill is erases transgender identity. The bill erases transgender identity. Because of this, this needs to be repealed as fast as possible. It has been tabled. There's a discussion and vote going on that is going to be tomorrow. Every person here who's here needs to write to their MLA or MP. The link is up there. For people on Twitch, tell me if you need the link. If you are Indian, I can send you the link. For people on Twitter, the link is right there. Click on the link and you will get there. Also, JP Jack Boy, it would be nice if you follow. Thank you very much. We need everyone at this point. I'm going to play this video for people joining the Twitter space. Yes, people are joining the Twitter space. Hey, thank you for following. Yeah, but I don't think they're going to stick around too long, because this is not like everyone comes there for a discussion and not just like to hear someone speak. And even if the space is open, they are not going to join. They are going to think like, oh my God, someone is speaking in the background. Oh my God, it is going to be a thing. Anyway.
It's also a strong community. Like, I mean, the way that it's like in the last 1.5 days, everybody's come together to make plans and organize protests and collectivize.
So Jack Boy saying, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anything about trans rights, even less about trans rights in India. I hope it goes well. It is, you don't have to know anything about trans rights anywhere. Do you believe in human rights? Yes or no? Do you believe in the rights of people? That's it. That's trans rights. What they are trying to do right now is basically erase trans people from legal existence. Trans people, if this bill passes, can be targeted by the government directly. Police can just harass them whenever they want. If you help a trans person, you can go to jail for 2 years based on this bill. Imagine.
I mean, despite everyone's initial reaction obviously being fear, anxiety, everyone's been able to focus their energy, emotions, all of it on action, and it's been phenomenal to see it, honestly.
Yeah, it has been quite amazing. Especially, I've been talking to other few people from the community as well. Abigail is from the community. She also is like, she initially was like, what the fuck is going on? Are we not able to live in this place anymore? Fascist. And then she was like, Indian government is fascist. It has stopped being right-wing a very long time ago. Yes, Prince.
Hello, Neil Bhai. Just now I've seen that 1 hour ago, Shashi Tharoor also raises this issue on Twitter.
The Chaddi raised something on Twitter? Okay.
No, he's opportunistic, I know.
Hold on. Let me just check what he has written here. Shashi Tharoor. So people who don't know, Shashi Tharoor is a spoiler. Jack Boy, if you're American, he's John Fetterman to the Congress, basically. The boy is John Fetterman. I am pulling up the tweet. I can't find the tweet. Send me the tweet on Discord if you have it. Oh, no. Hold on. Where is the God? He tweets so much. Jesus Christ. Okay, so fucking random.
Yeah, he wrote an whole essay on it.
Send me the goddamn tweet. I have to read that fucking essay of this fucking asshat. Like, this guy is just annoying. My general pastime is like shitting on this guy. At this point, we have shit on him like 3 or 4 times overall. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Willow. Oh, ugh. Sorry. That is my reaction to everything he does. Ugh. Hey, please, how you doing? How did your work go? All good? Okay, though I miss Parliament because of the ongoing Kerala elections, I am following reports of legislative developments there. I am deeply concerned about the transgender person's right to protect Amendment 2016 introduced in the Lok Sabha, which was tabled rather surreptitiously and without proper stakeholder consultation. That is also true. Bill appeared to present fundamental reversal of rights-based framework based on ANALSA. The amendments delete Section 4.2 of the 219 Act, which guarantees self-perceived identity, perceived gender identity. Okay, we covered this already. But he's not in the Parliament. He's not in the Parliament. He's completely useless. That's what I mean. That he's a fucking John Fetterman of it. What is the point of this? This fucking asshole is going to talk on Twitter, but if it's that important to you, go to the fucking Parliament. Oh yeah, he generated a ChatGPT essay. But he writes this way normally. He's fucking useless. What is the point of him being in the Parliament? He's missing it for the ongoing Kerala elections. If it's that important, go to the fucking Parliament. Go do it. Like jaan jaye par election na jaye kind of shit going on. See, this is why I find him to be a fucking spoiler every 5 minutes. Fucking spoiler ass. Like, what was the point of this? Is someone going to change their vote? Go and vote there. If he is not present in the Parliament to vote against it, that means his vote. Okay, let me be clear. The vote doesn't count in the first place. But still, even normally speaking, the vote is like his name is not going to be there. Jesus. Bliss, finally done with today's work. Okay, nice. Nothing much left. All documents are ready to go. What DD needs to be taken out? Oh, okay. Taken out tomorrow. Okay. Perfect. That's nice. That's actually quite cool. Fuck everything. Prince, you want to say? Why are you on listener? Can you, if you're still here, just put him on speaker again, please. Tweeting is better than doing nothing, though. Yes, tweeting is better than doing nothing. I completely agree tweeting is better than doing nothing. But see the position this man is overall. No, see the position this man is. Like, it would be so much better for him to actually go there if he really did give a shit.
I completely agree tweeting is better than doing nothing. But
why can I hear myself?
This man is overall.
But seriously, this person needs to do something on his own. Thank you. Oh, I mean, he's a speaker. So you wanted to say something?
No, I want to ask you that why only the people from the centrist and the left wing are raising this issue, why the right wingers are not raising this issue?
Because it's their bill. Yeah. It's their bill. They are the fascist ones. They want to discriminate among people. Like this happened.
But there is not a single people.
Yeah,
There is not
obviously
a
not.
single person from the right.
The BJP acts like a monolith. Oh yeah, I was talking to myself basically for a second, Ellen. Yeah, that is true. Sorry, Prince. Sorry to cut you off. The BJP acts like a monolith. It is within, like, the whole thing is developed in such a way to remove. Yeah, they don't care, little bro. That's towards you, Prince. Willow is saying. So this is, yeah, they are fascists, Willow. Yeah. So this is to remove the people's rights from them. There was a thing that went about. Hold on, let me just bring it up quickly. This one person went on to speak again. Went to speak with the ministry. I'll read. Oh, by the way, Elaine, do you have Amazon Prime? Are you using it from someone? I'm gonna be very. Prince, adjust your mic setting is that one guy in Zoom. Yes. No, Prince is always that. Don't worry about it. He can't do it right now. No, it's fine, Ellen. It's okay. I was just like, we recently got affiliated, so I was like, I'm gonna try. So this happened recently. Why isn't this coming on this side? They went to this person, the Ministry of Justice. It's called the Ministry of Social Justice, to talk about the bill. This is an expert from the person who went there. This should clear up why the BJP is not talking against it. Last night, all of us members and experts received a call from the joint director of the ministry. Yes, this was what I was saying yesterday. Yes, no, I know, I understand this is what you were saying yesterday. I wanted to cover it yesterday after reading it, but I didn't know what it actually was. So, because I have to make sure everything that is posted is like completely 100% true. So I just did my due diligence with it. They told us that the minister, Dr. Virendra Kumar, also Virendra Kumar is a social worker by profession before he went into the ministry. Also a good thing to know, Virendra Kumar appointed a rapist as his delegate once upon a time. A person who raped a 7-year-old. I do not know if he knew that person was a rapist before, but he knew after, at least. Hopefully. Sorry. This afternoon, we reached Dr. Ambedkar International Center. We waited for the conference hall at 2 p.m., but the minister never showed up. Instead, a lady named Yogita Swaroop, the senior economics advisor to the minister, came to meet us. When we asked about the minister, he said he was unwell and I couldn't make it. Again, by the way, that is like a literal excuse. This is a literal excuse. She then told us, we are here to look for your opinions and will note them down. Right then and there, we were heartbroken that we couldn't meet the minister in person and speak to him. Or other hand over our draft. Because they had a draft of the bill that they were like, this is the change that we wanted. They couldn't hand that over either. They did not want to do a reference. Discussions on the amendment bill, we then went through the amendment bill step by step. So first things that they bring up, self-perceived identity. When we discussed self-perceived identity, the officials were very stubborn. They strongly believe that identities like non-binary, gender fluid cause confusion, which is not true. They claim that because of these other identities, schemes are not reaching genuine, authentic trans people. That's absolute bullshit. And that educated mainstream people are taking advantage of the system. Absolute, utter bullshit. Let me just be very clear with everyone. Inclusion of specific terms. From my understanding, they are not going to accept our broader suggestions of including terms. However, they will likely include specific sociocultural identities. We suggested adding terms like Tirunambi from Tamil Nadu. They are just adding all of these extra identities for voting purposes. Just to be clear. They are adding these because they actually forgot this. They only added North Indian identities. South Indian, East Indian, they were like, shit, they are not going to vote for us, so let's just add that. Expected change, there is only a 10 to 20% chance that trans men and trans women will be explicitly included within the Monday's amendment bill. This is a problem. They might add the cultural and tribal identities. This gets down to voting, by the way. If your population is voting enough, they are going to help you. This is the right-wingers for your concern. But during the discussion, it became very clear that they are not willing to change anything else. Lack of consultation and empathy. I feel the lady who attended today played a major role in drafting the bill. They did not speak to us with any sensitivity. They told us told us it was an informal meeting and they instructed us not to take photos. I questioned them. We are members and experts representing thousands of people in the community. Why did you draft the bill and bring this amendment bill without giving us any information? Like, they were not consulted whatsoever at all. Like, no transgender organization was consulted in this scenario. Why did it have to phone call, message, whatever? They were initially silent and replied, we know what to do with this bill. We did not feel the necessary to consult you. They did not feel necessary to consult the transgender people they're writing the bill for. I'm not even like going out talking to trans people on the road. It's like, this is a literal organization that deals with laws and regulations with respect to trans people. They did not consult them at all. At all. Shocking disparity in punishments. I was questioned them about the penalties regarding rape and abuse, which completely shattered my heart. Rape penalties. When a cisgender woman, a woman by birth, is raped, the offender can face a maximum punishment, including death penalty. But if a transgender, under the Transgender Act and this amendment bill, if a trans woman is raped, the maximum punishment to the offender is only 2 years. The excuse of them were like, this is because, I'm just going to skip here because it's graphic and I don't want to get to it. It's because of autonomy. Sashi Tharoor tweet part 2, check Discord. I will do it after this. It doesn't matter if the trans woman was kicked, raped, there are other places, bitten, made to bleed, or even killing. It doesn't matter. The punishment for doing any of this to a trans woman is only 2 years. Family abuse is also not included within this. Family abuse is the most common cause of abuse for trans people. And that is the thing that is completely unpunished. I asked that what safety systems are included for young trans people who are chased out of their homes, noting that right now they only have trans community to rely on, which often leads to sex work or begging. She accused the trans community of luring and brainwashing youth away from their families. When I asked if the parents who throw their children out should be punished, she said no. Parents can never be punished, even if they get beaten. They are getting beaten by their parents. Let them stay there. There's insensitivity and lack of understanding of the violence and torture of our community faces at the grassroots level was deeply shocking to us and to all 4 of us present. There's one other thing. If you are someone who's helping the trans person in anything, if their parents come and complain against you, you go to jail for helping the trans person. That is the bill at hand. Does it answer your question, Prince, why they are not going to change anything? Why no BJP person is after going to help or raise voice?
I know, but there are other parties are also, the parties are not raising the issue. The single members of the parties are raising the issue. Except the CPIM.
You think parties are good? You think parties are nice? Parties follow through with who gives them the most vote. The transgender community is not that big. Why do you think we need to raise our voice?
CPIM is raising.
CPM is the only one raising the voice as a party goes.
Not INC, not TMC, not any other party.
Nothing whatsoever. There are a few people here and there who are raising their voice. Like, for example, Sashi Tharoor here, raising his voice. But like, there's this another person.
Chidambaram also.
Yeah. But that's the only people raising their voice. The party one will never raise their voice. They do not care because the party is going to go for maximum votes. Transgender community is not that strong when it comes to electorally. So they are never going to be bothered. This is not a very nice government or even parties. That's why this is so important to raise our voices like this. Is to get normal people to actually support this. That's why I keep saying, go and sign the damn thing that is available. Send your MLA MP email that, hey, I am against this. I am your constituent. Go fuck off. The government argues that the amendment will ensure welfare schemes to reach real beneficiaries, yet the eligibility itself is narrowed. Many genuine beneficiaries risk being left out. How can protection reach? He should go to the fucking parliament. He's a senior member. Instead of strengthening safeguards such as employment rights, reservation, healthcare, access to the protection for transgender children, the focus appears to be on tightening gatekeeping rather than expanding support. This counters to what many of us have long advocated, including my own private member's bill on the subject introduced in 2024. What is needed is an expansion of the rights, meaningful consultation, and transgender communities, robust social protections and policy. Measures such as horizontal reservation, transgender persons are citizens entitled to equal rights, and any law that undermines this principle falls short of the constitutional promise. Yes, that is true. I would like him to raise it in the fucking parliament. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Neil bhai, I want to ask you one question also. What about the religious identity of the trans people? Man, I have never seen one trans people who's from the Muslim community. They're all the transgender in India are only from the Hindu.
Prince. Trans people share their religious identity and do not present it. Even if they do, you are never going to find one because you don't live in a community that is heavy with Muslim people. You do realize that you have to be. Have you gone to a protest ever? Have you gone somewhere like this to actually meet trans people in person?
Never.
How many people do you?
Never.
How many people do you know that are trans in your personal life?
In the Mahakumbh Mela, there is a akhadas in the Mahakumbh of trans people.
So what? Mahakumbh, like you expect a Muslim transgender person to come to Mahakumbh? Why would they?
No, I'm not saying that, but I think in India, I think all the across the religion, when the parents find that the child is a trans, they gave us to the trans people. They don't
shut up for 5 seconds. Shut up for 5 seconds, because you have no idea what you're talking about and how Hindus treat their children when they are trans. It is not a Muslim or Hindu problem. You see a lot of Hindu trans people because that's what you can see, because you do not interact with Muslims. You know how many Muslims trans people have run away from home and shared their identity and don't are like, I am not Muslim anymore. It's not that they take up like Hinduism as an identity. If you want to be a transgender who loves being a Muslim, be a Muslim. Who gives a shit? This is not a religious matter. This is a matter of whether or not you believe that trans people need to be erased from existence legally or not. That is what we are talking about. This is not on gender lines. Who gives a fuck? Sorry, not gender, like religious lines. Who gives a fuck? There are Christian trans people, there are Muslim trans people, there are Dalit trans people, there are Buddhist trans people. Trans people are everywhere. And you know the one thing that all trans people experience, that the religion is used to oppress them. It doesn't fucking matter. If you want to say, oh, Muslims are bad because they harass trans people and Hindus are good because they don't, dude, read a book.
No, I'm not saying that they're bad, but the community-wise, I think most of the parents abandon their child when they're so young. Matlab, the trans.
Yeah, Hindus do that.
Yeah, no, all the religions do that.
Yeah, so why are you bringing this up?
No, I was only saying that I have interacted only with the trans people from one.
Yeah, so don't say like
community.
Don't say they don't exist. Don't even imply that they don't exist.
No. I have seen some videos from Pakistan where they have their own their own colonies or their own slums.
Yeah, it's
They
called
live separated.
segregation. It's called
In India also.
segregation.
Yeah.
It's called it happens in
Segregation.
India too.
In India also. Yeah. In India and everywhere in the world. In
Yeah,
generally
yeah.
in
In
Asia
India,
and
especially,
Africa.
we're talking about India here. This is not a Hindu-Muslim problem. Everything. I'm gonna work against it.
It's a yeah, it's a step-by-step process. Like
Yes.
we all had to go through that. Fuck everything. And then get to
Yeah. No, I
how
completely
I'm gonna
agree.
excel.
Even if I understand, there's also a person on Twitter. I see I have no permission to talk about them right now, but I'm just going to mention they're also organizing something and they'll also be on interview later on. So hopefully that happens.
Amazing.
They are a person, I think you know, I'll text you their name later. But
Okay.
hopefully that happens because I did not get permission here before. And I do believe in taking everyone's permission. Anyway, so as the point goes, so could you walk us through the bill?
Yes, absolutely. So this bill, as we mentioned before, seeks to amend the Transgender Persons Act 2019. I'm just going to call it the 2019 Act. Henceforth, essentially, for those who have not read that act in totality, I'm just going to give you a brief summary of what that act did. In 2014, the Supreme Court of India, through this judgment called Nalsa versus Union of India, and you'll be hearing this word a lot in all of the advocacy and the statements around it. It was a monumental landmark judgment where the Supreme Court of India said that there are these transgender persons communities in India and they don't have legal recognition, and for their welfare, because they are also persons who have rights under the constitution, the right to live, the right to equality, the right to non-discrimination, the right to freedom of speech and expression, it is essential that they have legal recognition. And so in 2014, the Supreme Court said that they are going to be legally recognized, as the judgment uses the word third gender. This is a term that the community has rejected because it sort of creates a hierarchy of genders, which none of
Yeah.
us like. And the judgment said, well, transgender persons have equal recognition, and the government needs to come up with welfare measures because they have been oppressed in society. So from 2014, it took about 5 years and a lot of uh, different drafts that the government had come out with, and there were a lot of protests by the community even then because they were very problematic. One of the drafts also included legal recognition on the basis of some sort of like medical
Yeah.
checking, which has been brought back in this 2026 bill and is very enraging because we thought that that's a battle we've won.
Yeah.
There were drafts, protests, etc. And then finally, after a lot of engagement of the community and the government, in 2019, we got the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act. This act broadly first enshrines the right to self-determination. Section 4.2 of the act literally says that
The
there
2019
is a
one.
right,
Yeah.
yes,
Just
that
clearing.
there is a right to self-determination for all transgender persons. Um, and it provides a mechanism for us to get legal identity cards, your transgender identity card under Section 6, and then your change of gender identity card under Section 7. So the compromise that was made essentially is that if you want to identify as either male or female, then there needs to be some sort of medical certificate. But if you want to identify just as a transgender person, which is your Section 6 ID card, then that is a self-attestation. You just have to say on a legal piece of paper that I am transgender, and that's about it. Then you deserve a transgender ID card. And the rest of the provisions of the Act basically provide for things like non-discrimination in education, obligations on the government to create like medical institutions for trans persons, and welfare measures and so on. And finally, there's something called Section 18, which is also another piece of contentious place right now because of what the 2026 bill has done. So Section 18 has been challenged in the Supreme Court also, because what it essentially does is it lumps a bunch of different crimes that are very commonly committed against trans persons by saying that it is all punishable by a
2 years.
term of imprisonment of 2 years,
Yeah.
right? So this includes everything that you can think of. So it includes bonded labor. How do you punish bonded labor with 2 years? Bonded labor, like restriction from access to certain public spaces, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, to pile them all in and only treat them with the punishment of 2 years, when punishment for cis persons facing who are victim to the same crime under the gender crime legislation is upwards of 10, 15
Yeah,
years life
that's what I was going
imprisonment
to ask
is,
right now. Like, what takes precedent then?
yes, sorry?
No, I was going to ask, like, if isn't the bonded, like, law against bonded labor and it's 10, 15 years.
Yes.
And so, but
Yeah.
that is a general one where it says, I think, persons or individual. That doesn't mention
Yes.
gender itself.
Yes.
So which one
Yes.
takes
So,
precedent now?
I mean, normally how general law works
Mhm.
is you can put the general crime and also the special crime. You charge both together and the court decides which applies. So there's no
Yeah.
one takes precedence over the other or
Okay.
anything. But the problematic part of this was that you're treating transgender persons in like unequally, right? You're saying if a
Yeah.
cis person is victim, then the punishment is like 15, 20 years. But if the trans person, it's 2 years. And so this has obviously been challenged in the Supreme Court. And instead of giving equal dignity, as this bill should have done, what it has done is put in a few other absurd provisions, and we'll get into what those are and why that's problematic. So that's the scheme, the general scheme of the 2019 Act.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry. My mic was off. Prince, go on.
Hello, I want to ask you that do you support any kind of reservation to the trans people in the
Yes.
institutes in
Yes.
India? Because I've seen there is a zero nil, matlab, there is a zero representation in Indian colleges, in Indian
Yeah.
schools, and in the
Obviously, I do.
Indian corporate. There is no representation of the trans
Yeah.
people.
Obviously, I do.
So they, because in America they have the affirmative action policy, they have the
Yeah.
gender hiring policies towards the
Yeah,
diversity
we
hiring
need a
quota,
DEI
and many of
policy. We need a non-discrimination policy. We also need reservations for all of for as a affirmative action policy for
yeah, but
transgender
so many
people.
I want to so many capitalists like Elon Musk, they are against the DEI the policies, because
Because they're
he says
idiots.
that discrimination will be more if the DEI continues in US. So what do you say
No. So what?
say about this?
No, you have to understand that why they are saying this. They're saying this to get votes. They're saying this to keep in favor of the right-wing government. Elon Musk is the largest hirer of H-1B visa people. He fired everyone on Twitter, like who was working and who was white, and retained only H-1B workers. He is himself an H-1B worker. They are just, yes, Bilo, exactly. They're just creating a scapegoat. Like,
Yeah, he's from
Elon,
South Africa.
yeah, he's from South Africa himself. Like,
Yeah, and
stop listening to Elon Musk. I think the biggest issue here is you're listening to Elon Musk.
His ancestors were the colonizers. Means
Yes, exactly.
and his father owns the mines, the diamond
Emerald
mines
mine.
in
Emerald mine.
in Emerald mine in
Yeah.
Johannesburg, and
Blame Elon for hiring us. No, he is not hiring anyone. He basically said that if you're even on H-1B, if you want to get paid by any means of the way, you have to do like overworking through like 24-hour shifts and shit like that. It's not a good thing. Hold on, why am I? What happened? Okay. Anyway, let's go back to this. Anup, if you have a question, if you want to speak, just request. It should be open, but somehow it's not open. I don't know. I don't know why do I have to accept people.
Now the 2026 bill
Mhm.
that is trying to amend this, it's doing a few. It's basically mutilated the act in many ways. One, of course, as you've heard, it's tried to remove the. It has removed the right to self-determination.
Yeah.
And it's done so by removing the provision that says all transgender persons have the right to self-determination. They've deleted that provision. And it has also done so by introducing a medical board requirement to get transgender identity cards.
Okay.
Right? So now, before, if you wanted to get an ID card that says you are a transgender person, and you have to understand why this is really important. This is really important because all access to welfare measures, whether it is any sort of like food, shelter, education, employment that is reserved for transgender persons, is something you can only get if you have a trans ID card. Right? So without that ID card, you don't get access to any of these things. So it's not just legal recognition. It's much more than that. It's about life and livelihood.
Yeah, they're just
So
putting barriers, right? Between getting
yeah,
access to.
now there's more barriers,
Sorry?
essentially. Now there's more
Yeah,
barriers.
there was more barriers.
Yeah.
No, that's
So
fucking sad.
also because not necessarily everybody has the economic means or
Mhm.
even makes the choice to medically transition.
Yep.
So to require a medical board is of course violative of the right to self-determination.
Yes.
Something that as we discussed, Nalsa versus Union of India, the Supreme Court had very clearly said that this is enshrined in the Constitution, it's been upheld, and the government has to recognize this. So this bill is very patently unconstitutional. There is no doubt about it. Um, but we don't want to get to a place where we have the bill, we go to court, like, where the
Mhm.
bill becomes law and then we go to court. We, as of now, our aim is to get the bill withdrawn in its entirety.
Yes.
So the right to self-determination has been attacked that way. The problem with medical boards
Mhm.
is that these boards are if you see, this is in the first, I think this is
Mhm.
the second clause of the bill,
It
which adds
is. There's too many
definition for
clauses here.
authority.
Second section to 4K1. The bill is
No,
open in
no.
front of me.
Yeah, so two basically.
Yeah.
It after clause A, you add something called the definition of authority.
Okay.
That's the medical board, right?
Yeah.
A medical board headed by a chief medical officer as appointed by the central government or state government. Now, this doctor is going to decide, in conjunction with the district magistrate, whether you get an identity card or not. And this is extremely problematic.
Yeah.
The community fought a lot when the act was being made, when the bill was being made, to ensure that district magistrates do not get discretion, as in they don't have open authority to decide
Mhm.
whether someone is transgender or not.
Yeah.
It's the person who is applying who has the right to decide their gender identity. So the law has been framed in a way where if you give the documents that are required, the district magistrate has to give you the ID card. There is no
Mhm.
discretion involved.
Yeah.
Now, it's a different thing that on the ground, DMs have been exercising discretion. And therefore, there is also a challenge to Section 6 and 7 that is pending in the Supreme Court, because in practice and in implementation, DMs do exercise a discretion and it has been problematic. But the
So
law
just to
itself is not.
simplify that, they have been saying like, no, you're not gonna get the ID card.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plainly because they have the power
Yeah.
to do so. But even though the law doesn't let them, the
Okay.
2019
So
Act
they're
doesn't
just
give them the
completely
power.
going against the law. But is there any recourse against that? Even just going back to what the current law is?
Yes, absolutely. So, you have a lot of people going to court, going to the High
Mhm.
Court on writ petition saying that the DM has illegally rejected my application. And there is a larger petition in the Supreme Court
Mhm.
now to ensure that um, this does not keep happening. So the government should introduce rules, should introduce manuals, should make it clear to the district magistrates that they do not have discretion. But what this bill is doing is essentially giving them discretion and telling them that they can consult with this medical board, who will now decide whether you are a transgender person or not.
Oh, that's fucked up a
And
bit.
other than the really messy issue of, oh, this medical board is going to decide and
Mhm.
not you, there's also the issue that medical boards have never really worked in sort of
Anywhere, to be honest
in
with you, I can
policy,
give you
right?
examples
Like
of other places.
no, like medical boards are created under the MTP Act, which is
Mhm.
for the Termination of Pregnancy Act, right, for
Yeah.
abortions. And the problem is in India, we like, especially in remote areas or in really
Mhm.
like non-urban areas, you don't have doctors. You don't have enough doctors to create these medical boards who don't have enough time or money or space. And so needing to constitute a medical board every time a transgender person applies, and then that medical board having all the doctors that are required and then them giving the decision, the number of barriers that it creates are insane.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Uh,
I'm sorry, I'm just butting in just to give a bit more reference. The reason why medical board also never work, because there's also bias involved a lot of times. Like this happens in Poland, like Poland very specifically, because there was a case very recently. There's a medical board for abortions. Because abortions are illegal in Poland. Within the medical board, they have never given an okay to get an abortion. Women have died over this.
yeah.
The medical board is completely biased towards like Christian values. This also was the
Same.
case with Ireland before 2006, 2008. Just giving examples. So medical boards here, even in this case, I don't feel are going to work, because they can just like only give authorization to like 30% of the people that are applying for it. I
Yeah.
read the article, like the amendment. I don't think there is anything that you can go to court against the board, because like you have to also go against the hospital, because they think the hospital also has to send like some documents to the board, and then even you have to do it, and then they have to cross check. It's a whole procedure, and then pinpointing to who actually go against with the court is going to be difficult.
It's so messy, especially like because the center I used to work
Mhm.
with, the Center for Justice, Law and Society, they also have a report on medical boards that they did a couple of years ago for the MTP Act, which is on abortion. And these things delay so much, and especially for something like abortion, when time is so important and integral to like the health of the pregnant person and the fetus, and you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's messy. It never works.
Yeah, I mean, medical boards never do. If especially in decisions like this decision to start with is a personal decision to make. Like I can only imagine, like a person is going through like their whole life trying to feel okay in their own skin, and now they have to go to a medical board to convince them that who they are. A whole lot of
Yeah.
stress.
It's we had a client who faced that even under the current act.
Mhm.
Again, that was illegal for the DM to say, come meet me, and then I will decide whether I give you the ID card or not, was illegal.
Yeah.
But it was happening. And I think this really shows you the attitude through which, like, why these amendments have come in. Like, if you read the statement of objects and reasons, you will see they say that we only want to protect a certain class of
Yeah.
transgender people. We don't want to protect, like, we're not trying to protect all of them. We are only trying to protect the ones who are who, according to
Mhm.
them, are socially oppressed or are facing stigma. It's the same thing, right? Like, it's this misuse argument. It's this
Yeah.
argument that we are creating welfare measures and ID cards, and now everybody wants it,
Yeah.
which is insane. And I
Yes.
always say this to people who come to me with the misuse argument that nobody would want to, like, voluntarily put themselves in a situation where they get stigmatized and oppressed just
Yeah.
because of their identity. Believe me, no one is misusing
No, the
this.
community here, and I understand because there's a lot of people who come with the argument as well, and we are always calling for like universal health care, at least minimum basic income, social welfare, social education, and they are always like, oh, but what about misuse? I'm like, even the misuse is like 0.1%, if there is, or like it is, and there is actually research on this. When you actually provide this welfare to people, irrespective whether, without worrying about whether they're going to misuse it or not, almost no one misuses it, and it is always better for the community, whichever it is.
100%. If it's available to you for free and there's no scarcity, then I don't feel the need to hoard or steal
Even if
because
there's
I
a
know it will be
scarcity,
available.
even if there is a scarcity, people are more willing to provide others and share. Only you have to do is believe in the people's goodness. I think that is one thing that the government is curbing so much. They are
100%.
Yeah. Anup, go on.
Alright, Neil. So you probably went over the topic already. I was missing in action for a
No,
while.
it's fine.
But what are these welfare schemes or benefits, and what is the misuse? Can you quantify that? Kyunki, I think you kind of strayed a little bit into gray area where when you talked about goodness of others and all that, because when you are creating legislation, it has to be black or white, right? So at the same time, if the government is making legislation, it has to be black or white. It cannot be like we will approve a certain class of people only, and and then what is it this benefit that they're gatekeeping so dearly to them? Like,
So
why,
here,
if a certain class of people requires it, then why gatekeep it rather than just creating the opportunity to provide for that class? Why are you gatekeeping that benefit?
yeah, that's the point, because they're gatekeeping everything. So the benefits in this scenario are not like they're providing money or something. The benefits in this scenario is access to healthcare, like access to non-discrimination, access to like DEI program, for example, how much ever you want to talk about, like how much ever it works in India. That's the access. The thing that I was talking about was a very different thing with an example of like this has been researched before. There is a like PMJ scheme, by the way. PM's name is in there. His even photos is in there. Access to low cost or free even transgender surgeries or sex change surgeries for people identifying as trans. So they are saying that like shit like this is going to be misused. Or like, because the trans community has been asking for like, hey, we need at least some reservation, some affirmative action, and misuse of that. They are saying that, oh, if we don't have recognition, anyone can claim to be trans. That is the thing. That is what they're saying. That is what the fight is.
Hey, is this something like they think this is like a ration card that somebody will come and
They
ask for
think
it?
it's like the government thinks it's like a ration card. They haven't read their own pamphlets.
Yeah, this is very insensitive.
It is
but,
extremely. They have literally said.
Yeah, because there is actual evidence that lack of healthcare. Take the example of the sex workers. Lack of recognition of that profession is leading to so many issues.
Exactly.
Basic things like spreading of STIs.
Yeah.
Is such a big problem because they don't have proper means to getting healthcare.
Yes, exactly. See, that's the thing, right? That's the thing that they are targeting. Like, it's not like they are getting extra rations or anything. It's none of that shit. This is literally like, oh, we are just going to erase trans people. That's why we are doing this. We are going to give them some weird excuse on why we should be doing this. they literally said that if you like the reason, there are some points that have been included within this. Basically states that if you help a trans person and the family is against helping the trans person, the family can put a case on you for helping this person out, saying you have forced them into changing their identity even if they hadn't. And you go to jail.
Wow.
I know.
They
are trying to ruin...
fascist.
Sorry?
That is not even borderline. That is literally fascist.
Yeah,
territory.
exactly. It is
You're
it is fascist
punishing someone
completely.
for helping someone.
Yes, exactly. It is absolutely fascist. It is absolutely problematic. That is why there is so much against this going on. Like you are basically making every single transgender help organization illegal. Every single one. The only way a transgender person in India, if this bill is passed, can get safe and secure surgeries or ID cards or whatever is if their parents are agreeing. The biggest abuser of transgender people are their parents. And this question was asked. Like there was this informal meeting with like the transgender organization and the people who actually pushed this bill out. They were like, what happens to like protection for people in like in their own homes? So this lady goes on and says that transgender people are the ones that are abducting children and making them trans. We are never going to punish the parents. Like even if the children are getting beaten up for being trans, even if they're getting harassed and kidnapped or whatever, it is done by their parents, so it's good. But yeah, so on.
But I have a question about the constitutional nature of this, right? Because
it's not
what does
constitutional.
but how like think about it. A person who is considered an adult by your legal framework, can they do what kind of a say do their parents have in this whole matter? Like, is this not unconstitutional what they're trying to pass?
It is unconstitutional. But then again, Gujarat
But then how
requires
is
you...
it being passed?
No. But then again, Gujarat requires you to present like a written paper from your parents if you want to get married, no matter how old you are. So like it is part of law, I guess. I don't know. This is what they're trying to do for trans people as well. They did this for marriages. Now they're doing it for trans, and then they'll do it for Dalits. They'll do it for everyone else. It's like they are just expanding their fascism into other sectors. This bill is bad.
I think there needs to be some evaluation of the fact that I don't know if India gives that level of federal freedom to kind of exercise rights over a person's freedoms.
It does. I think it does. Like states can just say they're not going to pass this law within the state. But none of them have said as of yet, so you never know.
Right. I mean, I understand the fact that if it is going against the constitutional nature, that you can cite it and say that, okay, I cannot let this law pass in my state. But if it is, unless they make an amendment saying that freedom of right to freedom or live as per your free will does not exist if you're a transgender, unless they amend the constitution to that effect.
That's the amendment right now.
That is not. Then that's. I don't know that this is just like you said. I think this is like the first step to not even fascism. This is like just devolution of society then.
Yeah, I mean,
because then they can do anything they want.
This is what Nazi Germany did as well. Like the first people they targeted were the trans, then the LGBTQ, then the Jews. No, sorry, then the blacks and browns, and then the Jews. This is progression as per Nazi policy, as per fascist policy, as it has been. America did the same. The first thing they came was for Roe v. Wade. Then they came for the brown people. Now they are shooting white people in the face. This is
No,
part
think
and
about
parcel of
it.
fascist
The
regime.
UGC thing that was happening couple of
Weeks. Sorry, go on.
it's the same thing, right? People are afraid that SC/ST will misuse it. What is the rate of conviction in that?
Not like
Or
there's
I
no
mean, there is such a high
misuse.
rate of conviction because there is no misuse. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
There is no misuse.
Like
They're just trying to
also
create an
SC/ST are
environment
going
of
to
mistrust.
misuse this. No, the SC/ST are going to misuse this. They say most of the Brahmins are creating SC/ST papers to misuse this. Maybe that's what they mean. The point is, in this scenario, who is going to misuse being trans? There is anyway like a social stigma against it. The people who are trans
Absolutely.
are trans because...
It's a parallel that I drew because...
Sorry, go on.
No, the reason I drew a parallel is because there is there is equal amount of stigma that, but
I can't hear you.
of caste want to reveal it in the first place, but they'll still take all the risks associated with it just because they want to get justice.
Yeah.
Same thing goes for transgender. Like they are already fighting such a huge battle with
Yeah.
themselves. They want to get over that fact and have a reassignment surgery. Now the government says hum nahi denge just
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we feel uncomfortable.
So there's also a thing there where if you want to get a reassignment surgery through the Yojana, you have to be have the license like ID that you're trans, but for the trans ID now you need to get a surgery first. Imagine. So what
Can
came
trust
first?
the Indian government to create such catch-22s.
Yeah, no, they did it on purpose. They did it on purpose. It's not like a catch-22 out of mistake. They literally did it on purpose. Like the person who drafted the bill was saying absolute shit, all shit. Like racist, sexist, homophobic shit to the trans community members, the leaders of the trans community. This has come out already. The committee who wrote this bill, the person in charge of the Ministry of Social Justice and Equality. Arun Anav is also covering the bill. When yes, he is also, yes. They are the ones who wrote, were saying anti-transphobic things to the committee. Like trans people are the ones who steal and kidnap children. Come on. Seriously?
No, I'm seriously disappointed by our judiciary's off late, tone deaf nature of statements. That this is such a callous statement. Not only this, yesterday you were talking about that Mohammad Deepak also.
Yeah.
Such careless off the cuff remarks, man. What are these even judges?
Absolutely, they are absolutely and completely fascist. Even the Supreme Court is mostly Sanghis at this point. What do we expect? They want the regime to succeed. The only people standing between them and fascism is the people of India. And the people who actually stand up. That's why India is turned into an electoral autocracy. This is what we need to do. Talk about this shit if you want to get out of this. Can't help it otherwise. By the way, Anup, do sign the paper there. It is very nice. They write you the letter, they write you everything. All you have to do is say that if you're an ally part of the community, that's it. Is Prakash Ambedkar an MP? Yes, yes, he is. He tweeted to send me what he tweeted. We'll read it out. See, it's absolutely horrendous. Please do write, click on the link up there and send that send your MP or MLA. You from Pune, right?
No, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was driving, so I didn't realize.
So you're from Pune,
No,
right?
yeah, I'm from Pune. I'll write to.
Yeah, so write to that fucking BJP fucker. I wrote to him as well, twice or thrice.
Champa also. Yeah, I'll write to them.
Yeah, he's a BJP fucker. He's not going to listen, mostly because of the anti-defection bill. But still, whatever. At least we do our job. The point is to get like... the point of this is to get at least Congress and CPM is already on the floor with this, is to get like Congress to actually start doing something, TMC to start doing something with this. None of them are doing anything. Like none of them are doing anything whatsoever. Absolutely been fucking useless. Even AAP has been doing nothing of this. Like no one gives a shit about trans people, mostly because it's not that huge of a voting majority. That's the problem. Like for whatever whoever says, the trans community, if you can't call yourself left if you're not doing left shit. Like, to be serious, how much are we going to let the Overton window shift right just so you get votes? Like, there needs to be a stop there. Like, at one point you need to be like, no, fuck this. It doesn't matter. Like, whoever the Indian populace is, doesn't fucking matter. It's our job to shift the Overton window. It's our job to like spread this knowledge that it's completely fine and normal to have trans people in the country. If you keep pandering to their votes, you're never going to do shit. Why would the Indian public ever vote for Congress or AAP or whoever it is if they're doing like soft Hindutva anyway? Just be left. That's it. Just be left. Like, CPIM is left. Why do people vote for CPIM? The fact that the moment you start pandering to the right is where the point where you lose. Because the right already has the BJP. क्यों लेना है उनका vote?
It narrows down.
Anyway, there's a video in Focus Podcast why the National Transgender Council was kept in the dark.
Our identity to our organs, our body, our anatomy, and that itself is not very progressive, it's actually regressive. So you say that surgery is necessary to get an identity certificate, but you haven't provided free medical care, free surgery.
This bill completely is negligent towards queer community, trans men, and how serious is that?
We don't have housing, we don't have reservation. These are not the issues the bill has spoken about.
What happens when a law meant to protect a marginalized consulted. She joins us today from Coimbatore, and we'll be discussing about the role of the council in policy making, the red flags in the amendment, and how it will translate into the daily lives of the community. Welcome to the show, ma'am. Thank you so much for talking to us. Let me begin with your open letter. You had mentioned that the council itself was not informed while drafting this bill. Is there an update since then? Has the government reached out to you in any way?
The government has not reached out, neither the government nor the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has reached us, neither me nor any of the members. I met them all yesterday evening through an online meeting, and we were discussing about the amendment bill, and we did not get any sort of communication, email or any sort of thing even after the amendment bill so far. So that is the status as of now.
Now, before we get into the bill for our audience to understand better, I would like to ask you to explain the role of the council in policy making and how important is it?
Well, the council is actually a very important part of the whole transgender rights movement. It was constituted as National Council for Trans Persons with representatives, that is the members from 5 regions of the country: Southern, Northern, Eastern, Western, and Northeast. So all the 5 regions in the country, every 5 or 6 states, one representative. That's how it goes. So for the entire Northeast region, there is one trans woman, and for the South, especially Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Puducherry, I represent our community of transgender women, transgender men, and intersex people. I represent the community with the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. So that is our role. Our major role as a member and representative is being the voice of the community. What the community needs, what the community wants, and if the government or the ministry frames any policy or comes up with a plan, they discuss with us, and then we give the inputs. We advise the government, we advise the ministry, and we also come up with recommendations for the betterment on various aspects of the life of our transgender community. Because as you know, our community is one of the most marginalized and completely ostracized and invisible, voiceless, mostly uneducated community, which is struggling with social acceptance, family acceptance, economic independence, and all that. So our representation means so much, because I, as a Southern member, I represent thousands of the community members, not just transgender women, not just Tirunangaiga, but also trans men and intersex people as well. So each member has an important role.
Beautifully summed up. Now, we understand the significance of the council, right? Now, if the council constituted to represent the community is ignored or bypassed while drafting a bill, what does it come to say? Does its existence just symbolic, rather significant? Do you think this is tokenism of some sort? How do you see it?
Absolutely, I'm shocked actually, not just me, the entire members and the experts of the community, the National Transgender Council, we're all shocked, because one day we wake up and we see the minister in the Lok Sabha bringing the bill. So it was not discussed with us, and the community people actually question us that, was it not told to you? Why are you being silent? And without your knowledge, how did it happen? And all that. Yes, without our own knowledge, it happened. And the minister did not discuss with us, or neither the minister nor the ministry officials, joint secretary, or anybody discussed about the bill with us. So it has just bypassed. Silently it bypassed, yes.
Right, so let's come into the bill itself. We'll try to dissect it and understand what the new amendments mean. The biggest sort of criticism, the biggest debate is around self-identification, which was recognized in the landmark Nalsa versus Union of India.
Sorry, why isn't opposition party are not tweeting about the bill? Congress, Rahul Gandhi do, then they do not care. They just do not care.
Judgment in 2014. Now, stripping this off, what could it mean? How difficult would it mean to the community, if you can explain?
Well, according to the Nalsa judgment, self-identification is a major part of the Nalsa judgment. I am a transgender person, and I come out to the family and to the society as a transgender person. That is the self-identity. That is the core of the freedom and the liberation that a transgender person has, is coming out openly as a transgender person. And that self-perceived identity, self-identification is the first good aspect of being a transgender, because not every transgender person in this country is able to come out and say that I am a Tirunangai, I am a Tirunambi, or I am a Kinnar. They will not be able to say, because of the family non-acceptance, family discrimination, social discrimination, and all that. So this aspect is so important, but when it narrows down, for example, the amendment bill actually narrows and dilutes the Nalsa judgment. So it narrows down our identity to the genitals, to our organs, our body, our anatomy, and that itself is not very progressive, it's actually regressive. So the number one thing is our identity is in question. Already we are a small population, and most of them are not even coming out owing to the discrimination and oppression.
No, I don't know what time they're talking about the bill. I'm sorry. I have tried to check. I couldn't find anything. So I'm just going to like put it on and keep listening to it throughout.
That has been on and on for more than many centuries. And this will put even more pressure on our community and make us very invisible.
With the self-identification stripped off, now people from the community have to take a medical test. Already, access to trans identity card is a huge challenge. So how will it make this more difficult for the community?
The medical council or the medical officer checking our genitals or private part and then giving a certificate that we are a transgender, and then we going to the magistrate to get it signed again and then change the documents and everything. It's such a horrible thing to do, you know, with the red tapeism that is going around the country, and every transgender person in the wherever she goes to a government office, is she respected? No. Is she listened to? No. Is she heard? No. Will she get justice? Will she get the work done? No, not possible at all. Already we have been banging every door to open, but it's not opening really. So for us, it's so difficult. This is a shame on our. This is shame on our identity. This is a shame on our body that we should be showing our genitals to prove who we are. I would also bring to an example, a case that my guru is a trans woman. She has been living as a trans woman for many years. She has blood pressure and she has health issues. She is poor. She has two sisters. One is a handicap, one is a differently abled, one younger one. The other one is a widow. She takes care of them, and she has been living a trans woman's life, not even dressing up as a woman. She just puts a lungi and a shirt. She works hard to save her sisters. And we respect her. We respect her as a Tirunangai, Muta Tirunangai, Periya Tirunangai. And we never question about her body. Her identity and her way of life is important to us. But according to the bill, she is not a trans person. She is not a transgender woman. And that really hurts me, because I can procure a certificate and she cannot. She has lived more of a life, years of life as a trans person, openly, enduring the shame, enduring the discrimination, but you will not give her a certificate because she hasn't done her sex reassignment surgery. Is that even justice? Not at all. This is the core of the problem. Poverty, health reasons, social pressure, family unacceptance. Everything is a reason why today hundreds and thousands of trans people do not have access to healthcare and of course surgery. You know how much the surgery costs? The government hasn't come up with of course any concrete plans yet, even though it has come up with a package of Ayushman Bharat TG card, which actually gives access to surgery and all that, but it actually hasn't rolled out yet fully. Yeah. And for a person to do surgery, at least you should have 2 lakh rupee. And for those who actually have money, go to places like Thailand and do the surgery for 7 lakh, 8 lakh, 15 lakhs and all that. And that is 0.0001% of the trans community. Most of them live in poverty. So you say that surgery is necessary to get an identity certificate, but you don't have, you haven't provided free medical care, free surgery. None of the hospitals now are ready with trained doctors to do it for free. And we don't have housing, we don't have reservation. These are not the issues the bill has spoken about. And you're talking about our genitals, and that is so injustice. And when it comes to the medical fraternity, yes, most of them, 95% of the medical fraternity, including doctors, nurses, and the staff in the government hospitals as well as in private hospitals, no, they're not trained. They're not trained to handle transgender people and intersex persons. And intersex person is a different story. If a child is born as an intersex child, Today, nobody knows how to deal with the child. The child itself has its own right on its own body, and we should be respecting that. So that is also a serious fault with the amendment bill. So when it comes to medical facilities, surgery, there's a long way to go in our country.
The bill continues to recognize traditional social cultural communities like Aravani, Hijar, Kinnar and Jokta. How do you read this? Do you think this will encourage some sort of hierarchy within the community? And do you think there will be a lot of exclusions from people who do not want to be part of the community?
Who's Aravani now? Nobody is Aravani now. Everybody is Tirunangai in Tamil Nadu. Aravani was a term when transgender women were called as Ali and all that with very derogatory names. A police officer who was invited to the Kuvagam festival in the 90s, he named them with dignity as Aravani because it was all connected to the Aravan festival happening in Kuvagam in Virupuram of Tamil Nadu district, of Tamil Nadu state, of course. Now the name has been changed officially in the Gazette. A trans woman is called as Tirunangai, and in the amendment bill, why are they not aware that we have a separate name which is not connected to religion, caste, but it is a name. Tirunangai is a beautiful and respecting name given to the community for trans women, and Tirunambi for trans men. So they should be using these words, and this socio-cultural identity, yes, it's important, but you are actually denying the word Tirunangai and you are reversing our rights and going back to Aravani, which is unacceptable. That is the starting point of how regressive this whole bill is, how ignorant this whole issue is put on the table of the Lok Sabha. So from there on, I think I completely dismiss this amendment bill.
Now, talking about ignorance, this bill completely is negligent towards queer community, trans men, and how serious is that?
If you look at the statistics, the population of our community, the transgender community, the last census of India was taken, I don't know, maybe 2011. That is when the population statistics of the transgender community was published. 4,88,000 people, that was the statistics there, out of which 55,000 people, 55,000 children. This was way back in 2011. Now we haven't taken any census. What is the population in Tamil Nadu? What is the population in Maharashtra? What is the population in Karnataka of transgender people? Nobody knows. And the community is already a minority and invisible. Many of them are living a closeted life because of the widespread discrimination and family unacceptance and stigma and all that. So no statistics so far, no progressive measures to take a population statistics, economic status. What is the economic status of the community? Only we activists from our own experience on the grassroots, we know that our community lives below poverty line. Look at the streets, people are begging, the trans community is begging and doing sex work at night. They are living a very, very dangerous life in one way and a very oppressed life in the other. And why don't you actually introduce amendment in the amendment, why don't you introduce welfare measures for the livelihood of the community? Why don't you actually sponsor and bring out scholarships for the community? Why haven't you talked about it? Why are you talking about punishing the community?
My next question was about that, the crimes and protection. For the day-to-day crimes that happen almost very frequently, the penalty is 6 months to 2 years. On the other hand, when a person is abducted or forced to convert into a transgender, the penalty, the punishment is severe. It's 10 years to lifetime imprisonment. How do you see this?
The whole mystery about kidnapping, oh my God, this has been on, and now an amendment bill about the kidnapping. I haven't come across any cases recently or right from my childhood that a transgender woman kidnapped a child, castrated that child and made a transgender or a, hijra or a tirunangai. I've never come across such a case. Transgender people, when they are young, or most of them are facing discrimination from their own families. So they run away from their families, and our community elders embrace them, nurture them, take care of them. So when a child runs out, when you don't have a support system, where will the children go? Where will a young teenager, trans teenager will go? They will run to another transgender, right? So there they live.
No, not reject. Hey, not like reject the trans bill. It's like reject the amendment of it. The amendment makes it completely impossible for a person in India to be trans. It erases the trans identity. Sign, if you are Indian, sign the letter towards your MLA. I'll send you the link here. Click on this link. You will find a post by a friend of ours. Oh, okay. Then forget about it. Then doesn't matter. Then okay, cool.
A very sad life of begging and sex work. So sometimes these children are also, these youngsters are also pushed into that, which is wrong. I completely do not accept minors from the trans community being forced, or even major or any transgender person being forced into begging or sex work. I completely don't accept. And on that aspect, I will completely support the government bill's status on the punishment. Yes, any trans person or any other person who encourages or does bonded labor or aggressive pushing of for begging and sex work, forces them to, they should be punished, no doubt about that. But what about a person who rapes a transgender? What about the widespread discrimination? What about the treatment, the everyday treatment that is given to the community, everyday discrimination, everyday shame that we happen? And there are so many transgender people who go through sexual violence every day, and the perpetrators escape. I know myself in Chennai, one of my friend, she was taken, she was kidnapped, she was taken by 7 men. They stripped her off naked and made her to do all the household work for 3 days. They also raped her, and then after 3 days they just let her on the streets one night, and she came running naked to her home, and she never went to the police because she was a sex worker. She could not go to the police and complain, because again police will say, why did you go at night and why are you coming here to complain? So when you have
this is absolutely effed up, I understand, but this is the reality most trans people in India live under. This is why every battle that they have won is out of blood, sweat and tears, and this is why we need to be supporting the trans community, especially when the government is hell-bent on erasing them.
That person who does it. So death sentence to the household work for 3 days. And they were telling me, what news? And I was actually saying,
as we dissect the entire
complete ignorance. Yeah, the amendment is not, I was expecting at least the amendment will increase this punishment, definitely, more than 2 years. I was definitely expecting 10 years, 15 years for a person who rapes a transgender, but nothing of that sort in this bill.
As we dissect,
it is within this bill, if you're a trans person, you get raped, the maximum punishment is 2 years. You can be harassed, brutalized by your family as much as possible. There is no punishment for it whatsoever.
The entire bill, the amendment, it is clear that the ministry has lacked inputs, and for which the council itself is existing. So if the council had been consulted before, there would have been more inputs about trans men, the queer community, and about what the demands are actually. So what was your, I want to go a bit about your reaction immediately when you read the amendment. What was your reaction?
I immediately called up my other members. Are you aware of this? And they were telling me, what news? And I was actually sending this video of our minister speaking in the Lok Sabha. Nobody knew about it. And then I sent it to all other WhatsApp groups. Nobody knows about it. And then some of the transgender leaders in the country, nobody knows about it. So for us all, it was a shock. But one thing that we did is, like, we know that the community will question us. Being representatives, the community will come back to us and question us, why did this happen? They'll definitely question us. So we did not let that happen. We gave the first statement. I was one of the first persons to give a statement as a member of the National Trans Council that it was not told to us, communicated to us about this amendment bill. And I told, as I've written in the letter, that I'll be stepping out if this amendment bill comes in its current form. It comes and passes as an act in the parliament. Yes.
Let's talk about solidarity, which matters the most at this moment to the community. There's been a lot of criticism online that voices from the mainstream should speak out against this proposed amendment. In social media, people are saying Collywood actors who play the roles of transgender people should speak out, and people from political parties of the states also should not let this bill become a law. What is your take on that?
I think people in prominent positions should definitely speak. Political parties should speak. Celebrities should speak. People who believe in diversity and inclusion, people who believe in human rights, people who believe in LGBTQI rights, people who believe in women's rights should speak for us. It's very, very necessary. And of course, when you talk about art, yes, cinema. Cinema is such a diverse medium and an art form. So definitely celebrities and actors and actresses who have played transgender roles, they must have studied, and I'm sure they definitely should speak. I came across Sonam Kapoor, who was openly speaking.
By the way, guys, if you have Amazon Prime and if you're out of India and if you like the streams, you might want to subscribe using Amazon Prime subs. It doesn't cost you anything. It will use Bezos' money. Everyone's happy except Bezos.
Speaking about the amendment bill, against the amendment bill, I think it's time for our celebrities to open up and speak, and also our political parties and MPs. The most important thing is our member of parliament in Lok Sabha should not vote for this bill. It should be rejected. That is the most important thing. Yeah. I also heard that in 2 weeks, the minister is going to bring it to the parliament once again for discussion. He has introduced the bill, but now it will be for discussion. I've heard that. Yeah.
So we've come to the tail end of our discussion. I just want to ask, what will your next set of actions be? You've obviously said that if this bill becomes a law, you would be resigning from your post. What are your next set of actions? Are you planning to go meet the ministry again? If you can explain us.
Yes, last evening, we all members and experts, most of them, all of us had an online meeting, and we are all in an unanimous thought.
Hey Marxist Billah, how you doing? How's it going? Everything cool?
This amendment bill should not be, we don't accept, none of us accept it. And we are going to draft a letter, apart from individually sending letters.
Nice. How's it going? I heard you went to your first... Yes, you're back again. Nice, Faustin. I heard you went to your first protest. How was it?
Letters to the minister and the prime minister. We are, as a collective, as a council, we are drafting a letter that will be sent to that will be given to the Minister of Social Justice, Dr. Virendra Kumar sir. We are trying to get his appointment. And also we want to give the letter to him in person and to the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. and we will be sending this draft letter to the Prime Minister and the President also, that this amendment is hurting to the community, the future of the community and all that. We will definitely will be taking action to make this amendment. They should either change it to be more progressive instead of making it regressive, or they should completely eliminate this bill. We are so sure on that. We need more support from the Member of Parliament. So this is a call that the Member of Parliament, everyone, in spite of party differences and all that, ideological differences and all that, if you all believe in human rights, please support the community and save the community, save the transgender community from being invisible.
Right.
Sorry, I'm main screen for a while, please. Oh, Jesus, main screen for a while. It's been what, 5 hours? Yeah. I need to look for another thing. I think we have nearly finished every single person who has spoken about this bill. We'll talk about the anti-conversion bill as well eventually, but not today. If you haven't signed the... It was great actually. There were many people that showed up and points of view were very progressive, not just liberal centric, lots of Hindutva condemning. Yes. Like a lot of protests have like a lot of left-wing people. You're gonna love going to protest, Billa. I'm just checking if there is anything more we can watch, because we have been doing this for 5 hours now. There's not much coverage overall. I am so sorry, but let's getting through it. We are gonna keep doing it as much as possible. At one point, yes. No, we have 2 accounts. So what Bliss is saying that she's following 3, the other person is not Billa, that's Billu. That's someone with the same DP. They are a person who are, I think, like they are Marxist, but no, they're communist without being Marxist. Something like that. Because I was like, what the fuck, I tagged Marxist Billa in it. And yeah, that was yeah, sorry, I'm out of words right now. I need an energy drink. Fuck, I need a smoke. I don't condone smoking. Please don't smoke. Yes, communist but not Marxist. Yes. Yes, again, you said the exact same thing. Like, I shit you not, Marxist, Billa, literally, you said those exact words. If you just go to your account or even my account, search them for yourself, you will find it. Even with... I still remember it. Okay. Yes. I remember all this weird shit, by the way. Let me get to this 7-minute video. This is Congress MP Renuka Chaudhary speaking about it. Willow, can you also send me the 7-minute John Britta's speech that should be on like Yes We Exist place, the channel.
दीजिए कौन सी सुरक्षा क्या नर्क पैदा कर रहे कभी दिमाग लगा हो तो ये लोग सोचे.
I love her. She has such an anti vibe. I love her. Such an anti vibe she has.
और ऐसे कानून लाने की जरूरत क्या, किससे संपर्क किए, कौन सा डेटा लेकर बात कर रहे हैं, कौन से हक से ये हमें समझा रहे, क्या नॉनसेंस. ऐसे समाज को आप विभिन्न तरीकों से तोड़ फोड़ करके लोगों का इज्जत लूट के आप लोग ऐसा बात कर रहे हैं. आप जाएंगे मेडिकल बोर्ड के सामने. मैं सवाल करना चाह रही हूँ कि ये सरकार में कितने अफसर आएंगे मेडिकल बोर्ड के सामने. मैं भी कह सकता हूँ मुझे इनके ऊपर शक है, इनका जेंडर क्या है, आ जाओ सामने. क्या नॉनसेंस बात करते हैं. कोई इज्जत नहीं, कोई पहचान नहीं, कुछ नहीं, किसी से संपर्क नहीं, बातचीत नहीं, चर्चा नहीं, अपना मनमानी से लेके आए हैं सब्जेक्ट डाइवर्ट करने। असली मुद्दे कुछ और है जिसपे दिमाग
Very early 2000 Bollywood comedy movie quoted. That's the way she talks. I know. That's why.
आग लगाना चाहिए इस सरकार को, वो नहीं करते, मगर यहाँ आके डंडोरा पीटते हैं ऐसे इसमें जो समाज
Yes, I absolutely love this. क्या बात करने की तरीका. Yeah, I know everyone should speak like this. I swear.
सबसे बड़ा नुकसान उठाते हैं ये लोग। हम इन्हीं पे हम जुल्म चला रहे हैं। ये जुल्म है, इंसानियत नहीं।
बोल रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस बीजेपी की बी टीम है।
कौन बोल रहे हैं? अब बेचारा और क्या बोलेगा। इलेक्शन है, चल रहा है ना, तो ये सब ड्रामेबाज चलाते रहते हैं, इससे कुछ होने वाला नहीं है।
पीएम मोदी सबसे अधिक गवर्नमेंट हेड ऑफ गवर्नमेंट शासन करने वाले व्यक्ति बन गए हैं। उन्होंने सिक्किम के मुख्यमंत्री का भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया है। 8930 दिन का ये रिकॉर्ड टूटा है। पहले गुजरात के सीएम और अब पीएम, कुल मिलाकर ये इस तरीके की उपलब्धि देख रही हैं।
हाँ, ऐसी ही उपलब्धि है कि जिन मुद्दों पर इनके ऊपर इल्जाम लगाए गए, सबूत समेत मिला गया है, वो भी सबसे लंबा लिस्ट है जो किसी और के पास नहीं है।
मिडिल ईस्ट के हालातों पर भी बैठक चल रही है, पीएम खुद बैठक ले रहे हैं। किस तरीके से देखते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरीके के हालात हैं एलपीजी क्राइसिस, ये तमाम विषय है, लेकिन अब इसको लग रहा है कि चर्चा बन रही है, इस पर समीक्षा चल रही है।
भाई करो, कुछ करो भाई, कुछ करिए जाके। जप्पी पप्पी लेने से कुछ नहीं होगा, तो अभी कुछ करिए और देश को समझाइए, देशवासियों को समझाइए ये दिक्कत है, आप मेरे साथ चलिए, इसमें आप इसका कटौती लीजिए। विभिन्न देशों में ऑलरेडी लागू कर दिए हैं, कई जगह वर्क फ्रॉम होम कर दिए, हफ्ते में 2 दिन नौकरी ऑफिस नहीं जाएंगे ताकि पेट्रोल का बचत हो। ऐसे कदम आपको उठाना चाहिए। रोज डंडोरा टीवी पे आके मंत्री लोग, कैबिनेट वाले बता रहे हैं कि कोई कमी नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, एलपीजी का कुछ नहीं है। क्या बकवास। जमीन पे आके देखिए, लकड़ का भी रेट बढ़ गई है। क्या
Like she has the best way to. Oh, Jesus, I like her. It's fun. Like I need the. This is us 7-minute Prakash Rath. Thank you so much.
के साथ कवर करेंगे। अगला सर मैं आपके पास आना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर मनोज कुमार झा जी। किसी इंट्रोडक्शन के आप मोहताज नहीं है। सवाल ये है कि प्रजातंत्र में, एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल डेमोक्रेसी में हम ये कौन से मोड़ पर आकर खड़े हो गए हैं? हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
Something really irks or Prakash Raj. Don't know what. I mean, I don't know either. Prakash Raj has been like a vocal critic of the RSS, BJP and all this fascism that is going on. He's been very decent. Like, I'm not even joking.
इंट्रोडक्शन के आप मोहताज नहीं है। सवाल ये है,
that's John Britas, and that's Manoj Kumar Jha. That's not Prakash Raj, by the way, if you think that's Prakash Raj.
हमें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। राइट्स बेस्ड ज्यूरिस्प्रूडेंस में हम पीछे जा रहे हैं। बिना किसी चर्चा के ये बिल को लाने का, पास करने का कॉन्फिडेंस भाजपा सरकार दिखा रही है। और
Yes, Manoj Jha is quite
केवल
cool.
LGBTQIA एक विधेयक का मुद्दा नहीं है। मुद्दा ये है कि आप नागरिकों से पूछ रहे हो कि अपनी नागरिकता साबित कीजिए। आप LGBTQIA से
Prakash Raj, yes, we know. Prakash Raj is a very chill dude.
ये चल क्यों रहा है और हम यहाँ पर कैसे पहुंचे?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much for coming in such great
Both Jha and Britas are goated? Yes, they both
to all
are.
of you.
Britas was also the first one to reach out to Mohammad Deepak Kumar.
के नाम आपने कितना मासूम सवाल मुझसे पूछा. Those of you who are interested, one day there was a conversation between me and the then minister Smriti Irani ji. I had asked certain things about LGBT community, LGBT plus. and she tried to ridicule me to my question, and instead she was ridiculed on social media. So that's the wisdom index of this government. I don't wish to comment any further.
Swami from Kerala.
Number
To him,
two,
me or you?
आपने कहा कि पीछे क्यों जा रहे हैं?
Because neither of us are lucky
इस
enough to be from
सरकार का
Kerala.
मानस ही पीछे ले जाने वाला है. Everywhere, every action of this government shall tell you that they are experts in undertaking a reverse regressive bus journey. And that bus is without driver. And there is no signal on the road. This is the sum total of this government. So when, Krishna has, I think, Krishanu has, in fact, made my job very easy. Yesterday night, I asked my
I know
younger
that was a
daughter
joke.
to help me with this bill, and she did a fine job. She had plans to come here, but she couldn't. But then I should tell you something in view of Nalsa and Puttaswamy. I think if you examine any aspect of this bill, I think it should not even call for a meeting like this. It should be thrown to the dustbin. Standing committee is a big thing, Sandeep ji. Standing committee, you send a bill when you at least see some merit in it. थोड़ी बहुत मेरिट होती है तो आप सोचते हैं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में ठोक के बजा करके हम निकाल देंगे. हालांकि इस गवर्नमेंट का एक इतिहास है. If you examine their record of sending bills to a standing committee, it's a very, very poor record.
बहुत सारे सवाल खोले हैं अलग-अलग स्पीकर.
What happened? Sorry. Also, fun fact, Bidar wants to leave. Oh,
I think
I
it's
love him.
not. अगर मैं कहूं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी में ठोक के बजा करके हम निकाल देंगे. हालांकि इस गवर्नमेंट का एक इतिहास है. If you examine their record of sending bills to a standing committee, it's a very, very poor record. अगर मैं कहूं हमारे बिहार में 30 अंक लाने पे हम पास माने जाते थे. ये 28 अंक लायक भी इनका व्यवहार नहीं है. अगर मैं मूल्यांकन करूं, हमने फार्म लॉज के केस में भी कहा था कि रिमेंबर ब्रिटिश.
Hold on.
They did not. मैं क्यों फार्म लॉज की
Billa,
बात कर रहा हूं इस
check
context
your
में?
DM.
I'll not take more than 3 minutes. Please understand, I'm sitting with one former member of parliament and 2 members of parliament. As of
Manoj
now.
Jha is no.
Yes,
I
sir.
think he's. Is he? Is he? Hold on. Now hold on. Where is? Yeah. By the way, you check your DMs. You're gonna find this very funny. I don't know. Manoj Jha is RJD. I have no idea. Is he? I thought. Okay, fine.
सरकार संसद से नहीं डरती है.
I'm not gonna think. It's been 6 hours.
They have learned the art of manipulating the parliament, of bulldozing the parliament. But they have failed to bulldoze the roads. जब ये सीए में सड़कों को बुलडोज नहीं कर पाए, उन्होंने सीए प्रोटेस्ट पे बुलडोज नहीं किया. They had to create Delhi riot and then bulldoze certain people. So please understand the power available on the roads. Otherwise, I think what we thought that the government should do, government is not supposed to do gatekeeping. Constitutional morality. Here is the situation.
By the way, did you sign the MLA MP thing? Please do. Don't forget.
We are in a case of a constitutional morality versus a majoritarian morality. And I don't, because of lack of any other phrase, I have chosen majoritarian morality. That majoritarian itself has cracks. Let's expose them. I'll simply say that we'll have a collective strategy within the parliament. There are members who are present, as I told you, but these members, Renuka ji has a reach across the board. Across the board. And if she can, if BJP
Thank you very
people,
much.
members can jettison some
Thank you
of
very
their
much.
prejudices, she can prevail upon them also. So we'll have a coordination committee within the parliament, but let me reinstate,
Wait, how long has the chat
this
been
can
like this?
only be won on the roads. Make sure that we fight together. Because last 1 year, what I have seen,
No, hold on.
we remain silent.
Yeah, better.
When fights are by the farmers, we remain silent. Now is the time. Let's join our fights together. A working class movement, we stand separately.
So hey, thank God it recommended you. We are doing like a very long say hi DL Burns. We are doing an extremely long stream that is going on the 6th hour now, more or less. I am probably losing my mind at this point. Yeah, like 5.5 hours. The stream is about trying to create awareness for the transgender bill amendment that is happening right now, which is erasing trans people from the fabric of India. If you can, please do sign the mail to the MLA or the MP. If you haven't yet, I'll send you the link. It would be very nice. Thank you.
If we have a concerted fight kind of thing, concerted strategy, will prevail within the parliament as well as outside it. And one journalist asked me from, if I'm not wrong, NDTV, what is the major problem of the bill? I said, you are asking for one. I can count you 100. And if I look at the bill, one line I'll just read and finish it off. It further complicates the understanding by referring to incomprehensible clauses like any person or child who has been by force, allurement, inducement, deceit, or undue influence, either with or without consent, compelled to assume, adopt, or outwardly present a transgender identity versus mutilation, and it goes on and on and on and on. As he rightly said, that who are you to decide? And Sandeep ji, while she was explaining, Sandeep ji said, oh my God, what will they do? This is what they are doing in SIR. Exactly, the phenomena is same. The mindset is same. This mindset comes in CA, NRC, this comes in this bill, this comes in SIR. So we need to send the mindset to the standing committee. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Anyway, how long has it been? Okay. Let me just switch to main face. We'll get to another one as soon. For some reason, the chat box is fucked up. Got fucked up in the interviews, in the main screen. Anyway, doesn't matter. Guys, please spread the news as much as you can. I know you already are especially within the community. This is extremely important. Trans person eraser is not a joke. They are going to lose a lot, and they need all the community needs all the help they can get at this point. Please spread the message. This is crucial. Tomorrow, the bill is going to be discussed. I think we have gotten multiple different ways of information on this, but I checked the whatever is available on Sansad. I didn't see much, but it is the first information that I received is it's going to be tomorrow. We have to email. Yes, I'm going to stream tomorrow as well. We are covering Sansad. We also have an interview with someone. They're NB, I think, and they want to share their experience. So we are going to look through that. I'm not going, by the way. We are still continuing with the stream. I just don't know what more to do. It's been 5.5 hours. We have run out of content to talk about. Greetings from Chile, a little summary of the bill. The bill states that every trans person can only be a trans person if they fall into 4 different categories. Every trans person requires now to have like medical testing done to determine if whether or not they are trans or not, which is absolute bullshit. This bill is completely in the face of the original NALSA judgment from 2019, which provided self-determination for the people. And this basically erases trans people from the fabric of India. That is all. That is the one thing, if you want to remember. That is literally the one thing to remember. The main screen is fine. So everyone is organizing against it. Everyone needs to write to their MLAs, MPs, like the people in the Parliament of India, to actually get this bill not to be drafted at all in the first place. It has been tabled within the Parliament. This bill literally will erase trans people from Indian legislative everything. It is absolutely fucking horrible. And this is a way for them to move forward with making India a little bit more worse, a little bit more fascistic. This is part and parcel with it. So we are just going through everything that is available. This is like a long stream already, and we are going through every part of it to make sure that we cover as much as possible, inform as people as much as possible, and just get the voice like message out. No, Willow, what you sent me, did you send anything new? Because I thought you said check the Discord. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. At this point, like, this is just me talking. At this point, like, if it gets too much, I'm just going to start playing Pokemon. Might as well. I know we are not playing R6 irrespective of how much good it is feels with respect to. I got a literal, like, nausea from it. Not because nausea from, like, just playing with motion, I guess. Where is it? So we covered this. We can actually go watch this. So we can rewatch some of this thing. Hold on, for people who are new here. From the start.
Washrooms are here. Washrooms are here.
This is such an Indian thing. Something you're organizing, someone is screaming, washroom kidhar hai? Where's the washroom? Like, define where the washroom is first, then we can start any program. Very Indian.
आझाद मैदानान आयल्या आणि आझाद मैदानान कोण शकता
We're going to speeches, we're going to speeches, we're going to speeches. I think you have some similarities with Abhishek Bachchan. I have been told that since the very beginning of my life. I was 14 and they started saying, oh, look, he looks like Abhishek Bachchan. That has been a thing since the beginning. It's the hair, it's the curly hair and the squarish face. I wish I had his money.
If we can have everybody settle down and move forward, that would be nice.
I know. You may have Abhishek
Good evening,
Bachchan's talent,
everyone.
but not the face. Bro,
Dearest transgender
stop
lovers
hating on
and
me so
friends.
badly.
Dearest non-binary lovers and friends, trans women, trans men, women, men, folks of every gender, sexuality, caste, religion, and country. We have gathered here today in a moment of anger, in a moment of rage, in a moment of helplessness, where we've gathered here in solidarity to raise our voices against an unjust and extremely awful and discriminatory amendment bill, and we hope to raise our voices and share different points of view. I'm Dr. Andy Silvera, an associate professor, and we have...
My name is Saaz.
Yes. So, we'll begin with reading the preamble.
We can start with some slogans.
Thanks, Arun, for a shout out. It's amazing to have you. I don't know if you're still here. Thank you so much for the shout out and the love shown. It is amazing. Thank you so much.
Trans bill. Am Tanaka. Trans bill. Am Tanaka. Trans bill. Am Tanaka. Trans bill.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Rip Harish and Red Wine.
ट्रांस बिल मेरी जान का दुश्मन, हाय 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 हाय, ये ट्रांस बिल मेरी जान का दुश्मन, हाय 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 हाय। और इस बिल से चाहिए क्या? आजादी। हम क्या चाहते? आजादी।
Hey,
चीन के लेंगे।
can you send the link? Yes, I can. Hold on. Does it help if I send it here to this one? Oh, perfect. It got you. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. If you want more, hit me up. All of the links, if you're still watching this, all of the links are on the Discord. If someone, I can ask someone to send you all of the links, or you can grab it from the Discord as well.
बिल नंबर 79 से चाहिए आजादी, प्यार से लेंगे आजादी, चीन के लेंगे आजादी, फाड़ के लेंगे आजादी. We'll just start with the reading of the
Jesus, it's been so long.
हम थोड़ा बोलेंगे, आप पीछे अगर repeat करो तो अच्छा
Anyway,
होगा.
4 more hours to go.
We the people of India.
I'm joking.
Having solemnly resolved.
I think I'm going to switch off the on Twitter.
India into a sovereign.
No, we are going to keep going as long as possible. Guys, if you're new here, please make sure that you, if you want to, please sign the MLA notice. I can send you the link for it. You can send an email to the MLA directly. This is extremely easy. All you have to do is just click on the link. It will give you 4 options. Fill it up. You don't have to use your actual name. You don't even have to use your actual email. You can just create an email for it. I'll send a link in the chat. Or rather, Bliss, can you please send a link in the chat? Hold on. Where's this? Is this? No, that's not the link coming up. Let me just quickly get you the link. By the time we can play this.
Secular, democratic republic. And to secure to all its citizens.
Guys, all you have to do is click on the link. It will get you to a web page that you can just fill up that form. It is like 4 questions. It will send an email to your MLA or MP if you're Indian. This will get you directly like involved with this to go out forward with this. It is just to show that you do not like this bill is bad, all of that sort.
Economic and political.
Social, economic and political.
Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship.
Yeah, 2 buttons and the bill is sent. Yeah.
Faith and worship.
Equality of status and opportunity. And to promote amongst them all. Fraternity. Assuring the dignity of the individual. And the unity and integrity of the nation. In our Constituent Assembly. This 26th day of November 1949. Hereby adopt, enact. And give to ourselves this Constitution. We'll just have Rosh, if Rosh is around, quickly share some guidelines for the protest. And then we'll have Aruvi, who will read the statement for us.
Thank you and salam everyone. My name is Rosh. Just wanted to share some safety, care and accessibility.
Okay, moving on.
The info.
This is like the second time we're watching this
To
at this
law
point.
will
We
lead
watched
to
it
the
at the very. We watched
disenfranchisement
this
of a
live at
section
the
of
start.
persons by criminalizing lived realities of the transgender communities, removing access to community infrastructure and mechanisms towards safety, excluding a large number
I
of
should probably
transgender
switch off
persons
the
from its
Twitter
ambit.
space.
Ultimately, stripping us of our fundamental right to self-determination of gender identities. In addition, the proposed amendment weakens the already limited protections under the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. Our specific and most pressing concerns: the process leading up to this bill has been exclusionary, with no meaningful consultation with the transgender community. This bill creates an arbitrary classification.
I think
within
Supreme Court lawyer talking about bill in news text channel. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me just grab that first, because we watched this already. For people, I'm sorry, who are just here. Hold on. This is important. Hold on. This one. When the stage is so tilted that every little pebble, rock only rolls for you to keep pushing for survival, and every height ever to be achieved seems to be on the other side of the world. You do not have to belong to any specific community to feel sense of injustice in a system that keeps echoing the narratives of select few, ignoring all that build a bedrock. Let me just.
आज ट्रांस अमेंडमेंट बिल 2026 पर चर्चा हुई प्रेस क्लब में। बहुत सारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्स ने इस बिल में क्या समस्या है उसको एक्सप्लेन किया। मनोज कुमार झा जी, जॉन ब्रिटास जी, संदीप दीक्षित जी, रेणुका चौधरी जी, अनीश गावंडे जी, इन्होंने पॉलिटिकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन कहा और दिया और कहा कि ये ट्रांस बिल जो है ये बहुत प्रॉब्लमैटिक है, इसको रिजेक्ट होना चाहिए। बहुत बड़ा LGBTQI कम्युनिटी का समुदाय जो है वो यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट था, अलग लोगों ने अपनी बात रखी, लेकिन जो लोग अभी तक ये नहीं जाने हैं कि ट्रांस बिल में समस्या क्या है, मैं 3 आसान बिंदुओं में आपको इसकी समस्या समझा देती हूँ। पहली बात ये कि सरकार को अभी तक ये नहीं पता कि ट्रांसजेंडर का मतलब क्या होता है। उन्होंने ट्रांस बिल 2026 में ट्रांसजेंडर्स की जो डेफिनेशन है उसको बहुत ही छोटा कर दिया है, बहुत ही नैरो कर दिया है। उनका ये कहना है कि जो सोशल कम्युनिटीज़ हैं जैसे कि हिजरास, किन्नर्स, अरावनीज, जोगतास, यदि आप इनके मेंबर हैं तो ठीक है, लेकिन यदि आप इन कम्युनिटी का मेंबर्स नहीं हैं तो आपकी आइडेंटिटी जो है वो क्वेश्चन मार्क में है। इसमें कौन लोग ट्रांसजेंडर की डेफिनेशन में नहीं आ रहे हैं? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यदि आप ट्रांस मैन हैं, ट्रांस वुमेन है, आप इसकी डेफिनेशन में नहीं आ रहे हैं। अब ट्रांस मैन या ट्रांस वुमेन का मतलब क्या होता है? यदि एक किसी व्यक्ति एक पुरुष के शरीर में पैदा हुआ लेकिन उसको महिला जैसी भावनाएं हैं, क्या उसको अपनी आइडेंटिटी चुनने का अधिकार नहीं है? एक व्यक्ति है जो महिला के शरीर में पैदा हुआ है लेकिन आदमी जैसे फीलिंग्स
I don't know if she says it later, but it's also non-binaries who are not recognized under this bill. Like, you can't be non-binary according to this bill. Neil, please check your DMs and talk about the interchange between minister, representative and trans body. Yes, no, we did already. We'll talk about this again. We did already. This is a 6-hour. Also, Bliss, Marxist bill is already in the Discord. We did already. Go back like 3 hours. I'll talk about this again after this. Don't worry.
क्या उसको अपनी आइडेंटिटी चूज करने का अधिकार नहीं है? तो ये बिल जो है इसमें राज्य तय करेगा कि आपकी आइडेंटिटी क्या होना चाहिए। इसलिए देश भर में LGBTQI कम्युनिटी जो है वो इस बिल को ऐसे बता रही है कि ये हमें अपनी आइडेंटिटी चुनने के बजाय सरकार को अधिकार देता है कि बताए कि हमारी आइडेंटिटी क्या है। तो सेल्फ आइडेंटिफिकेशन ना करने की बजाय सरकार इस बिल में कहती है कि एक मेडिकल बोर्ड गठित होगा, मतलब प्रैक्टिशनर्स बैठेंगे, मेडिकल प्रैक्टिशनर्स, और वो आपके शरीर को देख के बताएंगे कि आप महिला है कि पुरुष है। इसमें यह भी कहा गया है कि यदि किसी व्यक्ति को फोर्स से ट्रांसजेंडर बनाया जाता है तो 5 से 10 साल की सजा होगी। अब सवाल यह है कि आज के समाज में जहां पे ट्रांसजेंडर्स को लेके इतने सारे बायसेस हैं, क्या हमें वाकई में लगता है कि कोई व्यक्ति स्वेच्छा से जानबूझ के गलत फायदे उठाने के लिए ट्रांसजेंडर बनेगा? कुछ लोग इसका मिसयूज करते हैं, लेकिन हर कानून का कहीं ना कहीं कुछ मिसयूज होता है। सरकार जो कहती है कि हम ये बिल इसलिए ला रहे हैं ताकि सही लोगों के पास फायदे पहुंचे। सवाल ये है कि क्या आप जानते हैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट कोई भी बेनिफिट या वेलफेयर स्कीम ट्रांसजेंडर पर्संस को नहीं देती। वो राज्य सरकारों के ऊपर छोड़ देती है कि जैसे कर्नाटक में फ्री बस राइड्स है, तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डिफाइन कर रही है कि ट्रांसजेंडर कौन होगा, लेकिन कोई भी बेनिफिट्स या वेलफेयर स्कीम्स नहीं दे रही है। ऑल इन ऑल ये बिल बहुत प्रॉब्लमैटिक है। लगातार इस पर हम अपनी आवाज़ बुलंद करेंगे, चाहे फिर वो सड़क से लेके संसद से लेके सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्यों ना हो। इस बिल को जो है हमें वी हैव टू पुश दिस बिल बैक, वी हैव टू रिजेक्ट ट्रांस बिल 2026। देयर इज नो गोइंग.
Yes, the one of the ways you can do it is obviously to talk about it. The other way is to sign the notice to your MLA. Follow the link. It is pinned here for everyone who's new on Twitter, Twitch. You go through it. It's just it's just 2 clicks. Literally 2 clicks. It will literally open the entire text that you're supposed to send in your browser or in your Gmail app. All you have to do is press send with an email. You can put in whatever email you want, just like a valid one.
बैक सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो जजमेंट दिए थे 2014 में नालसा का, जिसमें कहा था कि हर व्यक्ति को एज अ इंसान होने के साथ साथ, ह्यूमन होने के साथ साथ अपना सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन तय करने का अधिकार है। 2017 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया पुट्टुस्वामी का, जिसमें कहा कि प्रिवेसी का अधिकार हर व्यक्ति को है। लेकिन इस सरकार ने ये सारे अधिकारों को पीछे ले जाते हुए एक बार फिर ट्रांसजेंडर्स की आइडेंटिटी को कटघरे में खड़ा कर दिया है। आज वो ट्रांसजेंडर्स के लिए आ रहे हैं, कल वो बाकी लोगों के लिए आएंगे। इसलिए जरूरी है कि समाज के सारे वर्ग, चाहे वो वर्कर्स हो।
This is what I've been saying since like all morning. This is just a trailer. If you think because you're not trans, you're safe. No, like this is a bill that makes like legalizes discrimination based on certain categories that are provided from the government. They can tomorrow say we don't identify Dalits of XYZ category, and like references the trans bill already exists, so carry forward, because that's what the trans bill does essentially. They can just say we don't recognize these kinds of OBCs. You can only be OBC if you're here. Is that what you want at the end of the day? This can extend towards religion. You only recognize certain kinds of Muslims or certain kinds of Hindus. That's the discrimination we're talking about. That's the discrimination that's going to come in. Because a precursor of this was the marriage law. Like marriages, they tested it first. Like, can we make marriages so that you need like government, like parents' permission to get married to a person, specific person as an adult? One of the points within this bill is that you need your parents' permission to get your ID card. Like most trans people cannot get that. That is a problem. Furthermore in this is that they have essentially made every organization that helps trans people completely illegal. Once they have done to this current minority, they are going to move on to the next one. Exactly.
Without any scientific basis, relying on vague and unquantifiable standards such as genuine oppressed persons or those in actual need of protection. It recognizes only a few socio-cultural groups while excluding others, despite all transgender persons having the same constitutional right to self-determination. The bill shifts the foundation of gender recognition from self-perceived gender identity to state-controlled medical certification, placing transgender persons under invasive scrutiny by administrative and medical bodies. This is in violation of the golden trinity of fundamental rights, that is Articles 14, equality before the law, Article 19, 1A, freedom of expression, and Article 21, right to life, dignity, and personal liberty. It also violates the rights provided under the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019, as well as binding legal jurisprudence on privacy, dignity, bodily autonomy, and self-determination. Such state control on gender identification is not exercised on cisgender individuals, making the bill discriminatory. It narrows the definition of transgender to exclude trans women and trans men, trans masculine and trans feminine persons, erases genderqueer and non-binary identities, and conflates intersex variations with gender identity, reflecting a lack of scientific and social understanding. It reduces lived realities to biological criteria while ignoring the complex intersections of caste, class, religion, culture, disability, and region that shape gender marginalization in India. Equally concerning is the introduction of penal provisions that criminalize vaguely defined acts such as alluring or forcing someone to become transgender, despite no evidence of such patterns. This revives colonial era logics that historically criminalized gender non-conformity under laws like the Criminal Tribes Act 1871 and similar legislation. Such provisions risk enabling harassment through malicious complaints targeting transgender persons, their support systems, families, and community networks. Trans individuals typically lead precarious lives, often depending on the support of community groups and NGOs for their survival. The amendment criminalizes individuals, NGOs, support groups, services, and networks.
Hi, PL234. I'll be back in a second. Give me a second. By this time, please listen to this. This is extremely important. If you are here, you might as well go out and sign the notice to the MLA and the MP. It is extremely important. It's just 2 clicks. You can just click on this and just go through the link and it will find you.
That seek to support transgender individuals, including supportive families and friends of transgender children, doctors who might offer gender-affirming care, mental health practitioners, shelter homes, schools, emergency responders, and gharanas, with punishment ranging from 5 years to 14 years. This bill impedes our access to life-saving care and health services by gatekeeping medical treatments like hormone replacement therapy, mastectomies, orchiectomies, etc. It further violates the rights of intersex people, the same people that it claims to protect, by linking medical intervention to legal recognition, thereby impeding bodily autonomy. In doing this, the state effectively views intersex people as bodies that require correction to fit the binary of men and women. By introducing barriers to recognition and care, the amendment stands in direct contradiction of the principles and protections guaranteed under the Mental Health Care Act 2017. The requirement of external validation through medical boards fundamentally misunderstands the nature of gender identity. Gender identity is not contingent on institutional proof, but is a lived experience. I repeat that gender identity is not contingent on institutional proof, but is a lived experience. Imposing a burden of proof on transgender identities is therefore not protective. It is stigma reframed as regulation. In the name of protecting our fundamental rights, this bill systematically shrinks our rights by allowing the state via the police, invasive medical scrutiny, and administrative institutions to regulate our identities and bodies. The amendment therefore makes for a significant overreach of state power, moving beyond transgender and queer rights, extending into a broader erosion of civil liberties and personal autonomy. In Goa, the threat from these amendments doesn't land out of context. Only in 2023, we suffered a significant loss with the death of activist Diana Diaz, a trans woman and founder of Wajud, an organization that worked with the transgender community in Goa. Caused by systemic violence and medical negligence and natal family violence, her death stands as a stark reminder of the state's failure to protect transgender communities. A regressive national law that bases itself on trans medicalism, that is the idea that gender identity must be validated through medical or biological criteria, will not only fail to protect transgender people, but further exploit existing vulnerabilities. Shame! This moment calls for collective response, especially in the context of a government that has slowly been stripping away the rights of various marginalized groups. The repercussions of this bill will
By the way, PL223, you're welcome to join as a speaker. You're welcome to ask any questions that you have,
fundamental rights and democratic
that you may
values,
have.
determining who has the right to control one's body and identity, and whether the state may lawfully exercise bureaucratic and medical authority to supersede personal autonomy. We urge the people of Goa to use your online and offline forums to carry forward our demand for the categorical rejection of the amendment bill.
I must start making clips from tomorrow. Clips as in like
Please join us as
of
we
the stream
publicly
or
oppose
of
the
you.
bill and advocate for community-led consultation processes.
Either way, I'll push it as much as I can.
amplify the voices of transgender activists and
Guys, 30
collectives
minutes left. 30
demanding
minutes left to 12.
accountability, in the implementation
If you still
of
haven't
the
sent the
existing
mail, please
Transgender
do.
Persons Protection of Rights Act of 2019, including setting up of welfare boards, shelter homes, and access to effective and quality health care, along with the demand for horizontal reservations for trans persons, protection from discrimination at the workplace and beyond.
Walking around, the same people that ask like trans people, oh, why are you dressing provocatively?
As the bill is set to be discussed in the Lok Sabha in the coming week, starting tomorrow, we urge every single one of you to use the web address which is there in the public statement, which you can get free copies of. Like write to your representatives. It's like thanks to Zina. We have Zina Sagar, who has been coordinating things across India, and they have made it very easy for us. The template is available right there. Go and sign and let the MPs know that we are not alone in this one, that the people are with us, that we are not going to stay silent. We reject a future built upon exclusion, regression, and control. Together, we can create a principled path forward, upholding autonomy, empowerment, and justice for all. Jai Bhim, Inqilab Zindabad, Amkanaka Trans Amendment Bill. Amkanaka, Amkanaka. Amkanaka, Amkanaka. Jai Bhim, Jai Bhim.
Thank you so much for making
It's me
this on
again.
the stream.
I'm
It is,
sorry.
thank you. It is very important.
We would like to set the context further by having some people among us talk about our personal journeys, and particularly in the context of being a trans person in Goa. So I'll start it off. Yeah. Once again, I'm Arubi. I'm a trans woman. Surprise, surprise. I'm pursuing my PhD in philosophy at Goa University. And I have been in Goa for more than 5 years. And this land, which feels home to me, has also sustained and nurtured my trans self, my trans identity. As it keeps holding my personhood together. It is almost commonsensical that the bill is an assault on the gender diverse populace of this country. Legal experts, human rights defenders, and people from the community and allies have
Thank you for
already
joining.
unpacked the bill clause by clause to say why the bill is utterly undemocratic and
drag.
unconstitutional.
It's 30 minutes left. If
So
you're
what
Indian
I
and if
would
you
like
haven't
to talk to you
signed the
about
MLA MP
is
notice
this.
yet, please do. The link is available.
If the bill is introduced, what happens to me, the individual standing before you, and by extension, my friends, my family, and allied life-saving healthcare providers? I hold a transgender identity card issued by the District Magistrate of North Goa under the provisions of the 2019 Act. If this amendment bill becomes law, it would imply, since I am neither an intersex person nor initiated into the limited socio-cultural identities like Hijra, Kinder, Jokta, or Aravani, it would imply one thing, that I am a person, quote, who has been by force, allurement, inducement, deceit, or undue influence, either with or without consent, compelled to assume, adopt, or outwardly present a transgender identity by mutilation, emasculation, castration, amputation, or any surgical, chemical, or hormonal procedure, or otherwise, unquote. Boy, has somebody sat with a thesaurus. My autonomy and right to self-determination are already robbed from me and replaced by an infantilizing passivity where I am incapable of consenting to my own right to expression, hence the phrase either with or without consent, compelled in the same way. So now the state has already decided that I have been forced, with or without consent, compelled to express my self-identity as a transgender woman. It doesn't stop there, it gets worse from here. So now, who compelled me, who forced me, who allured me, who deceived me, who unduly influenced me, with or without my consent, who compelled me to assume a transgender identity? Who has given me chemical or hormonal procedures or otherwise? Is it my psychiatrist who diagnosed me with gender dysphoria? Is it my endocrinologist who supports me with literal life-saving, gender-affirming hormone replacement therapy? Is it my trans friends who go to all extents to keep me alive and remind me that there are so many ways of existing beyond the gender binary that was forcefully thrust upon my body without my consent? Is it my cis women friends who hold me always close together in sisterhood? Or is it my family of origin who after much struggle now recognize and affirm me as Aruvi, as a trans woman? Or is it that one friend of mine who even before I came out to her had dreamed of me being trans? The answer? All of the above and some more, many more are culpable anywhere between 5 to 14 years and a fine which goes on to lakhs. Every single one of you who are here are also made culpable because you are forcing me, alluring me to affirm my own gender identity. How does that sound? Shame! Shame! My dear friends, can you imagine being imprisoned for 14 years for just affirming a person's gender identity? Be it your friend or a family member or anybody else for that matter. That is how ridiculous the bill is. So the state will now put my entire support system in prison, and of course, it is going to put me in prison as well for enticing, alluring, compelling, unduly influencing my very trans friends, with or without their consent, to adopt a transgender identity. We're all going to prison. The state ignorantly claims that the 2019 Act is meant to protect only quote-unquote genuine transgender persons. So what am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? Do you not find it genuine that I could not betray myself by living a gender reality that was not mine? Do you not find it genuine that I took responsibility for myself and came out as a trans woman? Do you not find it genuine that I take myself to places as who I am? Do you not find it genuine that I have left a life which felt like lies, buried it, and started over, thinking it's either this or death? Oh, and I'm a PhD scholar who thinks about the very question of authenticity. How ironic. My life and research compel me to say authenticity itself is not one but many. How then does the state define who an authentic trans person is? That too in two subclauses of which one of that commits the fallacy of a circular definition. Ignorance at its peak. In the state's eyes then, I would not be a genuine transgender person. It is not difficult to see the pattern here. The patriarchal, paternalizing state tells me, no, you are forced to become trans. You are a victim trans. Nevertheless, you still go to jail. The state always knows what is best for its citizens. Does the despotism sound familiar? That the state always knows what is best for its citizens. The chief economic advisor of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for the welfare schemes for transgender persons was reported saying yesterday to a National Council of Transgender Persons member, we did not find the need to consult the council on the bill. The National Council, which was constituted under the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights 2019, they did not find the need to consult the members because we know what needs to be done. Shame! Shame! Shame on you, Yogita Swarup. The arrogance is scary. The arrogance is scary. We know what needs to be done. We know what you are. We know who's genuine, who's not. They say we know because it is we who decide what gender is. You have read Simone de Beauvoir, you have read Judith Butler, you have read Sandy Stone, you have read Julia Serrano, you have read Sarah Ahmad, you have read insert any queer or trans theorist here that you have read. They are all culpable now. But lucky for them, we do not have international jurisdiction. We have left that to other fascists like Trump. So yes, the state says, we know what you are, we know who's genuine, who's not, we know, because it is we who decide what gender is. If we want to cut hills and convert them into settlements, we are capable of redefining what a hill or a slope is. And I'm sure that is all too familiar for us folks in Goa. I would also like to add here, Amkanaka 39A. That is state control of bodies extending to nature. I am bound to remind everyone that more often than not, definitions are antithetical to lived experience. Now what happens to me if this bill is passed and my endocrinologist says that no, I do not want to go to prison for your sake, so I can no longer prescribe you the HRT which you need to get through your life without killing yourself? What if every endo sends me away saying the same thing? I still remember the day when more than 2 years back, I went to apply for name and gender change in my Aadhaar card. I did not think it would be possible. So when it happened, as I was coming back home, I could not help but stop along the fields of Bastora and gaze into the horizon and say, nothing will be the same from now. I'm anxious and scared at the conditions of possibility that have opened for me now. I acknowledge my accessibility. I feel free. Yes, I told myself, I feel free. By taking my rightful recognition away, the state would once again alienate me and persecute me socially, taking my freedom away and erasing my life world. Also, if the bill comes to pass, I can no longer access the gender-affirming surgery which I have been telling myself I'll get once I finish my PhD. For I would no longer be recognized as a transgender person. For the amendment bill does not consider trans women as transgender persons genuine enough to be protected. A well-wisher from the district collectorate once remarked, Arvi, your transgender ID card is like your second birth certificate. These words still resonate with me, now stronger than ever. One birth certificate already has my dead name, and the second birth certificate which has my name will be rendered invalid. Is the amendment bill not, then, my death certificate? Is the amendment bill not our death certificate? So I leave you with our demand, Amkanaka Trans Amendment Bill, Amkanaka Trans Amendment Bill. And please say it with me once. Amkanaka. Amkanaka. Amkanaka.
Thank you so much, Arubi. Let's please clap in solidarity. Next, we have Carol, a fashion designer who will share her experience of being with Wajood and the experience that she had.
Thank you, Andy. Today I am here not as a fashion designer, just as a part of the community. And it's my first time here at Azad Maidan also speaking. But this is the time where we have to stand up for the community. And I would like to speak about specifically relating to Diana. This was in 2017 when we had the first Goa's trans organization. She had started in presence of Albertina Albita and Peter Borges, Wendell Rodrigues. And trust me, it was very difficult for her initially to start. I was there for the inaugural. And after that, she did her advocacy consultancy, both in and outside Goa, specifically for the trans, gender non-conforming, non-binary, especially for the youngsters, that was. But unfortunately, today she is not there. We lost her in 2023, January, after losing contact with her in the second wave of COVID. So today, in respect to her, she would have been playing, I was close to her, and she would have been playing a lead role here, because she was not, now according to the bill, we are supposed to be in any one of the traditional communities, or we need to undergo the medical procedures, which she was not part. She was exposed to the traditional communities, but she was never part of those communities. And but she had the certification, she had a transgender certificate, she had Aadhaar card, she had the voter card, and now this new bill, this completely alters. It leaves a whole section of us out. And specifically in Goa, since we don't have we had been separated from the Indian Union, and we were colonized in the Portuguese in this, we don't have the traditional communities here. So it specifically, it implies to us here. And what is disheartening is Diana being a very powerful activist, someone very vocal. Okay, and but still, when it came to her family, when the time came for the help during the second wave of the COVID, she was quite left alone. Like, there were very few people who were there. In fact, I myself met her 2 years later after losing track of her in the Institute of Psychiatry in Goa, the IPHB. And trust me, we didn't even have the staff there which was sensitized for this. And because of her own advocacy, we got a place for her in the female ward itself. I think that is the first time. Otherwise, they put the trans persons along with the men. And this is where the state of the trans rights in Goa is. And thankfully, because of her, we got that. And during the COVID time that she had the work, we had distributed rations. She saved a trans person. Some trans person had actually died. She had to carry out the funeral rites of that trans person. And unfortunately, we lost.
What's true? I don't understand. Like the bill, yeah, the bill is true. It would be very helpful if you could sign the letter and send it to your MP. The link is right here. The link is right here. And this can help a lot of people if you did.
And we also lost Wajood, Goa's only trans organization led by a trans woman. And I could not myself devote to it fully because I was already occupied. Yeah, so with reference to all this, if this thing can happen to a trans activist, and they are putting this bill, and we lose a person like her. So what's the point of this bill for us?
Jesus,
If
fine,
you
it's
chant
muted
like
again.
the non-binary.
I'm sorry, I sound tired. It's been six hours, and we have to go like a few more. Not hours, but like a few more.
We are here because of the gender dysphoria, and we know what it is to go through the gender dysphoria. And now, how do we, to prove that, do we actually have to go through a surgery? It should not be, right? Yeah. So, I think when the government creates laws for the community, I think they should consult the community, the very community which they are making the laws. Otherwise, we will have response like this. Nothing direct against the government, but consider us, and especially when it comes to Goa. Do we have our native speakers here? Kokni? Okay. So, especially for Goa, I think it's very much needful for us. Aware जावपाक जाय. It's the right time. Anta knows, Ella Kelnans knows. So I think as laymen, I'll thank everyone who is gathered here from the community, allies, activists, media, even the police is guarding us, protecting. So, and I just hope we go through this well and we manage to get, in fact, we should get, right? Okay, good for the response. And I'll say that definitely Bill Amka Naka. Actually, Amkan's Naka, it's Bill. Because there is no point in context of Goa. I don't know how it will help us. And I'll just take care everyone and thank you.
Apologies, we misgendered Harold when Harold went up. They use their pronouns. In case someone's reaching out to them, please try and make it a point. I just want to request everybody, if we can take a moment of silence for Diana and all the trans ancestors who we've lost, on whose shoulders our fight stands, on whose shoulders we stand, our lives become possible. If folks who can stand, please stand. If you can't stand, please stay sitting. But if you can join in a moment of silence, that would be nice. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Harold. I think as Harold said, ask us before you make laws about our bodies. There's not a single trans person who wants this bill. Then why the hell have you tied this around our necks? Next we have Aryan, who's a mental health professional. They'll share with us.
Hi, my name is Aryan and I'm a trans man. I'm also a mental health professional. So today I'm going to speak about how basically तोड़फोड़ करेंगे medical system का. That's what we're going to do today. So first things first. So the makers of the bill fear trans people because they don't understand trans people. Is that true? No. But they are afraid of flourishing lives of trans people because visible and happy trans people will make everyone question oppressive gender norms that they have agreed to. So I'm not going to be here scared and say why you didn't see me. I know why you did, because you are a coward. We will speak about the fear and the paranoia that the government has, that they are projecting on us. Right? So fear and the paranoia is making them question who real trans person is. And then we are all influenced by the West. We are influenced by West, that's why we have trains. If we weren't, I don't know where, probably we will still be on bullock carts. So let's talk about what influence it could be like. First, we'll go with the medical that the bill says about that we have to get the medical practitioner who will decide of who we are. Now, when we study medicine, medicine has always spoken about the biological sex. Man, woman, like not man, woman, but male, female, and intersex, right? So my point is that when you have no idea what gender is about psychosocial. Gender is about the lived experience. So stay in the lane. You don't even qualify. This is not your expertise. Please go out. Right? Yeah, that's the other thing. But the point that we are saying that medical and biological essentialism on understanding what transness is in itself influenced by their fear, is influenced by their threat, that they are scared. So scared that they want to violate and use every system against us. Second, the expertise that they are talking about, they can't be trusted. No matter what medical fraternity institute you talk about has always been influenced by what the Supreme Court is saying. Supreme Court came up with criminalizing 377. Everyone is criminal. Psychiatrist wrote about it. Medical fraternity wrote about it. When it was read down, suddenly we all became, oh no, all this is normal. So no, you are only not, you have lost your insanity, like you have lost your sanity. On what basis are you going to judge us who we are? We can't trust you. You are not in your sane mind because you are influenced. And then you are saying we are influenced. You are influenced by the politics, by the religion, by everything else that's around you. So you are not trustable. And hence, ये मेरी expertise नहीं है, so I'm not going to get into it. That's what you need to learn to say. They don't know, and I have, so the research that we did 3 years ago on 3 cities, where we found out the results that said like the psychiatrists, therapists themselves didn't know what and why they are doing. It was just the protocol that they followed, and you can check all those quotes in our trans mental health care guidelines that had come out, and you can download that on the TIS website, which will have all the quotes saying that they don't know what they are doing and they are just doing it because they are fearful. So, and then we are also very much going against the ICD, WPATH, IPATH, all of these organizations, and especially when we were the ones in the UN convention, we said that we believe and we know and we acknowledge that there is psychosocial disability, and then we are ourselves going against it. Because transness, gender, oppression, all of this is psychosocial disability. So we ourselves don't know what we are talking about. So the bill itself is contradicting its own stance at the national and the international level. And then of course, fear leads to medicalization and pathologizing. So now they are trying to find the gene that got us influenced. Second, the point is the gender affirmation surgeries and gender affirmation care. When we talk about that, talking about gender affirmation, we can't just be talking about it in the medical terms, which I've clearly said, that it has nothing to do with medical, it has nothing to do with medicine. They can only come after, when we say we need you to do our surgeries, not before to legitimize or validate. Because It's not your expertise. It's not. You don't learn gender. So leave that up to us. Hence, the gender affirmation care becomes the part of preventive care, preventive and life-saving. I forgot the word. I'm nervous. So it becomes the life-saving surgery as an
Forgetting the word that is so ADHD coded, I swear. That just made me laugh.
essential and not an elective in that sense, which also we are very broadly talking about it in our research. Okay, so mental health services cannot be seen as medical or physical, but actually psychosocial services. So what are we actually trying to do by saying that it is medical and this is biological and blah, 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 etc. We are saying that absolutely withholding the services. And by withholding, we are actually saying that we are going to discriminate. We are going to discriminate. We are going to say that because you are this, we will not offer you. We will not give you services. We will not support you. We will not love you. You are not worth it. You are not good enough. You are bad. You don't look like this. You don't suffer like this. You don't come into our stereotype of vulnerable, abala, trans people. So we don't give you that. And that is absolutely discrimination. Shame. By this, you are also putting trans people to then access illegal services, unqualified professions, and we all know how many unqualified professions that are there. We are all, even after having Nalsa Judgment, Trans Act, we still go to surgeries and the surgeries are not good enough. So then we'll be forced to go to unethical practitioners, right? So that again means that you're pushing us to death, like my trans sibling just said. So we will be forced to go to these places. So then choose and be into the constant dilemma of safety over my life. I can only either be safe and not go to these places or die or live. Live, which will finally get me to depression, anxiety, panic, suicidal, bullying, harassment, etc. Then we're also saying that you need to be fearful to reach out to medical practitioners, mental health practitioners. So you're pushing us to be fearful to access these services, and not just push, but also threatening our support systems to come. मैं तेरे को support नहीं करेगा, तू तेरे को भी support करने नहीं दूँगा. What is this threat? This is only coming because you're fearful. You're fearful that we have the capacity to live with happiness, with our choice. And by all of this, when we talk about therapy, because that's my subject, we are saying that it is absolutely going against the basic framework of therapy, because therapy is all about confidentiality and access of care, also according to the Mental Health Care Act 2017. Please go through this. This act says that the person needs to access care without being discriminated. All services, including social, sexual, social, psychosocial disabilities, all come into the access of care under the Mental Health Act. So, furthermore, the other point that has been raised in the bill is about including parents and doctors who will be basically deciding who we are. Historically, and also there are n number of studies that have been done where we have proved, there are results which says that the first violence that happens is in the homes. The first people who violate us are our own homes. And also doctors. There are a number of studies that talk about how abusive and how we are known, the structures are known to misuse of power. So my question is that then why are they even there in the bill? What are you even trying to tell us? So अभी ऐसा तूने तेरी मम्मी को बताया क्या तू ट्रांस है? मम्मी को बताया, पापा को बताया? What are you trying to do? Is to indulge in to put fear into us. Why? Because they are scared of our happiness. of our audacity to live, of who we are. So it is very much against the basic ethical framework of therapy and any kind of healthcare that we are having in this country. Another point which I feel is very important that we don't talk about is how then we are also putting us state-sanctioned conversion therapy that will come up. Detransition therapies, detransition care, all of this will be sanctioned by the state to put you back into your place. So this is of course going to result in the mental health crisis. Depression, anxiety, suicidality, ostracization, isolation, which is a single most factor which leads to suicidal ideation. So now you are saying that you are ready for people to handle, for the structures to handle the mental health care crisis. Even existing mental health care gap is 90%. So are you ready? तुम्हारे में है क्या? हम तो कर लेंगे, तुम करोगे. Will you be able to help us, support us to detransition, to take care of us? No, you don't have it in you. And the last point, which I feel is very important for me and for all the trans men and also other gender diverse population, is that you're forcing us to choose between my citizenship and me. So now you're saying if I get raped tomorrow or if I get hurt, I've been violated. So if I go to the police, I go to the doctor, so are they going to see me as a citizen of this country or as a trans person? So you're saying that now I have to choose. That am I an Indian citizen who pays taxes, who votes, who puts everything possible to be in this country as a sane citizen and a contributing citizen. And then you are saying that, no, sorry, you are not. So it's about your convenience and your fear and actually about my right. So you are forcing us to now choose that am I going to be a citizen of this country or a trans person? This is the biggest violation then the state can do and the government can do. So it is just not about the quest of the authentic self or who is authentic. No, the deeper question is, are you a citizen of this country or not? Do you qualify to be a citizen of this country or not? So this is not just about my authenticity of trans, but my statehood, my citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you, Aryan. That was really helpful. Next, we have Zina Sagar. She is one of the first trans women producers. Zina is one of the first trans women producers coming from a Dalit background and a trans rights activist. She is coordinating a large-scale campaign.
It's after 12. That means we are... Emails sent after this are not gonna matter, as far as I have known. So we are gonna stop here. Thank you guys for coming, for whoever been here. If you want to watch me fully react to this video, the other half is at the front. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna check Sansad and check. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the new members who joined. Thank you for everyone who has been so helpful throughout. And thank you all for staying as long as you did. Yes, all of these slogans are in Konkani. Yes, I'm gonna sleep. No, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, I hope everyone signed the mail. We will continue tomorrow. We'll be watching Sansad if the thing is still happening, because I checked the Sansad website. There's nothing over there. When it comes to discussing the bill, it's supposed to happen on Monday on the 23rd. Anyway, we'll see to it when we see to it. Hopefully tomorrow if Sansad is happening, or we'll be back on Tuesday, then Thursday, and Saturday and Sunday, like clockwork. Thank you again so much for coming. Good night. Shabba khair. Stay safe.